Chapter 1, Reincarnation. Reincarnation. My head really hurts. This was Fong Ming's first thought upon waking up. It felt as if there was a cut on his head, hurting so badly that it seemed as if his head was about to split open. The scene in front of him seemed like he was riding on a horse carriage. His body continued to bounce up and down along with the carriage's movement, impacting his wound. It was so painful that Fong Ming had to suck in several sharp breaths. Opening his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings. What filled his vision were walls formed from hollowed planks. There were also quite a few fair-haired and blue-eyed youths sitting around him with their eyes closed as they rested. However, none of them glanced in his direction. He seemed to be lying down on the floor. Feeling the ice-cold ground underneath him, Fong Ming knew that his body would not be able to bear lying down any longer, or he would probably catch a cold. He hurriedly struggled to get up. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain lancing through his head. The pain arrived suddenly, and brought many strange memories along with it. Fong Ming's eyes rolled back as he fainted. "Hi! Leylin! Wake up!" Fong Ming heard this sound in his daze, and couldn't help but open his eyes. Is this reincarnation? Fong Ming remembered very clearly that the last thing he had seen were the dazzling flames that had erupted from the energy reactor's explosion. It was impossible to survive such an explosion without any method of self-protection. Furthermore, on the planet he existed on, such a style of carriage and wooden planks were considered ancient antiques. After organizing the new memories in his mind, Fong Ming gained some insight about his body in this world. This was a realm similar to the European Middle Ages. A mysterious force also existed. His current body was originally called Leylin Farlier, a son of a minor noble. As he had been tested to have the gift to become a Magus, his father, Viscount John Farlier, had pulled strings to allow him to become a Magus apprentice. At the moment, he was on the horse carriage traveling towards a Magus academy. He saw that the one who had woken him up was a large, male youth. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes, a tall and straight nose, and sparkling gold hair. Although his face was somewhat young and tender, his body was sturdy and well-muscled, looking extremely manly. Seeing that Fong Ming had awoken, the boy laughed happily. Leylin, you're finally awake. If you had awoken even a few more minutes later, you probably wouldn't have been able to make it to dinner. I assume that you don't want to starve." Fong Ming lowered his eyes. After some thought, he figured out this person's identity. "Thanks, George." The youths who were together with him and heading towards the Magus Academy had all tested to be gifted to be magi. This George was a legitimate son of a count, and was also one of the favored sons for that count. In order to allow George to enter a Magus Academy, the count had spent many resources and pulled strings. A count? Fong Ming inwardly thought. He flashed back to his current body's father, Viscount John Farlier, whose holdings were equal in size to a city in his previous life, with thousands of soldiers under his command. In this world, noble ranking was inevitably tied to personal strength. Since George's father was a count, his holdings were likely at least the size of several cities, and his annual income was probably a few thousand gold coins. With such finances and power at his disposal, he still had to take so much effort in order to send George to a Magus Academy. Fong Ming couldn't help but wonder how did his father manage to do the same for him. As Fong Ming pondered the question, another sharp pain flashed through his head, causing another scene to appear in his mind's eye. It was a dark room, with old musty shelves lining the sides, filled with an ancient air. The surroundings were chock full with dust. Under a dim light, John Farlier solemnly passed a ring to Leylin, saying, "Dear Leylin, this is our Farlier family's heirloom treasure, a promise from a Magus. At that time, my grandfather had helped an injured Magus, who had in return gifted grandfather with this ring, promising him that if one of his descendants had the gift to be a Magus, he could use this ring and enter any Magus Academy for free. Now, I am giving this to you, in hopes that you can be the pride of the Farlier family, and uphold our legacy." The ring. Fong Ming's eyes narrowed, and his right hand involuntarily went to his chest. Under his clothing, he could feel the solid touch, like a metal ring was under there. Heaving a sigh of relief in his heart, he thought to himself, lucky. I'm not sure if those guys did not recognize it as a treasure, or perhaps there is some restriction. Either way, I'm lucky that this was not snatched from me. As a scientist in his former life, Fong Ming was extremely curious and interested in that mysterious strength, filled with the desire to research more about it. Furthermore, he didn't want to be chased back home because he had lost such an important proof of entry. Although I have taken over this body and accepted its memories, but I am still very different from the original Leyland. To his family members who have spent years with him, they would easily be able to see the difference. If they mistake it as him being possessed by the devil and perhaps beg or hire one of those mysterious magi to investigate, I might be found out. However, if I can enter a Magus academy, I will probably not return home for at least several years. By that time, if there are any changes in behavior, it would be considered normal. Furthermore, to be a Magus, it is probably normal to be strange and eccentric. If I were to act the same as the Leyland before, it would be deemed strange then. Just as he was in deep thought, a pair of strong large hands suddenly assisted him to his feet. What are you thinking about? George asked. No. Nothing. Fong Ming quickly shook his head, then clutched his head again, as it was still in pain. He suddenly spun his head around and looked at George, causing George's heart to clutch suddenly, as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake. Dearest George, why didn't you wake me up earlier, and let me just lie on the floor like that for so long? Fong Ming rolled his eyes and asked. Ha ha! I saw you having such a nice sleep, and thought you liked to lie down there. George scratched his head abashedly. However, his eyes sparked with a cunning gleam. Under Fong Ming's murderous glare, he finally raised his hands in surrender. Fine. Fine. Who asked you to offend my goddess? Offending her is still fine. As brothers, I am not such a petty person. Alas, the entire carriage is now treating you like an enemy, and I do not want to be isolated as well. Offend? Goddess? Fong Ming scratched his head, until he suddenly remembered why he was beaten up. It was a girl named Bisita. Although she was only 15 years of age, but her body was already developed and voluptuous, in addition to her watery big eyes, was a huge draw to the lecherous Leyland. The original Leyland was no gentleman. He had lost his virginity at the age of 12, and after that he had either seduced or forced his way with many others, and had by now slept with more than 100 women. He had been known as the scourge of his father's holdings. As Fong Ming finished exploring the memories, he rolled his eyes once again in disdain. No wonder this body was so weak and frail, it wasn't just because of the injuries. Thinking back, it was clear that Leyland had been too used to causing trouble in his own territory, and hadn't been able to control himself when he saw Bisita. The first few times, it was still rather normal, flirting and making passes. Near the end, he had started resorting to violent means. When Fong Ming saw these memories, he couldn't help but label the original as an idiot. That Bisita is a princess of a small country. And Leyland still wanted to rape her. Is his brains filled with glue? Sheesh. What happened after this goes without saying. Leyland was taught a savage lessons by the bunch of flower guardians. One had actually died because of the beatings, which had eventually benefited Fong Ming. Ha ha! This Bisita, it seems she isn't as simple as I thought. How scheming. Fong Ming gave a cold laugh as he thought. Fine. No matter what, since I have taken over your body, if I have the chance, I will take revenge for you. As for now, I am Leyland Farlier. Fong Ming swore in his heart. In Leyland's memory, he had not seen any signs of Asians, nor had he heard anything about China. In this new Western-styled world, if he used his own Chinese name, it would be too dangerous. When he looked around, he realized that there was no longer anyone else in sight within the spacious carriage. It was no wonder that George had come to call him. No matter what, I still have to thank you. George, do you have any medicine? Fong Ming stood up and stretched his body. Although it still hurt in a few places, but it did not impede his movement, and the wound at the back of his head had already become a scab. Haha, I knew that you'd need this. George laughed as he tossed a small bottle over. This is my family's secret product. I heard that it's usually used during knight's training, and is extremely effective against any bodily injuries. As George spoke, he looked around furtively. All right. Dinner is about to start. I'm going to head there first. You should apply the medicine quickly and hurry over too. Remember, do not tell anyone else about our friendship. After he finished speaking, he had ran off like a gust of wind. Looking at George's figure disappear into the distance, Leyland couldn't help but massage his forehead. It looks like this Leyland has truly stirred up a hornet's nest. Was it such a big deal? In Leyland's memories, it seems like in this world, sexual relations are rather open. At this point, he couldn't do anything to remedy the situation. Swiftly taking off his clothes, Leyland quickly rubbed the medicine all over the injuries on his body. Hiss. This damn George. Couldn't he help me apply the medicine before leaving? Leyland drew several sharp cold breaths as he applied the medicine. The medicine was extremely effective. As soon as he applied it, there was a cooling sensation and the pain vanished. After he had dealt with the wounds on his body, Leyland put on his clothes and opened the carriage door. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew across, and the sun was setting in the horizon, painting everything around with a golden hue. No matter what, it feels so good to be alive. Leyland's eyes moistened as he muttered. Looking at the surroundings, he noticed several of the large carriages forming a circle to make a crude temporary campsite, with a large fire in the middle. There were many youths around the fire, sitting and resting on cloth mats laid on the ground, laughing and playing with each other, while eating the bread in their hands. Leyland walked towards a table where there were quite a few breads and juices placed. According to his memories, this was where food was distributed. When he approached the area, he saw that there were a few people queuing up. As they spotted Leyland, they looked over at him with a look of despise. Although Leyland thought of himself as thick-skinned, he still found it somewhat difficult to endure. Still, he did not leave. No matter what, he still had to eat. Hurry up! A hoarse voice rang out. So, sorry. Lady Angelia. A freckled boy quickly apologized and took his share of food before running away. Beep. Danger alert. Danger alert. You are extremely close to the source of danger. Recommendation: the host should move at least 1,000 meters away. 1. Literal translation of, pretty much her wannabe escorts/protectors. Chapter 2, AI Chip. AI Chip. This is? Leyland's eyes widened when he heard the mechanical voice in his brain. Isn't this my old assistant AI? Chip from my previous life? How did it reincarnate with me? This is unscientific. Leyland found it hard to believe. He said in his brain, AI chip. Scan my mind and search for locations of assistant systems. Beep. Scan complete. No strange existences were found in the host's mind. After a mere moment, the AI chip's mechanical voice replied back. Now scan my entire body, and display my body's stats. Another mechanical sound. Beep. Scan complete. Fong Ming, Leyland Farlier. Strength, 0.4, Agility, 0.5, Vitality, 0.4, Status, bleeding from back of the head, many injuries to the soft tissues, no AI chip present in the host's body. A 3D hologram appeared before Leyland's eyes. It displayed Leyland's own body and showed stats on the side. No AI chip? I know the AI. Chip is equivalent to a material substance. How did it follow my soul through reincarnation? Leyland thought to himself, it seems like during the explosion or my reincarnation, some abnormality occurred, and the AI chip's functions fused with my soul. If I was still in my previous world, this would be a major discovery. It not only confirms the existence of the soul, but also shows that physical matter and the soul can possibly transform each other. This is definitely something that group of old men in National Academy of Sciences would go crazy over. It's a pity that I'll never see them again. This kind of AI chip was essential to the scientists in the previous world. Because of issues with human rights and the conscious thought, this technology didn't have any intelligence of its own. It only had two functions, to analyze and to store information. Its analyzing ability could only be used by following the host's commands. It gathered data samples and reached a deduction based on simulations. Its storage abilities were even simpler. It could use the data gathered from everything the host's five senses experienced and record it down. Based on calculations from the previous world, this kind of AI chip's storage area was enough to record over 10,000 years worth of events. Why did the AI chip and the soul fuse together? I'll ponder this kind of question later when I have the ability and qualifications to do so. But with this AI chip, I have some resources in this world. The corners of Leyland's mouth suddenly lifted to form a brilliant smile. He knew that in this Middle Ages period, having a crystallization of future technology would definitely make his future path extraordinary. But this Leyland's physique is really. Leyland was speechless after seeing the stats in front of him. This stats displayed were based on each aspect of an adult's physiology as a standard. Theoretically, the average adult's displayed stats would all be around 1. Although this Leyland was only 13 to 14 years old, his stats were still too low. That's not right. It's possible that the bodies of the people in this world are generally weaker. AI chip, scan the bodies of the people around me and display their stats. Beep. Task established. Beginning the collection of stats. In almost an instant, 3D holograms of the surrounding people's bodies appeared in front of Leyland, displaying their stats. Name, unknown. Gender, male. Strength, 0.9, agility, 1.1, vitality, 0.8, name, unknown. Gender, male. Strength, 1.2 agility, 0.8, vitality, 1.0, name, unknown. Gender, female. Strength, 0.8, agility, 1.2, vitality, 0.7. Well then. It looks like the bodies of these people are stronger than those from my previous world. This Leyland is even inferior to a girl. I'm starting to feel embarrassed for him. Leyland scanned his surroundings. The people were all youths around his age. There was a seemingly very delicate and frail girl whose stats were tons better than Leyland's, causing him to feel utter despair. It looks like this Leyland is a useless leech, an excessively lecherous piece of trash with no control. Name, unknown, gender, male, strength, 3.3, agility, 2.5, vitality, 3.2. Alert! Alert! This life form is excessively dangerous. Recommendation: host should immediately move at least 1,000 meters away. A red warning continued to flash 3 times in succession. This caused Leyland to fall into a state of shock. Average stats of 3.0. After Leyland scanned the information several times to double-check that the AI chip hadn't made a mistake, he was left completely speechless. Even the world champion doesn't have this kind of stats. In the previous world, this person could easily dress up as Superman. As a scientist, Leyland understood well that a stat of 3.2 meant the person's fighting capabilities, viral resistance, and body recovery speed was all 3 times greater than a normal person's. The various stats displayed being threefold greater than a typical person's wasn't as simple as just adding numbers together. What kind of concept was this? It meant that this person could defeat dozens of people empty-handed, and even get past a group attack by 100 people. In his previous world, he really counted as a Superman. I'm afraid that a person with these kinds of stats could only be created by genetically modifying their biochemistry in a lab. Moreover, only the minimum would be reached. This world is indeed not a simple one. Leyland thought to himself as he looked at the person possessing these terrifying stats once again. It was a black-clothed person responsible for handing out food. He looked like he was middle-aged, and he had a scar on his face that stretched from his forehead to his lip. It pretty much split his entire face in half, and looked extremely fierce. The freckled boy from before was completely frightened by this person. This is the Academy's servant responsible for receiving us. It's said that he's not a Magus, yet he's already so frightening. What would a real Magus be like then? Leyland suddenly discovered that a strong interest and curiosity about the profession of a Magus had arisen inside him. It was to the point where he was itching to go to the Academy now and investigate everything. The line was really short, and it was soon Leyland's turn. After the black-clothed, scarred man gave Leyland a piece of white bread and some juice, he wordlessly waved Leyland away with an impatient expression on his face. If it were the previous Leyland, even if he didn't dare to drag this guy out and lash him a few times because it wasn't his home, his expression still would have turned quite ugly, and would probably have ranted at the man a bit. But the current Leyland was naturally not that stupid. Following his memories, he formally bowed and said, "Thank you, Mr." The black-clothed man remained expressionless as he watched Leyland turn to leave. I didn't think that Leyland would really seem like a noble after bowing. The two youths behind Leyland couldn't help but secretly whisper to each other, "Hurry up and move forwards." The scarred man shouted, suddenly blasting the two's eardrums. The great sound scared one of the youths so badly that he fell down onto the ground. Leyland ignored the discussion behind him as he surveyed the area with a cold gaze. He then bitterly smiled, "Great. I'm really an unwelcomed person." When he looked at George, George also hurriedly turned his head away. His hands made a secret gesture behind his back. Fine. Since you gave me the medicine, I won't expose you." Leyland sighed, then found a relatively remote place. Without caring whether or not the ground was carpeted, he sat down and began to eat heartily. This plain white bread isn't as good as that from the previous world. But according to Leyland's memories, this is already considered a food that one can only get during celebrations. Leyland thought as he ate. Based on Leyland's memories, the production capabilities in this world were quite low. The white bread was an aristocrat's food. Normal, minor nobles could only enjoy it during celebrations of major holidays. To typical peasants, who only had hard, nutritionless black bread to eat, this was a supreme delicacy. When he thought of the black bread as hard as rocks from his memories, Leyland sighed, "It's a good thing that I'm quite fortunate. Regardless of whether I'm a noble or a Magus, I'm still in the upper levels of this world, so I won't need to suffer." He ravenously wolfed down the bread and downed the juice in one gulp as well. Leyland then wiped his mouth in satisfaction and returned to the carriage. Based on the experience in his memory, noble youths would set up tents in camp and rest for the entire night before moving again. However, it was clear that nobody would invite Leyland to join them. He didn't have a tent himself, so he could only sleep on the cold and hard carriage. When I looked just now, there seemed to be 50-some apprentices, 25 black robes, and 3 of the highest status white robes. When he thought of the scene just now when he had been noticed from a distance, the hairs on Leyland's body rose. Added on to that, the AI chip's warnings of, discovered an unknown radiation source, received disturbance from unknown force field, impossible to scan. This formed a shadow in Leyland's heart. It looks like even with the AI chip, I'm still extremely weak in this world. But it's precisely due to this reason that I desire to obtain the strength of a Magus. Leyland's eyes seemed to light up in flames. It's best if I sleep earlier. I still need to hurry on with the journey tomorrow. Leyland took off his jacket and laid it on the ground to make his sleeping more comfortable. So far, since this journey was started, it's already been over 3 months. We've passed through a few dozen kingdoms, yet we still haven't reached our objective. These ancient transportation conditions are really... He closed his eyes and fell into a daze. After some time, the carriage door opened with a bang. Leyland suddenly sat up. His nose was then filled with the scent of a rose. It was sweet and aromatic, extremely pleasing to the nose. It also made his body throb as to invoked his memories. Leyland. Are you well? A pleasant, female voice said. Visita? Please come in. Leyland moved his body. The fragrant scent in the carriage suddenly grew more powerful as a beautiful young girl entered. She had fair skin and wore red, tight-fitting clothes that accentuated her voluptuous curves. What was even harder for Leyland to forget was this girl's platinum hair and eyes like crimson jewels. Combined with her beautiful face, it presented an exotic charm. This was the girl that caused Leyland to be beaten up, and even lose his life, Visita. May I ask if you have anything to ask me? Although this girl had developed quite well, and seemed extremely enticing to Leyland, having come from a different world and experiencing an endless barrage of beauties, this girl was only somewhat good-looking to Fong Ming. His attitude was extremely cold and indifferent. It was clear that this manner somewhat shocked the young girl, as the words she was about to say didn't leave her mouth. After a long period of silence, she pulled out a small, glass bottle and placed it in Leyland's hands. This is a medicine for injuries. If you apply it to your body, it'll help you. I'm sorry. The girl bowed, revealing the ample, snow-white curves of her chest, causing Leyland's heart to race. Chapter 3, Night. After she made her apology, the girl ran off like a startled little fawn, leaving her wonderful scent behind. Looking at the disappearing red figure in the distance, Leyland was rather puzzled. It was clearly Leyland who had assaulted you. Why did you come to apologize? Is there something wrong with your brain? He touched the bottle in his hand, thinking to himself, did I misjudge her earlier? Could this Visita be a kind-hearted girl? Leyland studied the glass bottle in his hand curiously. It seems like they already have the technology to produce glass. Although, judging by the workmanship, it still seems rather rough. It is quite decent already. As he opened the bottle cap, a medicinal fragrance wafted out. Following the habits of his past life, Leyland immediately said, AI chip. Scan this medicine and analyze its components. Beep. Task established. Begin scan. Discovered unknown components. Starting simulated experiments. Experiments complete. Unknown medicine has effect of strong itching. Duration, 7 days. Looking at the results of the experiment, Leyland was struck speechless. I retract my previous statement, that girl is rather blackheart. However, he soon had the feeling of an adult being pranked by a naughty kid. She is still a child after all. She can't use truly malicious tricks. Perhaps if it were a few years ahead, the bottle would be full of deadly poison instead. Looking at the bottle in hand, Leyland thought about it and decided to keep it. I'll just keep this for now, who knows when it might come into handy in the future. After Visita left, no one else came to disturb him. Leyland lay back down. Though it seemed as if he were sleeping, his mind was actually working in overdrive as he thought through things. It seems like there shouldn't be any problems or risks of being found out by going to a Magus Academy. Those white-robed figures should be magi, and I have walked by them a few times without drawing attention. It seems like they are also unable to detect anything strange about me. This means, entering a Magus Academy should be relatively easy in that sense. However, according to rumors, magi are all secretive and cruel, at least according to what Viscount John heard. It also seems that in the academies, there is extremely fierce competition amongst the acolytes of the same level despite it being against the rules to kill one another. I need to at least have some form of self-protection. As he thought about that, he once again touched the ring hung around his neck, and held it in his hands. The ring was jet black and nondescript. Within the inner ring, there was a small Y inscribed, along with elaborate inscriptions around it. With the technological advancements of the Middle Ages, To be able to inscribe such a complicated pattern onto the inner ring is incomprehensible. However, regardless of the issue, as long as it has to do with the mysterious magi, it shouldn't be surprising at all. Leyland muttered to himself, and issued another command, AI chip. Scan the ring in my hands. Beep. Task established. Begin scan. Discovered unknown metallic components. Comparing to data banks. Insufficient data. Unable to analyze. As I'd thought. With the AI chip's current level, it is still inadequate to analyze something that a Magus left behind. Leyland sighed and stored the ring. How can I increase my power? This body of mine is truly too weak. It cannot even compare to those of the same age. That will not do. If it were my past life, I could still undergo genetic modification. Alas, there is no such option here. Perhaps I should explore this Leyland's memory once again, and see if there are any methods. Leyland thought to himself once again, then found a comfortable spot to lie down, thinking out aloud in his mind, AI. Chip. Scan the entirety of Leyland's memory and arrange it. Beep. Task established. Starting arrangement. In Leyland's former world, the world of science had always been of the opinion that the majority of the human brain's power was not being harnessed. Amongst that power was the ability to access every memory since birth. Some memories, even if the person in question could not recall them, were actually still stored somewhere in the brain. Now, as Leyland gave the command, memories of Leyland's entire life, from birth to his being chosen as a Magus acolyte and going on this journey, were all displayed in front of Leyland's eyes with the AI chip's assistance. Every single memory, down to what was eaten in every meal, as well as their tastes, were retained and displayed in his mind. Such a large mass of memory was just too confusing, and was also full of useless information. In the past, Leyland had only taken what he had urgently needed, and ignored the rest. At this point, with the help of the AI chip, he was arranging and sorting everything out. Data sorting has been completed. The AI chip notification sounded out. Create a new file, named Leyland Farlier, and save it. Leyland gave a new order. Beep. File created, Leyland Farlier. New task, search the file for all possible methods for the host to improve strength quickly. Beep. Task established. Begin search. In front of Leyland, innumerable amounts of data flashed past, seemingly forming a beautiful picture. Search complete. Search results, 453 methods. So many? Leyland paused a while as he thought. Remove those with estimated success rate of 50% and below for the host. Also, add another requirement. The host must be able to carry out the strengthening method now. Begin filter. Beep. Filter complete. Remaining methods, 2. Show them to me. Method 1, become a Magus. Method 2, begin night training. Oh. Method 1 is not realistic at the moment, at least, not until I reach the Magus Academy, otherwise, how could I possibly learn how to become a Magus? As for the night training, I wonder what that is? As Leyland muttered to himself, he immediately assigned a new task. AI chip, assemble all memory regarding night training. Once it has been arranged properly, send it into my memory. After the data was directly transmitted to his brain, Leyland began to understand what a so-called night was. In this world, there were several mysterious forces. However, the ones commoners had the most experience with were knights. Knights were warriors who had gone through tough training and had stimulated their inner life energy. Their physical attributes were way beyond that of a normal human. To be a Magus, it required a specific kind of gift, and amongst tens of thousands of people, it was possible that there wasn't even one such person. However, being a knight was different. As long as they were willing to put in the effort, anyone could become a knight. For these knights, not only were their physical attributes several times that of normal humans, they were also well versed in using various weaponry, as well as in the killing arts. Some knights even had special secret skills that could unleash a sudden burst of power. The kingdoms of the common world, along with the nobility, were generally made up of knights. The Farlier family, which Leyland was part of, was also a knight family. The original founder of the family had fought in wars together with the king, and had accomplished much meritorious service. Thus, they had been awarded with the Viscount title, as well corresponding holdings. After an overall sweep of the information, Leyland remembered a scene from the past. It was a small jungle in the Viscount holdings, and John Farlier was wearing a warrior's outfit with a stern expression on his face. He was facing the infant Leyland as he said, "Today, I will teach you the secret skill that has been passed down in the Farlier family, the crossblade technique and the accompanying breathing techniques. You must remember that you can never teach this to anyone outside our family." At that moment, Viscount John's face held an unprecedented stern look. Alas, Leyland was still an infant at that point, and obviously did not put much thought into the matter, thus eventually forgetting it. Viscount John tried to force him into training a few times, but Leyland was so afraid of suffering and fatigue that after a while, even Viscount John had to give up. Sigh, an overly compassionate father leads to a failure of a son. Only now did Leyland realize how the previous body's owner had become such a spoilt brat. Although the young Leyland only knew how to act like a playboy and had totally forgotten everything about the knight training for the family secret skill, Leyland managed to recover all of it with the help of the AI chip. Crossblade basic sword style, horizontal slash, vertical slash, piercing attack, slanted slash. Footwork, advance, retreat, dodge. There was also the accompanying breathing technique. All of it appeared clearly in Leyland's mind, along with the experience that Viscount John had imparted. The memory finally ended with Viscount John emitting white mist from his mouth as he manipulated his crossblade, and splitting a rock as large as a millstone in two with a single cleave. Isham, a knight is considered the lowest mysterious power, yet they are already so strong. What kind of existence are those magi who are high above knights? Leyland's eyes burned with a fiery passion. Sigh. I have to take things step by step. I had better concentrate on this knight's breathing technique first. Anyways, the knight training does not clash with Magus training. At least I'll have some measure of self-defense for now. After a detailed analysis, Leyland discovered that the so-called breathing technique of this world was very similar to the internal qigong of his previous world, but was a lot more crude. It was very dependent on external stimulations to activate the inner life energy. According to rumors, if a warrior goes through the night training and is still unable to activate their inner life energy, the only option is to enter the battlefield and go through fierce and bloody battles. This is the only other way to trigger their inner life energy and become a knight. AI chip, transfer the knowledge of the crossblade technique to me. Leyland issued his next order. Soon after, a large amount of knowledge regarding the technique was transferred directly into his mind. It was etched deeply into his brain, as if he had been training in it since he was young. Isolate the crossblade technique and save it into a new file, with the file name of Crossblade Technique Basics. Saves new file, Crossblade Technique Basics. As the AI chip notification sounded out in his mind, Leyland's lips curved in a smile. With the help of the AI chip, his learning speed was unbelievably quick, fast enough to make any so-called genius commit suicide from shame. Now that I have all the memories of it, it is just a matter of finding a crossblade, and going through some actual practice. If all goes well, I have confidence in mastering it within 10 days, bringing myself to Viscount John's level. All these sword techniques are merely killing arts. The most important thing for knight training is the accompanying breathing technique. Leyland muttered to himself. AI chip. According to my statistics, simulate and create the best model for me to start training the breathing technique. Beep. Task established. Host human model established. Begin simulation. As the mechanical voice sounded out, a 3D model of a human figure appeared in front of Leyland's eyes. It was transparent and shimmering in blue light, and appeared exactly the same as him, a 13-year-old youth with Western features, brown hair, big eyes and bushy eyebrows. The 3D figure repeatedly started training the breathing technique, constantly adjusting the frequency, rate, and magnitude. Slowly, a red line could be seen moving around in the 3D figure's body. After a few minutes, the simulation ended, and the AI chip's mechanical voice sounded out once more. Simulation ended. Crossblade accompanying breathing technique, time required for 1 revolution, 30 minutes. 10 revolutions will improve the host's body by 0.05 strength, 0.06 agility, and 0.03 vitality. The improvements will gradually lessen as the stats improve. Warning: if the host goes through long-term training of this technique, it will result in residual damage caused to the host body. Recommendation to think twice before starting. Phew! This is indeed an impressive night training technique. As long as I persevere, I will quickly be able to improve my power. Alas, I wonder if there is any way to remove the effect of the residual damage? Leyland said with a faint smile. At this time, the AI chip's voice suddenly sounded out. Do you wish to optimize the breathing technique? Y/N/N. The AI chip actually has such abilities? A joyful look rose on Leyland's face. Chapter 4, Cultivation. Cultivation. I never thought that this AI chip's analyzing abilities could also work on the night breathing technique in this world. Leyland exclaimed and said, optimize immediately. Optimization initiating, estimated time, 125 minutes. Yep, 125 minutes, which is over 2 hours, I can afford to wait. Leyland felt at ease. After waiting rather impatiently, the 2 hours finally passed. The AI chip's voice sounded out right on time. The optimization for the breathing technique has been completed. Time taken for breathing technique, 5 minutes 23 seconds, and the effects have all risen by 5%. The side effects of the injuries have vanished. Very good. This result made Leyland very satisfied. If the effect was a 5% increase each time, then dozens of times, and even hundreds of times, would result in huge differences. Rumor has it that the crossblade technique and the breathing technique were obtained by the founder after dozens of bloody battles, or he finally obtaining it from the corpse of a knight. Amongst the many knight families, it is considered to be the upper middle grade. After the optimization of the breathing technique done by the AI chip, I'm afraid it might even be comparable to the secret scroll techniques of those smaller kingdoms. Leyland quietly pondered, and immediately said in an impatient manner, AI chip, transfer the optimized breathing technique to the memory zone. The AI chip duly carried out its orders and brought large amounts of images depicting the breathing technique back to Leyland's mind. After a few minutes of transfer, Leyland gently rubbed his head. I feel a little giddy, but this is a normal occurrence. Right now his brain was filled with large amounts of memories about the breathing technique and the many matching sequences of practiced experience. Compared to an average person, he did not have to go on the roundabout route. I did not feel it in my previous life, but in this world, the AI chip really gives me a huge advantage compared to an average person. Leyland mumbled on, with this AI chip's ability to simulate and analyze, I am able to obtain the same result as a person who has to go through 10 years of hard work and experience. I only have to do exactly what the AI chip has presented, and I will be able to do things in the most accurate manner. The breathing technique had many contradictions, and some of them required more than a verbal explanation to be understood. One had to go through the experience of training, and go along some complicated paths. Only then would they be able to gain enlightenment. But these things could all be avoided with the AI chip's analyzing abilities. I'll give it a try. Leyland thought, and his body laid on the floor in the shape of a cross. According to the suggestions on the breathing technique which was presented by the AI chip, there was no need to have any special actions to complement it, but just to find the most suitable and comfortable position. First, I must hold my breath for 65 seconds, then take 3 long and 1 short breaths. The duration and frequency must be. Leyland followed the description of the breathing technique and gradually entered a state of cultivation. He looked unconscious, his face was bright red and his temples throbbed as if carrying out some kind of exercise. As time passed, Leyland's face grew redder, and eventually, he began to perspire out some faint black-colored fluid. After he had maintained this process for over 20 minutes, Leyland opened both of his eyes and opened his mouth to exhale. Phew! A black-colored breath was exhaled just like this. Within his body, some cracking noises could be made out. Leyland stood up and moved his four limbs. His whole body was warm as if he had just undergone a vigorous exercise. AI chip, display my body's statistics. Leyland ordered. Leyland Farlier. Strength, 0.4 agility, 0.5 vitality, 0.4 state, mild injury. Leyland remained impassive, changed the method of display and moved the data back to 10 decimal points. Also, make comparisons with the data before the cultivation. With Leyland's orders, the image flickered, and the body statistics had shown 10 more decimal points. The last three numbers had not stopped changing. Beep. After comparison, undergoing the night training increases the host's strength by 0.005, agility by 0.006, and vitality by 0.004. The AI chip faithfully relayed the message. Amen. Because this was the first practice, the figures are still climbing up. Leyland analyzed and said, I've only cultivated for a bit over 20 minutes, but the data's increase is already rather considerable. With perseverance, it's just a matter of time before I have the stats of a black-robed man. Which is to say, those 10-odd black-robed men are all knights. Leyland thought indifferently, what a pity. According to my memory in the AI chip analysis, breathing techniques have cultivation limits. The Farlier family's breathing technique can only be practiced once a day. Additional practice will not only have no additional benefits but will even cause harm to the body. AI chip, are there any methods to let me increase the number of times I can practice the breathing technique? Leyland asked. Medicinal items are required as a supplement. The AI chip feedbacked. List all the necessary medicinal items. Quinoline element, Marco 21, magnesium dioxide. The AI chip listed a whole bunch of medicinal items, which were all from Leyland's previous life. Is it possible to substitute any of them with other medicinal items or herbs? This seemed to be an obviously impossible task, but Leyland furrowed his brows and asked anyway. A sample is needed to analyze the medicinal properties. As of now, the data is insufficient. The AI chip prompted. As long as there is a way, then it's all right. Leyland heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at his own body again. Because large amounts of sticky substance had been produced after the breathing technique training, his body felt very sticky, which was extremely uncomfortable to the touch. Leyland frowned, looks like I'll have to wash up first. He began to make his way out of the horse carriage. It was midnight by this hour, and the various young nobles were all sleeping soundly in the tent. Leyland quietly stepped out of the carriage and ran towards a small river that was nearby. Warning! A human is approaching. The AI chip prompted. Leyland pretended that he was oblivious, and continued his advances. What are you trying to do? A voice rang behind Leyland. So fast. Leyland's pupils shrank. I had already been aware, but I was still unable to discover that he had arrived behind me. If he has any bad intentions, then I definitely won't be able to resist in any way. On the surface, he still pretended to be scared out of his wits. Who? Leyland turned around his body to look back, seeing the black-robed man who had been distributing the rations earlier in the day. Leyland remembered his name to be Angelo. Hello. Sir Angelo. I feel that I'm a little dirty, and wanted to wash myself. Leyland's face was pale, as if he was frightened, and did not even have the capabilities to speak properly. Wash yourself? The black-robed man furrowed his brows and wrinkled his nose. He could indeed smell a stench coming from Leyland. Alright. It is rather dangerous here at night, especially for young nobles like you bunch. Return quickly after washing. The black-robed Angelo said. Not paying any more mind to Leyland, he turned around and walked towards the heart of the horse carriage, where his tent was. Thank you for your reminders, Sir Angelo. Leyland still said with a bow, no matter whether this man had hurt him or not. Always being careful had been part of his principles in life. After seeing Angelo leave completely, Leyland then strode forward and headed towards the small river. Angelo walked into his own tent and pulled down his mask, exposing his scarred face. The substance expelled from the body after practicing night breathing technique? What a nostalgic feeling. Looking at these young people reminds me of my inexperienced self from the past. What a pity, though, if I was also born of nobility, I wouldn't need to practice the night breathing technique. I had even risked being part of a Magus's experiment and ended up in this state. Angelo muttered. His shadow and the tents overlapped into one body, indifferentiable from each other. Along the way, Leyland casually plucked the wildflowers and plants and popped them into his mouth from time to time. I think that black-robed Angelo must have realized something. But it doesn't matter, a nobility practicing a passed-down night breathing technique is just a normal occurrence. Furthermore, he already has the physical qualities of a knight, so he definitely has his own breathing technique, and won't need to get mine. Besides, even if he wanted it, it wouldn't be a big deal. I can just write it down and give him a copy. Since there was such a large difference in strength, Leyland did not have any intention of protecting the secrets of the Farlier family. However, it seemed that Angelo did not even fancy the night breathing techniques from small noble families. Chewing a grass stalk in his mouth, there was a bitter taste to it. However, Leyland did not mind and even had some nostalgic feelings of back when he was little. The analysis is completed, no beneficial properties towards the host's body can be observed. The AI chip voice rang. Pooey. Leyland immediately spat out the grass stalk in his mouth and replaced it with another plant. Take down the shape and qualities of the plant earlier and save it. Now we will proceed with another round of analysis. Leyland commanded in his mind. The task is completed. Beginning to analyze the qualities. From this experiment, as the scene played out in his mind, Leyland could see very clearly the procedures of the AI chip. Beep. The experiment is completed. This unnamed plant has a mild paralysis effect. According to Leyland's memories, this is called the Trinite Grass AI chip. Rename to Trinite Grass and save it inside the database. Beep. Saving completed. Amen. This is red fruit, the taste is not bad. Leyland plucked a bunch of fruits on a pile of shrubs. These fruits were only the size of Leyland's thumb, and they had ripened on the top of a barbed vine. Their appearances were quite beautiful. Leyland carefully avoided the barbs and plucked one of the red fruits. He placed it into his mouth and bit down with a crisp noise. A sweet juice was squeezed out from the fruit, filling his mouth. The taste is the same as an apple's, just a tad sweeter. Leyland evaluated. AI chip. Analyze. Along the way, Leyland saved data about over 30 kinds of plants and herbs. Unfortunately, none of them were of any use to him. He arrived at the small river. The ear-piercing sounds of the trickling stream of water crashing against the rocks broke the silence of the night. AI chip. Scan the surroundings. Leyland commanded. Even if the black-robed Angelo hadn't warned him, he still had confidence in avoiding danger with the AI chip. Beep. The surrounded area has been scanned. There are no dangers within a radius of 20 li. The AI chip faithfully reported the message. Well, it's good that there is no danger. I don't want to run back to the camp midway through my washing. That will definitely make me the biggest laughingstock. Leyland muttered, and he took off his outer robes and underwear, entering the river naked. The icy cold river engulfed his body, refreshing him. This water is really cold. I am beginning to miss the water heater from my past life. Chapter 5, Crossblade. Crossblade. Ding! Two steel swords clashed, emitting a crisp sound. Leyland! You are still not my match, give it up. George used both hands and grabbed the hilt, and laughingly said, We aren't done yet. Leyland shouted, and his legs moved in a strange footwork, and once again initiated an attack. Ha! George swung the long sword in his hands, which brought a sinister rustling of the wind. The crossblade in Leyland's hand swept, and blocked George's attack. Good. Your parry posture is not bad. George praised loudly. Careful. My next attack will be on your left leg. Bring it on. Leyland made his preparations. Watch me. George swung the two-handed sword in his hands, and made a beautiful yet deadly arc towards him, sending it towards Leyland's right leg. Leyland retreated a step back, and blocked George's two-handed sword in midair with his crossblade. You definitely said the left leg, you didn't keep your word. Ha, this is called tactics. It is to test your agility. My dad has always taught me, if one doesn't know how to scheme, then one day he will surely be played to death by others. I only want to scheme, not to be the target of schemes. George laughed and said, and then pulled back his huge sword. No more. No more. You are getting better each and every time. I wouldn't be able to beat you after a few more days. Scratching his puzzled head, Leyland. My sword technique is passed down by a grand knight. I put in much effort, training with blood and sweat, so much so that my teacher said that my swordplay is better than the average knight. Yet, you who can fight me to a standstill, how could you have been beaten by Auron? These sword techniques were taught to me by my father when I was younger, unfortunately. I had forgotten it, and I'm currently trying to practice more in order to recall it. Leyland clenched his fists, and his face turned red. Once I have strength, I will definitely seek revenge viciously, and break Auron's legs. He looks like a hot-blooded youngster who was filled with determination after a setback. My dear Leyland, I believe in you. You will definitely fulfill your wish. George patted Leyland's shoulder. And with another look of pity, currently, with your ability, it is already sufficient to seek your revenge. After sparring, George had a rough understanding of Leyland's strength. Right now I can deal with one or two of them, but Auron has 5 members. Leyland was fretting over it. Actually, he was already confident in dealing with Auron and his gang, but without an excuse, how could he fool George into continuously practicing with him? Oh right, you mentioned Grand Knights earlier, what are they? Leyland remembered George's complaint earlier, and casually asked. You are talking about the Grand Knights? They are one realm higher than Knights. No matter where they go, they are considered a great existence. If one is lucky, a king might even be hospitable to them. And if one is willing to pledge loyalty, then they will definitely become a troop commander. Their physical body has been pushed to the extremes, and rumors has it that apart from the long-distance crossbow formation, even if a heavy cavalry troop were to charge at them, they won't be able to stop them from advancing. So powerful. Leyland muttered. A commander of a troop has the same status of an earl, and even Viscount John had to greet them if he saw one. A heavy cavalry troop is the peak of a troop's strength in this era of medieval weapons. Once they charged, even a smaller city's walls might fall. For a Grand Knight to actually be able to use merely their physical body to fight with them, how strong would they have to be? Looking at Leyland, who had a yearning expression on his face, George laughed out loud and consoled, You don't have to envy them. A Magus has an even more mysterious and stronger power compared to that of a knight. As long as you become a Magus acolyte, your status is comparable to that of a Grand Knight. And if you become an actual Magus, then congratulations, killing a Grand Knight is easier than stepping on an ant. The various kings from kingdoms will all want to strive to be first and fear to be last in stuffing their beautiful daughters on your bed. A Magus is that powerful? Leyland was skeptical. Then why are the black robes so cold to us, who have the possibility of turning into a Magus? They are not but knights. About this? I am not too sure, but a Magus's status is definitely very high. This was told to me by my father. I can swear it upon my Borenan family's reputation. George touched his nose and replied rather awkwardly. All right. It's not like I don't believe you. Leyland felt a little exasperated. Speaking within his heart, AI chip. Scan the person in front of me. Beep. Name, George Borenan. Strength, 1.9, Agility, 1.8, Vitality, 1. 9. Status, healthy. George's stats could not have been achieved just by standard training. According to him, he had trained with the knight's technique since he was young, and that was the reason he was able to achieve his current physique. Warriors who had started cultivating the night breathing technique and thus improved their physique, but had not been able to ignite their internal life energy yet, were commonly known as preparatory knights. George's physique could be considered at the peak standard even amongst these preparatory knights. This was also linked to his nobility status and being able to use large amounts of expensive medicine to assist in improving his body's physique. Alright, we have sufficient rest now, let us head back. I do not want to return too late and find those black robes staring coldly at me. George looked at his surroundings, and the bright moonlight coated the surrounding with a layer of silver color light. The tranquility of the night was occasionally interrupted by insect cries. Leyland did not wish to attract attention during the day as they were traveling, so he sneaked out to practice with George at night. Naturally, this did not escape the black robes, but after a few encounters, Leyland found their attitude to be extremely cold. As long as one did not wander too far away from the camp and cause trouble, they would not care about them. Just once more round, we'll head back, Leyland said. After this round, I'll return this crossblade to you. George was a little absent-minded, and then his eyes lit up. Are you finally done using it? Gus had been bothering me for it. In order to train in sword techniques, the first requirement would be to have a crossblade. As nobility, there were many youngsters that wore warriors' robes, with a sword attached to their waist. However, the previous Leyland did not do so, the reason being that it was too heavy, and it restricted his movements. Because he found it troublesome, the previous Leyland had traveled without even a dagger on him. This had caused Leyland now to be in the awkward situation where he was totally weaponless, without even a crossblade to practice with. For the sake of practicing, Leyland turned his attention to the first friend he saw when he woke up, George. Using threats of exposing their friendship, he had made George lend him a weapon and train with him. Thinking back when George's eyes had turned white and had an expression as though he has met with a bad friend, Leyland laughed uncontrollably. Your swordplay is improving at an extremely fast pace. But do you really not need the crossblade? George asked. I am rather familiar with Gus anyways, so even if I were to lend it to you for a little while longer, it's not a big deal. Thank you for your kind intentions. But I really do not need it. Leyland smiled as he rejected his offer. After this period of sparring, he had already seen through the secret technique of the Farlier's family. Furthermore, due to the AI chip, his swordplay would always remain at its peak state, so his skills will not go rusty due to not practicing the crossblade for a long time. Good, then we will fight one more match with the same rules. I will only use the same amount of strength as you will. As George said that, he picked up his big two-handed sword and walked towards the center of the patch of grass, his sword emitting a cold light as it reflected the moonlight. Leyland had also walked over. Come on. This time, I won't hold back. He had thought of an experiment and had sent out the invitation in order to carry it out. AI. Ship. Establish task. Analyze the opponent's strength and the surroundings to come up with the best plan to defeat him. Task establishing. Beginning analysis. Simulation results, host is unwounded, target loses his ability to fight. Please confirm on whether to turn on the vision aid? Turn it on. Upon Leyland's command, countless of blue lines appeared before his eyes that, as if turning the area into some sort of virtual world. According to the target's reactions, there is a 99.98% probability that the first attack will be the host's right arm. Most effective method of combating this: sidestep, jump slash. Following the voice of the AI chip, the blue rays of light in his retina had already formed an image of George, raising his sword and slashing towards Leyland's right arm. Ha! Watch the sword! George shouted, and as expected, he initiated the attack first, waving his two-handed sword. He charged over, the motion almost mirroring the projected image. Leyland's lips curled, and dodged the attack, and he raised both his hands along with the crossblade. Leaping up high, he viciously swung it down. Jumping slash. Damn! How did this happen? George cried strangely and ducked the crossblade with a roll on the floor. Leyland's crossblade struck onto the floor, which brought up some of the mud and small pieces of stones. George got up, a serious look on his face. He felt as if Leyland had predicted his attack, almost as if he had read his motions and knew them like the back of his palm. If you are not attacking, then I am going to counterattack, Leyland said smilingly. Bring it on. George stared nervously at Leyland. Leyland gripped his crossblade, took a step forward and pierced forward. Every action and movement had all been accurately performed as seen from a textbook. George made a blocking motion, but his body moved to the side instead, and as he dodged the pierce, he countered Leyland's attack with a slash of his own. The best way to react: left turn 50 degrees, horizontal slash. Following the AI chip instructions, Leyland dodged George's large sword, and sent a horizontal slash, almost slicing George as he slashed. The more they fought, the more perspiration formed on George's face. His every move and action had all been parried perfectly by Leyland, and his evading range had gradually decreased. I can't carry on like this any longer. I'll stake it all on this. George fiercely swung his large sword and sent it clashing with Leyland's. Bang! A piece of silver light flew out and directly pierced into the grass. It was the large sword in George's hands. The blade had not stopped quivering as it let out a wang-wang sound. In the sparring area, Leyland's crossblade sword had touched horizontally at George's waist. You've lost. Indeed. I lost. George muttered, and then immediately stared at Leyland. How did you do that? It is actually very simple. After training with you for a long time, I have already remembered the sequence of your movements. Leyland withdrew his sword and bowed smilingly. The sequence of my movements? George repeated. Yes, to put it in a simple way, everyone has a habit when they strike. As long as you can remember them, then it will be easy to arrange a trap according to the enemy's habits. I have used the same trick on you. Phew. George exhaled out a long breath. I understand now. And then looking at Leyland momentarily, as if he was looking at a monster, your gift in sword technique is absolutely the best that I have ever seen. If you are not chosen to be a Magus acolyte, I will definitely recommend you to go to a kingdom's capital's Imperial Knight Institute. Chapter 6, Disagreement. Disagreement. Imperial Knight Institute, huh? Leyland knew that the Imperial Knight Institute was the best Knights Institute in the Serad Kingdom where George had come from. Not only were they recruiting nobilities, the entry requirements were also extremely high. It was said that only geniuses would be accepted. Sword techniques are only my hobby, but being a Magus is my lifelong dream. A knight's strength may be great, but it was still comprehensible by Leyland's standards, not exceeding the boundaries. However, the Magi from rumors were able to manipulate the elements, including lightning and thunder. They also attained a great longevity. A Magus's greatness obviously exceeded the boundaries of a human, and Leyland could not even imagine it. Furthermore, every Magus is a scholar filled with knowledge. Magi had strict attitudes towards experimenting with the secular world. They tried to study the laws of nature in order to achieve a massive amount of power to use for themselves. This lifestyle was more compatible with Leyland's previous life as a scientist. Yes. Even if it is a Grand Knight, they can only be the servant of a formal Magus. The strength a Magus holds is something that is impossible for us to imagine. George's face turned serious and spoke the words in a sing-song tone. Why is it that no matter what words you say, I get the feeling that they were spoken by a bard? Leyland rolled his eyes a little. Ha ha. The reason I became like this is because my father sent me to court to undergo training for nobles. George resumed his previous state. Suddenly blinking his eyes, he said mischievously, Leyland, you don't have a fiancé, right? Why don't I introduce my sister Molly to you? She is a beauty that is known far and wide. Scram. Under the moonlight, the two youths left the grasslands as they fooled around. Good night, George. Good night, Leyland. After Leyland handed the crossblade to George and bid him farewell, he returned to the carriage. The dimly lit carriage had only him inside. The interior of the carriage let off a very faint odor. The stench was a mixture of rot and sweat. Because of this, many noble youths refused to stay in the carriage any longer than necessary. Once they got to pit stops, they would escape to the grass fields outside like little wild horses coming out to play. The concept of relationships in this world was very open-minded, all the more so for nobility. With the strong perception ability of the AI chip, Leyland had discovered many affectionate couples around, which had led him to seek an even further location for him to train. Using his supervision eyesight to look at the wild battle scene, Leyland's heart burned in rage as this had made him recall the former memories of the spoilt brat. Who would have thought? After changing into a youngster's body, even my desires have increased, Leyland smiled bitterly. Calming his emotions, AI chip, show me my body's statistics. Leyland Farlier. Strength, 1.5, Agility, 1.6, Vitality, 1.4, Status, Healthy. It had been over a month since he first began practicing the night breathing technique. Right now, Leyland's body state had not only caught up to his peers of the same age but had also surpassed some. Against George, he had concealed his true strength, which had caused George to gauge his strength wrongly. Not bad. I should proceed with today's cultivation. Leyland settled into a good posture and entered the state of cultivation. This was his homework every day. According to the AI chip's instruction, after training at night, he should cultivate in the breathing technique again to have the best effects. After 20-odd minutes had passed, Leyland was completely drenched in his perspiration, but the amount of black impurities that had flowed out were clearly less than before. Phew! Leyland opened his eyes and looked at his body. He said in slight exasperation, the breathing technique's effect is reducing, which is logical. According to the AI chip's estimation, Farlier family's breathing technique, even after optimizing, will completely lose effect by the times I've enhanced my body's statistics to 2. This is the realm of preparatory nights. After this, I must use my own power, as well as the external stimulations from near-death experiences, to attempt exciting the life energy. Only then will I be able to improve again. Thinking up to here, Leyland took out a yellow-colored fruit out from his pocket. There were some black spots on its surface, making it look quite horrifying. Leyland directly placed it in his mouth, and then picked out a root of a herb, munching them together. Beep. The host's body is slowly recovering from fatigue. It is possible to carry on with another round of the night breathing technique. The AI chip's voice rang. That's great. These herbal concoctions had been created by Leyland over the past month from countless experiments using the AI chip. It could reduce his fatigue and increase the number of times he could cultivate in the breathing technique daily. With the addition of a few more body-strengthening medicine, the quality of Leyland's physical body had improved at an extremely fast pace. Again! Leyland once again entered the state for the breathing technique. During the past month, the traveling party had already passed several small kingdoms. Eventually, they had completely entered the wilderness. There were very few people in the wilderness. It was only a desolate stretch of sand, with fresh markings from vicious beasts and horse-mounted bandits. Ever since the traveling party had first entered the area, they had already encountered danger several times. Although nobody had died, Leyland's sense of crisis had slowly grown stronger. He could not wait to quench his thirst for power. When the rays of dawn shone brightly, the traveling party once again resumed its journey. Leyland sat alone in a corner with his arms crossed in front of his chest. The youths around him had all avoided him with disgust, allowing him to have quite a bit of space. I don't know what method Bisita used. The people in the carriage are still isolating me. If it were a regular youngster, this would have most likely driven them crazy ages ago. It's just too bad that they met me instead. Leyland contentedly stretched his back. He had trained late into the night yesterday, which had made him extremely exhausted. This empty space was sufficient for him to rest for a while. However, this world sure is huge. The traveling party has been traveling for half a year, but they still have not reached their destination yet. We haven't seen the ocean yet either. As Leyland thought, he entered slumber with half-closed eyes. Ding-ling-ling. At this time, the traveling party had already stopped. The black-robed man shook the bell in his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get off the carriage to have lunch. It's that time again? Leyland opened his eyes. This kind of lifestyle is really boring. After alighting the carriage and receiving his own portion of food, Leyland chewed on a piece of white bread as he walked towards the grassy area beside the campsite. He had already used up the previously gathered substitute herbs, so he was preparing to restock. As he walked, he casually observed the surrounding plants. This is a jade root fruit. There are already files of it in the database. It is useless to me. Amen. Salmon grass. This is a kind of plant that can only be found in the wilderness. It can be harvested. Leyland plucked a dirty, brown-colored stalk of grass. There were extremely sharp thorns on the grass's sides. Leyland carefully broke the blade in half and used his fingers to dab at the jade-colored liquid that had been constantly flowing out from the grass. An expression of disappointment appeared on his face as he placed his fingers in his mouth. I found it, flowerless snake fruit. Leyland threw the salmon grass on the ground. As he casually walked over, he noticed, through the corner of his eye, the same yellow-colored fruit that he had eaten yesterday, growing on a shrubbery. His face expressed happiness. Hee. What's this I see? Leyland. Should I be saying as expected from a minor noble of the village? Are you actually eating wild fruits on the roadside? You have really tarnished the reputation of the nobilities. Just after Leyland had plucked the flowerless snake fruit and placed it into his pocket, an annoying voice was heard. Is that Auron? Leyland raised his head and saw the murderer who had killed the previous host of this body. Auron had fiery red-colored hair, and there were ripped muscles all over his body. His arms were as thick as Leyland's thighs. He currently had his arms crossed in front of his chest as he smiled mockingly at Leyland. There were a few nobility youths at his side, which had all coordinated to jest at him. AI. Chip, scan their statistics. Scan complete. Ori, Strength, 1.7, Agility, 1.2, Vitality, 1.5, Status, Healthy. The AI chip feedbacked. Looking at the data in front of his eyes, Auron's strength wasn't bad. His strength was almost as strong as two adult men. It was no wonder that he had been able to fatally injure the previous Leyland. As a child of nobility, as long as they are able to endure sufferings and persevere in their training daily, coupled with the breathing technique, it is not strange to achieve such results. The nobles who were beside Auron were not that strong, most of them were below 1. Leyland had even seen a pale-faced youth whose stats ranged about 0.5, giving a run for the money for the previous Leyland. Mentally calculating the stats, Auron's strength did not differ much from his. But his sword technique and moves definitely couldn't rival Leyland's, as he had the help of the AI chip. As for the rest of the youths, they were only there to increase their numbers. The disparity between his stats and theirs was too huge. It would be extremely easy to deal with them, like an adult bullying a child. "Is there a problem?" Leyland asked, his voice calm. Leyland's reaction had obviously exceeded Auron's expectations. He actually had no fury or fear, and that made him speechless. "If it was the previous matter regarding Basita, haven't I already apologized before?" "Basita has also forgiven me," Leyland added. At the same time, his heart began to race. This could be a probe sent out by Basita. After enduring for a whole month, had she finally been unable to endure any longer? That's right. It's because of Basita. She has forgiven you, but I haven't. Auron spoke loudly, his hands tightly clenched into fists. All right. Then what do you want? Leyland spread out his hands, as if helpless. However, there was a glint of mockery deep in his eyes. Auron hadn't imagined that Leyland would be so submissive, and struggled for a long time before spluttering, "You have to make an oath to never bother Basita again in the future." All right. Leyland agreed immediately, and even placed his right hand on the crest pinned to his chest. The crest had a crossblade and a picture of a skylark on it, which was the emblem of the Farlier family. "With my honor as a member of the Farlier family, I swear that I will never bother Basita ever again on my own accord." Using a family's reputation to make a vow was the most serious oath a noble could take. Those who had gone back on their words would meet with the disdain of all nobles. "So, Mr. Auron, can I leave now?" Leyland bowed slightly, with perfect noble's etiquette. "Hold on." It had not occurred to Auron that Leyland would show no resistance, and at this point, his eyes contained an avaricious glint. "According to the noble's conduct, you still have to compensate. Hand over all the magic crystals that you have." Magic crystals? The surrounding onlookers gasped in surprise. Magic crystals? Leyland repeated. According to his memory, the magic crystals were a kind of currency between magi. They were items of necessity for acolytes with no credentials to enter the academy. Leyland did not know the exact amount required to enter an academy because he did not have even a single magic crystal on him. Viscount John had tried several methods to obtain magic crystals. However, he was unable to get even one. From this, one could see just how precious magic crystals were. Chapter 7: Extortion. Extortion. Leyland had been avoiding meaningless fights. In his opinion, the fun of winning against others couldn't be compared to the fun of enhancing his strength through cultivation. Moreover, there's no hatred between him and Auron. He probably even needed to thank him for heavily injuring the original Leyland, which had given him a chance for rebirth. Leyland was a practical person. To him, face was never more important than reasoning. Even using the honor of his family to swear wasn't the slightest loss for him. However, Auron's request after that had touched the bottom line. You can't do that. Those black-robed lords won't let you off." Leyland tightly grabbed onto the sack on his hands with a frantic expression. Why would those black robes barge into our matters? Don't forget, you were beaten half dead by me previously, and no one had paid it any mind. Auron clenched his fist, and clear cracking sounds could be heard from his bones. "If you don't want me to break your bones one by one, immediately hand the magic crystals over." As Auron drew closer, his large frame engulfed Leyland within his shadow. Leyland observed his surroundings. This location was already quite far from the camp. Around him were only some lackeys that had been brought by Auron. They were all looking at them as if they were viewing a show. "Don't bother looking, no one will come to save you." Auron grinned. "Really? That's best then." Leyland suddenly laughed. His silhouette flashed. When Leyland reappeared, he was already behind Auren. Perfect, I can take revenge for that day's incident. A fierce kick was thrown out. Carrying intense wind, it kicked into Auren's waist area. Auren felt an intense force coming from Leyland's leg, sending his body into the air. Bang! Auren fell to the ground, severe pain coming from his waist which made his eyes turn slightly red. You dared. You dared. You actually dared to hurt me. You're dead. I will hang you. Auren ferociously stood up, rays of bloodthirsty and savage light shooting out of his eyes. This is the advantage of having a good constitution? Seeing that the kick that he used 50% of his strength for did nothing much to Auren, Leyland's pupils shrank. Ha! Auren waved his fist around like a violent black bear. Leyland flashed sideways, dodging Auren's fist. When Auren's fist landed on the small tree behind, it actually left a deep dent. A strength of 1.7 is indeed not a trivial matter. Such a heavy punch. Even with my constitution, I can't withstand more than a few punches, Leyland swiftly thought. I chip. Simulate the best method to defeat him. Beep. Task established. Starting assist mode. A voice came from the I chip. Its powerful calculation ability instantly came up with the best solution. Duck. Task established. Initiating assist mode. The I chip prompted. Leyland immediately crouched down, dodging the roaring Auren's tackle. A flaw appeared in enemy's defense. Most effective attacking location, armpit. The I chip's voice sounded. Leyland's figure continuously flashed, dodging Auren's attacks while also getting closer. Do you know? Although your strength is powerful, you're not agile enough. This is the disadvantage of your body shape. As Leyland could still speak when he's attacking, it showed that he was still holding back. Is this still the Leyland from before? Why has he become so much more powerful? The surrounding youths all opened their mouths in shock. Under everyone's expressions of disbelief, Leyland threw out a punch. It hit Auren's armpit with his entire strength. Auren, who had suffered the attack, fell onto the ground with a pained expression, and couldn't get up for a long time. Leyland's full strength was at least 1.5 and wasn't very different from Auren's. Furthermore, the place that he had hit was also the weak spot. Auren fell onto the ground, his eyes bloodshot as he growled, "You're dead for sure. My family will not let you off." Oh. Really? Leyland remained indifferent towards Auren's threat, and even gave Auren a kick in his lower abdomen. Auren curled himself up, like a cooked prawn. Leyland squatted down, looked at Auren with a face full of smiles. "Since you won't let me off anyways, do you think that it would be better if I just made the first move and killed you?" At that moment, Leyland's smile at Auren looked like the devil's. He's not joking, he really dares to take action. Auren saw the killing intent in Leyland's eyes. Suddenly, he felt as though he was being stared at by a tiger. The anger within his head completely vanished and was replaced with fear. "Mr. Leyland! Lord Leyland! You can't do that. I have the Dorland family behind me. If you kill me, you'll get yourself in trouble." "Then do you admit your wrongs?" Leyland issued a ridiculing question. "I admit my wrongs. I apologize. Sorry." Under the threat of death, Auren succumbed quickly. "Very good, I accept your apology. In addition, according to the law of nobility, I have the rights to request for compensation," Leyland said smilingly, which gave Auren a bad feeling. "As compensation, hand all the magic crystals you have with you." Leyland smilingly said those words of extortion. "Oh. No. You can't do this. Do you know how many people have been sacrificed for my family to obtain these magic crystals?" Auren struggled to protest. "Sometimes, it's just a simple multiple choice question in the world. Now, it's your turn. My dear Auron, life or magic crystals, choose one. Leyland didn't seem to have any reaction to Auron's begging. Instead, he stepped on Auron's face, gradually increasing the amount of force he exerted. The boots stepping on Auron's face sent his head further and further into the ground, giving a suffocating feeling. After a few minutes, Leyland released some of the pressure. So? Have you thought through it properly? Pwah! Auron inhaled the fresh air in big mouthfuls. His face was now covered with mud and footprints, making him look hilarious. However, none of the surrounding youths dared to smile. One of the youths slowly began to retreat, wanting to leave this place. Leyland picked up a pebble, wind estimation completed. Shooting orbit adjusted. Whoosh! The pebble hit the escaping youth's leg, sending him sprawling on the ground. Auron, see that? Don't bother waiting for reinforcements, furthermore, don't try to challenge my patience. Leyland looked at the surrounding youths. Those who had Leyland's gaze sweep past them all lowered their heads, their bodies trembling. Okay. I can give you the magic crystals. But I left them in the carriage. Follow me back to get them. Auron said in surrender. Magic crystals are so important. You don't bring them with you, but leave them at the carriage? Are you treating me like a fool? Such childish lies naturally couldn't get past Leyland. It seems like you haven't had enough. A ray of fierceness flashed across Leyland's eyes. He grabbed onto Auron's arm and suddenly gave it a snap. Crack! Ear-piercing sounds of fracture could be heard, followed by Auron's miserable scream. If you still refuse to speak the truth, I'll break your other arm. No! 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 You can't do this, the black-robed lord won't let you off. Auron clutched onto his arm, rolling on the ground. Ha, why would those black robes barge into our matters? Did you forget that I was beaten half dead by you previously, and no one paid any mind to it? Leyland coldly smiled, sending Auron's words back to him. Seems like you're really yearning for death. Leyland was just about to go up and take action. Wait. Wait. Fine. I'll give you the magic crystals, but you have to swear that you will not take revenge on me anymore. Auron shouted with a pale face as he saw Leyland approaching him. Okay. I swear with the honor of my Farlier family. Leyland answered. Auron's face turned green. Struggling to a half-seated position on the ground, he took out a golden-colored pouch from his bosom and tossed it at Leyland. All my magic crystals are here. Leyland took it and gave it a look. This was a palm-sized pouch made with gold and silver threads. In the center of it was a picture of an eagle and a shield, surrounded by many plants. It appeared to be a family symbol. Leyland opened the pouch and saw over dozens of black-colored crystals quietly lying there. Beep. Discovered an unknown energy source. The AI chip alerted. So, can it be used? Leyland had an excited expression on his face. Searching the database, information insufficient. The method of usage not found. Alert! An energy source with unknown radiation. Recommendation: the host's body to strengthen defense. So it's like this? Leyland inwardly thought, then turned to Auron and asked, which academy are you going to? Wetland Gardens. Auron had an ugly expression on his face. Wetland Gardens. I've heard before that the entry fee is 10 magic crystals, right? Correct. Where did you hear it from? Auron was a little surprised. Leyland faintly smiled, looking a little mysterious. He had never heard of any wetland gardens before and was only bluffing Auron since most of the school fees were basically all in rounded figures. It wasn't a big deal if he guessed it wrongly anyway. Okay. I'll return it to you. Leyland took out 3 magic crystals from the pouch and tossed the pouch with the magic crystals back at Auron. These 3 magic crystals will be my compensation. Although he could take all the magic crystal now, Leyland is still unsure of the attitudes of the black and white robes on this matter. He also doesn't want to use himself to test out their bottom lines. Thus, he left Auron the sufficient amount of magic crystals for the entry fee. That way, even if they quibbled about it, Leyland had an excuse. Thank you. Auron's facial expression turned a lot better. If he were to lose all of these magic crystals and wasn't unable to enter the academy, he really didn't know how he'd face his family. Rest assured, I won't take your magic crystals. Leyland raised his head and looked at the surrounding nobles, who all had their hands tightly clenched into fists. Seeing this, Leyland couldn't help shaking his head. Thank you, Lord Leyland. Hearing Leyland's assurance, the other youths all felt relieved and immediately bowed. But I want to request other compensation. Leyland looked at a youth, the one that tried to escape but had been knocked down. The crossblade at your waist looks pretty nice. Leyland looked at the youth, who looked a little frightened. Leyland then pointed to the crossblade at the youth's waist. Having heard the hint, the youth hastily replied, Lord, you can have it. Ha ha. I won't hold back then. Leyland took the crossblade from the youth. After gauging its weight, he nodded his head in satisfaction. As a noble sword, the quality of this crossed sword was excellent. The hilt of the sword was decorated with beautiful flower patterns to prevent it from slipping from the hand. The scabbard was made from the skin of sharks, giving it a luxurious feeling. Chapter 8, Alliance. Alliance. So the method of distinguishing time is very similar to the past. Leyland thought inwardly to himself as he messed around with the crystal pocket watch in his hand. The surface of the crystal pocket watch had fine workmanship, with 24 small frames inside. Each frame represented an hour. Not only did he extort a weapon from Auron's lackeys, but also spoils of war worth thousands of gold coin. This pocket watch was contributed by a small fatty. As for the revenge from their family, the Dorlan family that Auron belonged to was from the Bourbon Kingdom, which was a few kingdoms away from Viscount John's territory. Furthermore, the relationships between the two kingdoms were already in a state of hostility. Not to mention the time it took to become a Magus was at least a few years, and even sending letters back and forth would also take at least a few years. Leyland only gave it a little thought before throwing the matters between him and Auron's family to the back of his head. This time, I've really made a profit. Furthermore, the magic crystals are the currency among magi, so they are very useful for acolytes. Leyland took out a magic crystal and flipped it around in his palm. It emitted a steady, cold feeling. According to the calculation of the AI chip, although this magic crystal had some slight radiation, the effect it had towards the body seemed to be positive. It could enhance the body's vitality. But ever since the news about me defeating Auron spread, everyone's attitude towards me has changed. Should I say that this is a world that respects the strong? It had already been 2 days since the previous incident, and the battle results with Auron had spread among the nobility teenagers. Especially the scene of him breaking Auron's arm while smiling, it had become the nightmare of those teenagers present. When Auron returned, he immediately hid in his carriage and tended to his injuries. As for those nobility teenagers, they trembled the moment they saw Leyland and quickly ran away. Hi! Leyland, do you want to play together? A nobility girl from the same carriage came over and asked. She wore nobility attire, wearing something similar to stockings in Leyland's previous life on her long legs, giving off an alluring charm. The custom of this world was to respect the strong. Now, Leyland felt that the atmosphere in the carriage was much better, and the others didn't try to go against him either. Moreover, several other nobility girls also extended invitations to him. This girl was in the same carriage with him. Her name is Lilith. Thanks. But I have friends coming. Leyland said apologetically. Ooh. I must have been interrupting. I'll invite you later on, Jasmine and a few others are also interested in you." The long-legged girl tenderly smiled, raised her skirt, and made a noble's greeting, extending a tempting invitation. Girls nowadays are really maturing early. Leyland bitterly smiled in his heart. "Ah, what did I just see? How many times has our young master Leyland been invited by girls?" An exaggerated voice came. "How can I be compared to you? Satin Gold Mane Lion, your great name has spread among the female circles in the entire carriage." Leyland rolled his eyes. "Didn't you want to avoid me so as to not be isolated from everyone? Are you no longer afraid of that?" Leyland looked at George, who was the approaching. "You're the hot topic in the camp now. Many girls have interest towards you. That Lilith earlier wasn't bad either. I can guarantee you that if you just put your heart into it, you'll be able to take her down in 3 days." George laughed. "Furthermore, I have to congratulate you on your successful revenge." With a wave of his hand, a glass bottle drew an arc in the air and was caught by Leyland. Opening the oaken stopper, a fruity aroma mixed with a tinge of alcohol drifted out, causing Leyland to subconsciously take a deep breath. "Apple wine. I haven't drank much of this in these few months." "Correct. Furthermore, it's a speciality from our federation. It wasn't easy for me to have kept it hidden till now." George opened the wine bottle in his hand. "To our Leyland. Cheers." "Cheers." Leyland smiled. Wine bottles knocked onto each other and emitted a clear sound. "Also, thank you," Leyland said sincerely. George had the strength of a preparatory knight, and with his leadership status amongst this bunch of nobility youths, if he had taken any slight action earlier on, he could have easily settled Auron. However, he cared about Leyland's emotions and only helped Leyland increase his strength secretly. Besides that, he had hidden their relationship so that Auron would provoke Leyland without any second thoughts. Finally, he helped Leyland complete his revenge. This protected his pride as a noble very well. From this, Leyland could see his meticulousness and his ability to take care of others' feelings. This is no longer about winning the hearts of people, but about using sincerity to move them. I should say that it's really worthy of Satin Gold Mane Lion's family, leader of the Furs Alliance. Leyland thought inwardly. No need for thanks. We're all members of the Furs Alliance. How could I have turned a blind eye at you being bullied by those northerners? George laughed, downing all of his apple wine in one gulp. Pity. Now that we're deeper and deeper into the wilderness, we haven't been passing by any large cities for a long time now. Even supplies are hard to find. George seemed to have recalled the taste of the apple wine and had some regret. Right. We're going to organize a barbecue banquet. It'll be for our Furs Alliance. Do you want to join? George extended an invitation. Of course. It'd be my pleasure. Leyland smiled and responded. With his identity as a noble from the Furs Alliance, he could only join this circle. At times when one's strength was still weak, joining circles was also a method to protect one's safety. It was deep in the night. The sky was filled with shining stars, pulling a silver veil over the ground. Inside the camp, groups of young men and girls all sat together, circling the campfire as they laughed and messed around. It was very lively. After a few months of living together, they had gotten closer to one another. Come, Leyland, I'll introduce the both of you to each other. This is Yarfuan, Viscount Normier's descendant. Nice to meet you. I've heard lots about you trashing Auron. Yarfuan stretched his hand out as he smiled. Nice to meet you. A genuine smile was drawn on Leyland's face as he shakes Yarfuan's hand. These are the sisters, Gwen and Gwyleth. They are your admirers. George led Leyland in a circle around the campfire, introducing him. Nice to meet you, Mr. Leyland. The sisters looked exactly the same. They each had a pair of glittering aquamarine eyes, identical voices, and some red blush on their faces. Nice to meet you, beautiful ladies. It's an honor to meet you. Leyland placed his hand on his chest and did a noble's greeting. Seeing the two girls blushing as they ran, George looked like he was about to faint. Brat! You're blessed. The two of them seem to be interested in you. They are twins. Twins! George's hands were dancing around as he said this, with some heartache. Okay. I believe that in a time when supplies are starting to decline, you should have another purpose to organizing this banquet, and not just simply to search for lovers. Leyland said. As for his personal needs, he was still able to restrain them. Although he didn't mind letting them out, that also depended on the location. It's good that you're able to see this point, George said. The smiling expression on his face disappeared and was replaced with a leader's presence. He strode to the center of the area and banged the silver spoon in his hand. Ladies and gentlemen. Sorry to bother you for a while, but please shift your gazes over here. George's prestige was still rather high among this group of people. The surrounding crowd all stopped what they were doing and shifted their gazes to the center. Firstly, I would like to welcome a new comrade joining us. He's Leyland, George announced in a loud voice and clapped. Pa pa pa. An intense, wave-like clapping sound could be heard from the surroundings. Leyland got up and made a greeting towards the surroundings. Okay. George waved his hand, stopping the clappings, and continued, I set up this small alliance to guarantee that every single acolyte from our first alliance would safely reach the academy and become a well-respected Lord Magus. And now, fellow comrades, trouble has arisen and it is time for us to work together. George's expression turned a little solemn, and even his tone was grave. Being infected by him, the surrounding atmosphere also became a little quiet. Only George's voice still echoed in the air. We are nearly out of the wilderness and are about to enter the Great Plains of Death. This is the last stage of our journey, and also the most dangerous part. Great Plains of Death? Leyland was surprised, and immediately searched through his original memories. According to the memories in the A.I chip, the current continent that Leyland was in was very vast, filled with many kingdoms and without a united name. Originally, the first alliance that Leyland joined belonged to the southeast corner of the continent. They seemed to be one of the first batches of students. The traveling party had headed north, passing through many dukedoms and kingdoms, and now already reached the north side of the continent. After passing through the wilderness, there was a long patch of narrow plains. Opposite the plains was rumored to be an ocean. And this piece of plains was filled with all sorts of dangers, and had always been a restricted zone for humans. Rumor was that the plains were filled with all sorts of beasts, even the most ferocious bandits didn't dare to enter the plains. Every part of the plains was filled with corpses of mercenaries, adventurers, and travelers. Right now, the Magus acolyte-filled traveling party was about to pass through this Great Plains of Death, to the coastline. With the protection of the black-robed and white-robed lords, we'll definitely be able to pass through it. A fat boy said as the crowd went into an uproar. Correct. With the protection of the Lord Magi and Knights, our possibility of passing through here is rather high. But when those lords are unable to manage, we will encounter death. It could be me, it could be you. Do you want to experience such an outcome? George asked. Definitely not. The fat boy shouted as his face turned red and sat back down. Correct. Our motive is to reach the Magus Academy opposite the ocean and to become well-respected magi. But the cruel screening will begin now. According to the information that my father obtained, there will be large amounts of death in the Great Plains of Death in every single Magus traveling party. George went on, revealing a small part of cruelty. What should be done? Lots of young men and women panicked, and they looked at George with ashen faces, hoping that he would have a plan. Chapter 9, Entering the Plains. Chapter 9, Entering the Plains. Of course, the reason we formed this alliance was for that purpose. George stated loudly. We've already discussed this with the other traveling parties. We will swap positions with them so that our first alliance can occupy a few carriages that are close to each other. We've also gotten the permission from the Black Robes. Furthermore, us noble males will take turns being guards to protect the carriages. Of course, this is with the caveat that we are merely assisting the Black Robe Knights. As for the beautiful ladies, the logistics and cleaning duties will be up to you. As for the weapons, you guys also do not have to worry. We've already made our preparations and even got hold of a crossbow. George called out his plans. The youths of the Alliance all began talking amongst themselves, and after some discussion, most were in favor of this plan. Okay, we agree. As for the position of the captain of the guards, it was inevitable that George would take that position. Striking while the iron was hot, George began to hand out some missions. The feast continued afterward, but it was clear to see that most of the enthusiasm in the crowd had long since been lost. Originally I had planned on giving you a crossblade, but it seems there is no longer any need now. George held up his cup as he walked towards Leyland, pointing at the sword hilt fastened at his waist. Is it true that every single time a Magus troop enters the Great Plains, there are many deaths? Leyland asked. Of course, the best case scenario is that only 1 or 2 will die, but there have been times where at least 10 have perished. George shrugged his shoulders. Otherwise, why else would I spend so much money and energy in order to establish an alliance that would be dissolved when we reach the coastline? Wherever you plant a seed, there will be some form of profit to be had. Leyland laughed. No matter what, as long as everyone grouped together, then their odds of survival would increase. And any of the surviving acolytes would definitely hold some goodwill towards George and his family. As long as one of these acolytes were to become a Magus, then the returns would be great. But even if there were no survivors, it wasn't a big loss to him either way, right? Aside from your swordsmanship, your intelligence has really impressed me. George's eyes sparkled. The things I did were all things that my father told me to. Well then, are you willing to help me? George extended his hand. As you wish. Leyland laughed, linking his hand to George's. Leyland's reply to George's request wasn't an impulsive one. In fact, he had made this decision after careful deliberation. With regards to the hidden dangers in the plains, he wasn't very knowledgeable about it. So joining hands by cooperating would be a decent proposal. Ho-oo! The cold wind descended upon the group and hit them in the face like knife blades. With each breath drawn, Leyland could smell the fragrant smell of grass. It's already been 15 days since we've entered the Great Plains of Death. Looking back at the carriages, Leyland could see some traces of damage on it, causing him to feel quite gloomy. The marks on the carriages were 3 different lines linked into one as if it was created by a single claw. The Great Plains of Death have dangers that even normal humans or even preparatory knights would have trouble with. After entering the plains, although the black and white robe lords had increased the number of patrols, and for the acolytes to band together, there had still been some casualties. The marks on the carriages had been caused by a pack of plain direwolves. The very moment they had arrived, the carriages had suffered a siege. Although there hadn't been any deaths, the pack of plain direwolves had nearly pushed over the carriages and damaged it, giving Leyland a deep impression of them. From that moment onwards, the students didn't dare to camp outside and all tried to sleep in the carriages. But even with that, there had still been some casualties. Leyland's face grew dark. Although the black-robed knights were guarding them, some of the youngsters still needed to go out to take care of their bodily needs. Alas, within the danger-filled Great Plains of Death, that meant danger. One youth had been bitten by a poisonous insect the very moment he stepped off the carriage and died. According to the calculations of the AI chip, the poison of the insect would corrode the brain within 13 seconds. There was not enough time for medical help, and even the few white-robed Magus could only watch the youngster die. After that incident, the students would get off the carriage only when absolutely necessary. However, due to the small size of the carriage and the sheer number of people squeezed inside, the smell within was certainly unpleasant. For the price of helping the black-robed knights drive a carriage, Leyland was given the chance to get some fresh air. Although being on the outside of the carriage seemed to be more dangerous, with the black-robed knight right next to him, it was actually much safer. As for the carriage driving skill, Leyland only had to listen to the black-robed knight for a short amount of time while the AI chip recorded everything. It's getting dark. Everyone gather within the carriages to rest. A voice called out from the front, causing every single carriage to stop. Not only was traveling at night dangerous, but it meant the horses did not have time to rest, which could lead to their deaths, and cause even more troubles. Your carriage driving skills are quite good. The black-robed knight looked at Leyland and spoke softly. Thank you for your praise. Leyland nodded. Returning to the inside of the carriage, a fierce smell hit his nose the moment he opened the door. Leyland's eyebrows creased together, but seeing the stupefied looks on the students' faces, he could only sigh to himself secretly. Ever since the first casualty, none of the youths had a happy look. Instead, there was a mournful atmosphere. This was another reason why Leyland did not like staying inside the carriage at all. Leyland, you're back. A small freckled youngster forced out a smile as he greeted him. Yeah. Leyland sat down and looked around before taking a piece of flatbread to gnaw on. The dry piece of flatbread was chewed up inside his mouth, feeling as if he was chewing on sand. Despite its taste, Leyland managed to swallow the bread with great difficulty, but in doing so, he felt a sudden pain in his throat, prompting him to hurriedly take out his canteen and chug down a large amount of water. After he finally finished the entire piece of bread, he heaved a sigh of relief. After entering the Great Plains of Death, supplies were hard to come by. Even though the students had some gold coins, there were no merchants around. So in this situation, the gold coins were not much better than mere stones. Leyland, what's the situation like? Just how many more days until we're out of this damned plains? After Leyland had finished eating, the freckled youth asked him a question. His words were clearly what everyone wanted to know the answer, and drew everyone's attention as they turned to look towards Leyland. While driving the carriage, I talked with the black-robed knight. We've already traveled half the distance, so if everything goes well from here, we'll reach the coastlines in another half a month. Good God, there's still half a month more? What terrible days these are, I can't even stand another single day in this place. The freckled youth began to pull at his hair as he complained. Hey, cheer up, Casa. As long as you can take these 15 days, then you'll reach the coastlines. Delicious fruits, fluffy bread, not to mention a comfortable bed and a warm bathroom, all of it is waiting for you. Even as a youngster tried to cheer Casa up, the words seemed to be trying to cheer himself up even more than Casa. Dawn. A rhythmic pattern could be heard as the doors to the carriage opened, revealing George. In his armor and carrying his long sword, George looked like a handsome knight. Hey, gentlemen. Ladies. Break time is here. If you need to loosen up a bit, just come outside. If you don't, then please stay inside. After all, the outside is quite dangerous. The carriage grew restless before a few red-faced girls looked at each other in the eye and walked out of the carriage. Leyland shrugged his shoulders before grabbing his crossblade. Let's go. As a member of the guards, he needed to protect these ladies. Even though all he could do was to maintain his vigilance and call out for the black-robed knight to come help them if any trouble arose. I won't go down this time. Casa spoke out from the side as he shivered. Fine then. Leyland gestured to the rest to follow him out the carriage. Landing softly on the grass, Leyland couldn't help but to stretch comfortably outside. A beautiful scenery stretched far beyond what his eye could see. If it weren't for the amount of danger in here, Leyland would have loved this sight. How beautiful. George spoke out as he watched the setting sun. How beautiful indeed, but also dangerous. Leyland muttered. There's danger everywhere, my friend. Sickness, famine, war, the world is filled with dangers like these. To us, this area is a threat to our lives, but to the white-robed Magus, this is nothing more than like the garden back home. George clenched at his sword. Are you trying to say that as long as you have strength, then you can obtain both freedom and safety? Exactly. Take a look at Casa, he has already lost his courage. On this road to power, he is lacking the spirit to face danger. Even if he were to safely arrive at the Magus Academy, it is unlikely that he can become a Magus. After all, studying magic is a treacherous path that is 100 times more difficult than this plane. George threw a rock far into the plains. It's time to protect our beautiful treasures now. Seeing George walk away, Leyland had a smile on his face. Courage? But for those chasing the truth, prudence is also a necessity. A.I chip. Initialize scanning. Leyland thought. Following the order, a three-dimensional scenery began to visualize within Leyland's head, showing off the vicinity of the nearby area. Within the light blue geographical image, a cluster of white stars. These stars symbolized the students, not a single one of them seemed to be hurt. As for the black-robed knight, he was a flashing red light. After the A.I chip's analysis, it had recognized him as an existence that could threaten his host. The final few carriages had the white-robed Magus within. Leyland didn't dare to try to use his A.I chip to scan it in case its energy was detected and caused troubles for him. Not too long after, every single nearby source of danger appeared within Leyland's mind. Even if it's a poisonous insect, they won't be able to escape the A.I chip's scan. As of right now, this area is safe. This was a guarantee that Leyland could make. Although he was a member of the Guard, he would never do anything to put himself in harm's way. With the A.I chip, he had a firm grasp of everything happening in a 20-li radius, and this would be the biggest guarantee to their safety. Chapter 10, Direwolf Pack. Direwolf Pack. Perfect. I've used up all the flowerless snake fruits again, and I can take this chance to gather some more. But I'm not sure if the plains even have this type of plant. Leyland thought to himself as he gradually walked further from the party. A.I chip. Check my body's stats. Beep. Leyland Farlier. Strength, 1.6, Agility, 1.7, Vitality, 1.5, Status, Healthy. A.I chip transmitted back the information. There isn't much improvement, only around 0.1. Leyland furrowed his brows. Ever since everyone started resting in the carriage, I can no longer find a suitable place to cultivate the breathing techniques. Furthermore, the effects of the medicines are decreasing. According to the calculations, the optimized crossblade breathing technique should allow me to increase my basic physical stats to 1.9 before hitting the limit. After that, I can only improve after stimulating my inner life energy and becoming a knight. Leyland kept watch on the girl from the Furs Alliance from afar, as he also kept an eye out for useful herbs and materials. After a long time, he finally looked up in disappointment. It is as I had feared. The conditions are too different, and the flowerless snake fruits are not able to survive on these grassy plains. I can't even find any suitable substitute herbs. Hey! Leyland! It's time to get on the carriage. George's loud shout came from the distance. Got it! Wandering afar by himself was not only attention-drawing but also very dangerous. As such, Leyland could only give up on his plan and return to the horse carriage. Warning! Warning! Dangerous creatures are approaching. Just at that moment, the A.I chip's mechanical voice sounded out, and red warning words appeared in front of Leyland's eyes, attracting his attention instantly. Quick! Show the map now. Leyland's facial expression did not change, but he hastened his movement, reaching the limits of his body, and his right hand grasped his crossblade firmly. On the virtual map that was projected in front of his eyes, there was a large group of red dots closing in on their group of carriages. The dots were slowly encircling and surrounding them. Beep. According to the databanks, these dangerous lifeforms have a 97.8% similarity to direwolves. Direwolves. Leyland's eyes narrowed as he recalled the data that had been collected earlier. Dire wolf, a kind of wolf inhabiting the Great Plains of Death. Savage and cruel, they mostly hunt in packs. Their strength is estimated to be around 2 to 3, agility around 3 to 4, and vitality around 3 to 4. Such strength, they are definitely not creatures that I, a mere knight in training, can handle. Leyland's footsteps hastened once more, and he rushed towards George, saying in a low tone, "We have company. Trouble is afoot." George looked around at the surrounding crowd and saw that most of the students were still minding their own business. He quickly retrieved his water bottle in order to hide their actions. "What's the situation?" "A pack of direwolves. I noticed their tracks," Leyland said quickly and urgently. "I got it." George drank a few gulps of water, then gave out a few simple hand signals. The youths from their team who had been chosen as escorts were momentarily startled, but they still remembered their pre-designated hand signals. Instantly, they all got moving, pushing the younger girls ahead, and whispering into their ears. The entire process was done swiftly and silently. Although some of the other Magus apprentices also noticed something was wrong and followed their retreat, most of them were still oblivious. Sometimes, when danger arose, the only thing you needed to do was to ensure that you ran faster than your companions. "Let's go." Seeing that most of the members of their alliance had successfully retreated, George and Leyland quickly followed suit. "Leyland, you're unexpectedly even good at scouting," George said in a low voice to Leyland. After all, they had spent quite some time and were familiar with each other, and he knew that Leyland would not lie to him about something like that. Although the members of the Furs Alliance were quiet and retreating in an orderly manner to refrain from alarming the rest, some of the other acolytes were very discerning, and they quickly joined in the retreat. Bang bang! A loud piercing gong sounded out. The Lord Magus has sensed danger. All acolytes are to retreat back to the horse carriages. One of the black-robed men's voice sounded out, thundering in all the acolytes' ears. The acolytes who were resting on the grass were all stunned into silence, before they all swarmed into motion, fleeing crazily for the horse carriages. "No need for hiding anymore. Let's run!" George shouted as he drew his sword. By now, all the members of the Furs Alliance had been alerted, and were already quite a distance, and the fastest amongst them had already reached the horse carriages. "Awoo!" At this moment, a long and drawn-out howl sounded out, filled with ruthless bloodlust. All around, the wolf howl sounded. Since the prey had discovered their stealth attack, they would just charge forth. Streak after streak of black shadowy wolves charged after the fleeing acolytes. They were about 2 to 3 meters long, and their speeds were such that a shimmering black afterimage followed them. A dire wolf pack. One of the acolytes at the back cried out in despair. Just as he cried out, a black shadow pounced onto her, the large impact causing this young girl to fall to the ground. In the next instant, the merciless huge jaw filled with sharp teeth bit down viciously, tearing out her throat as she died with a despairing look on her face. Some of the fleeing acolytes were attracted by the cries and turned their heads to look before they cried out in alarm as they witnessed the grisly sight and hastened their pace. Another young girl whose face was full of tears was running and shouting, "Mummy! Mummy! I want my mummy!" These pitiful youngsters, they are already beginning to lose it? By now, Leyland had already reached the horse carriages, and could see the entire scene in front of him. Swoosh swoosh. Right at this point in time, 7 dark shadows dashed out from the horse carriages, each wielding a huge sword the size of a man, which slashed through the air as they charged towards the dire wolf pack. It's the black-robed knights. They're attacking. Leyland thought to himself. These direwolf stats are about 3 each on average and are very similar to the knights. However, humans have the ability to use weapons, along with their intelligence. Furthermore, the knights should have secret skills which can greatly raise their potential and allow them to burst forth with greater power when necessary. If it's 1 versus 1 or even 1 versus 3, these direwolves will definitely not be a match for the knights. However, with the current numbers, Leyland had a worried look on his face as he looked at the several hundred red dots encircling them. Previously, even with just nearly 100 direwolves, they managed to get to the horse carriages, and even damaged some of the carriages. With these several hundred direwolves, perhaps today we will finally see those mysterious magi show their abilities. PSH. One of the black-robed knights waved his immense blade, weaving a bright silver light in the air as he cleaved a direwolf right into two. Ha ha! The knight licked the blood from his lips, looking extremely ferocious. Come on, my little precious. Thank you, sir. The little girl who was saved kept thanking him repeatedly, the tears still on her cheeks. This was the girl who had been calling out for her mother earlier. Are you an idiot? Get back now. The knight's head did not even turn as he charged forth towards the direwolves. Only then did the little girl seem to reawaken to the reality of the situation, and ran back to the horse carriage. Hurry! Arrange the horse carriages in a circle to use as a defensive formation. The girls should stay behind while the boys take up your swords and set up a defensive perimeter. The black-robed knight who remained at the campsite shouted out. All right. George was the first to shout out a reply, jumping up onto one of the carriages to direct the alliance members. It's time to fight for our lives. Leyland grasped the crossblade in his hands and muttered to himself. Looking at the scene before him, he noticed that the members of the Furs Alliance had the least losses due to his timely warning. Besides a few who had tripped while running and sustained minor injuries, there were no deaths or major injuries. In contrast, many of the other acolytes had been killed or injured. For example, he had discovered that Auron's little party was now missing 2 youths, while the remaining few had all sustained some form of injuries. It seemed like they had been just lucky enough to escape with their lives. All right. We've rescued all the ones who can be rescued. Angelo's body was covered with blood as he returned to the defensive formation, and he immediately saw Leyland, who was grasping a crossblade with both hands and was in a battle-ready stance. Aren't you afraid? The black-robed knight asked. At this time, being afraid won't be of any help, right? Leyland replied. His hands tightened around his sword. After all, even in his past life, such a bloody scene was not common. Ha ha! These direwolves are cunning and intelligent. As long as we let them know that we're not an easy target and that they will sustain many losses to kill us, they will definitely run away. Angelo said passively. Although he did not know if the knight was just trying to comfort him, Leyland breathed an obvious sigh of relief. Oh! The few acolytes that had fallen earlier had perished by now, and with the scent of blood in the air, the direwolves went berserk and charged savagely towards the horse carriages. Here they come! Everyone be careful. We will try our best to protect you, but there are only so many of us and we will definitely miss some. At that point, you will have to fight for your lives. Angelo's loud voice rang out, as he waved his huge sword, standing in the front lines together with the other knights. Kill! The knights shouted out loud, and Leyland could see a faint light shining around their large swords. As the huge blade cleaved down, the direwolf charging in front had a hole torn in its chest, causing it to roll back as blood sprayed into the air. For a time, the dozen or so black figures stood like an immovable fortress, blocking the direwolves. We should fight as well. We need to help the knights and reduce their load. George walked up to Leyland and said. Yes, if this continues for long, the knights will grow too exhausted to fight, and all of us will be in trouble. Leyland nodded in agreement. Under George's leadership, all the men took up their swords and followed behind the knights, attacking the ferocious dire wolf pack from the side. Oh! The dire wolf howls were unceasing, and Leyland was currently facing a 2-meter-long huge dire wolf. As the dire wolf continued snarling, Leyland could smell the stench from it. I chip. Scan the battlefield and determine the most efficient method of killing. Task established. Begin simulation. Begin assist mode. A light flashed in front of Leyland's eyes, and a panoramic, 3D image appeared before him. The dire wolf facing him finally launched an attack, and a gleaming claw specked with blood slashed towards Leyland, bringing along a hot wave of air. Host is under attack. Most efficient method of dealing with it, use the crossblade to block it with a 50-degree angle to the right, then pierce. Ha! Leyland shouted out as he circulated the breathing technique, concentrating his strength in his arm muscles as he followed the instructions, sweeping his sword to the right and striking the claw away. Bang! Leyland felt a shock travel up his arm from the immense impact, making him feel as though he had struck a thick piece of metal. This direwolf's strength is much higher than mine. If I keep doing that, I will be exhausted too quickly. I'll need to finish this fight quickly. Chapter 11, Cross/Slash. Cross/Slash. Leyland was shocked by its strength after using his sword to strike away the direwolf's claw. The crossblade drew a brilliant arc immediately afterwards, following the path calculated by the AI chip. He pierced out towards the direwolf opposing him. Piercing attack. The crossblade technique was a secret technique passed down through the Farlier family, and the key point was to use a powerful centrifugal force to strike at the enemy. At that moment, Leyland used his waist to exert power. The crossblade in his hands whistled as it pierced through the air and slammed towards the direwolf. PSH. Leyland felt the crossblade pierce through its flesh, and it seemed as though the crossblade in his hands was firmly stuck in the direwolf. The sheer impact of the blow caused him to tremble, and he tried to retract the crossblade. Leyland yanked his hands backwards. The crossblade was pulled out violently, causing fresh blood to gush out wildly. The direwolf opposing him screamed miserably. It turned out that Leyland's sword attack earlier had just happened to pierce into the direwolf's foreleg, its weakness. The direwolf hopped backwards in retreat, and one claw seemed to have already been rendered useless. Seeing the direwolf escaping, Leyland's eyes flashed once, but he didn't pursue it. Most of the pressure has been taken on by the black-robed knights. If I run out of the defensive perimeter to chase it, that would be tantamount to me committing suicide. Anyways, an injured direwolf will not be able to attack us again. It'll probably die after a while, or end up as its companion's meal. Well done. George praised loudly from close by. At this moment, George also had traces of blood on his body. His attack posture was confident and elegant, and it looked as if he was performing rather than killing. However, he still carried an unparalleled level of strength. He was actually going up against two direwolves and was still not at a disadvantage. The secret sword techniques passed down through noble families really aren't ordinary. Leyland thought casually before he once again directed his gaze towards the dire wolf pack in front of him. The tragic fighting between man and direwolf continued on for half an hour. The sun slowly set, and darkness descended upon the grass plains. At the moment, the eyes of the direwolves were giving off an aquamarine glow. The entire campground had an eerie feel as it seemed to be surrounded by a crowd of aquamarine eyes. Leyland gasped for breath. He now looked as if he had been fished out of a pool of blood. His face was still covered with it, but he lacked the time to even wipe it off. Even with the AI chip allowing him to use the most efficient methods to kill or injure the direwolves, he still felt heavily drained from the effort. If even I'm like this, there's no need to speak about the other acolytes. Only the black-robed knights still have energy to spare, but even they will probably be unable to last much longer. In this situation, why haven't the white-robed magi acted yet? Leyland glanced over and saw that there was an empty space amidst the female acolytes at the center of the campsite. 3 white-robed people were sitting there, giving off chilling auras. None of the surrounding acolytes dared to be within 3 meters of them. As for the direwolves surrounding the defensive ring, they had already lost 1/3 of their number. However, the number of defending acolytes at the front line had also greatly decreased. Most had been injured and were under the care of the girls behind. If I was the direwolf king, the current losses would be enough to make me give up. There should be one final wave of vicious attacks remaining. Leyland's sword flickered as it cut the leg of a direwolf. At the same time, he took the opportunity to pull out several berries. He tossed them into his mouth and chewed twice before swallowing. These were the useful plants he had collected along the journey. They could quickly replenish the body's energy, but he was running out of them. A woo-woo. Shrill wolf calls sounded, but this time, they carried a different meaning. The dire wolf pack became more frenzied as it heard the wolf calls. It charged forward without any regard for their lives. It's here, the final wave. Leyland's eyes shifted. He brandished the crossblade in his hand as he advanced. Bang! Leyland felt a great force run through his hand, and the crossblade almost flew out of his hands. The direwolves before us seemed to be 2 times bigger than the others. Leyland relaxed the muscles in his numbed arm. AI chip, scan the direwolves in front of me. Direwolves. Strength, 2.3 agility, 4.1 vitality, 3.1. Description: in a direwolf pack, there will always be those whose bodies are significantly larger than those of the same race. These will be chosen to be the bodyguards for the head of the wolves. They usually have greater strength than the others of the same race, and at the same time, undying loyalty to the head of the wolves. This was a paragraph that the previous bratty Leyland had read from a random atlas at some point, and it was now retrieved by the AI chip. How amazing! Looks like the head of the direwolves is also making a big investment this time. Leyland thought, before going forward to tussle with the huge direwolves again. He had been a scientist in the previous world, and had thought that he was no longer hot-blooded. But now, being in this primitive society and killing the dire wolf pack made Leyland feel as if something had aroused in his body, making his blood boil. This is unlike the peace in my previous world. These beast-like instincts are needed for a being's survival. Leyland realized. Ha ha. Come. Come. Leyland had already trained the breathing technique passed down in his family to a very profound level. Now, he only needed the enlightenment gained from killing in order to stimulate his life force and become a true knight. Kill. Leyland's eyes had a hint of red to them as he began to fight madly with the direwolf. At this moment in time, he finally let go completely. In every sword stroke, he vented the dread of his death in the previous world and the unease of entering a foreign world. Ha! Leyland's eyes flashed as he fought the direwolf, seemingly having comprehended something. The crossblade in his hands hacked downwards, bringing a silver light with it. As it slashed towards the ground, Leyland's body twisted, and strength was exerted from his powerful waist muscles. With the great centrifugal force of the crossblade, he made another horizontal slash. The crossblade itself seemed to be releasing a dim light. The 2 slashes seemed to fuse together, forming a radiant cross. Crossblade technique, secret killing move cross slash. A killing move was something that had the essence of several killing techniques inside, using a profound skill level to raise one's killing ability. Although it couldn't compare to the knight's secret skills that increased all stats, preparatory knights who possessed a killing move could still threaten a true knight with life force. The crossblade viciously slashed the direwolf's body and opened a large wound in the shape of a cross. The direwolf whined as fresh blood sprayed out continuously. Now! Leyland's eyes shone as he charged forward. Advance! Jump slash! The crossblade swung past, and the direwolf's huge head was sent flying. The surrounding direwolves jumped in fright, and the attack slowed down. Even the surrounding black-robed knights looked over in shock. Leyland felt a sense of contentment as he stepped on the giant direwolf's head, and he couldn't help but roar. Ho! I've already vented, so it's time to retreat. After roaring, Leyland didn't choose to go forward to kill again but instead turned around to return to the defensive perimeter. This allowed a well-rested defender to take over his position. I'm not an idiot. The killing move just now was too exhausting, and I've already vented out all the negative emotions in my heart. I should save some strength for self-protection. Leyland received a bottle from a girl with trembling hands and began to drink with big gulps. By drinking water, he managed to conceal his eyes, which were exuding intelligence. I have killed the highest number of direwolves besides the black robes. With this, no one can force me to enter the battlefield again. Next, I must maintain my strength, and witness the white robe's actions at the same time. Based on the collected figures, the AI chip calculated that there was a 98% chance of a slip-up by the Black Robes. The dire wolf pack would thus break through the perimeter, and casualties would appear among the acolytes. At that point, no matter how much the white-robed magi wanted to stay out of this, they would have to act. A woo-woo. With the non-stop howling from the head direwolf hidden amidst the direwolf pack, the direwolf pack's charge became more aggressive. The ones that appeared now were the giant bodyguard direwolves. The throat of the frontmost acolyte was torn out, and he toppled over. We can't wait any longer. Activate your secret skills. The Black Robe Angelo shouted. At that moment, the Black Robes released crackling sounds as their muscles continuously expanded. At first glance, their overgrown muscles made them look like small giants. It's appeared. The secret skills of the knights. Leyland's eyes didn't blink. AI. Chip, collect data. Beep. Task established, data collection in progress. Knight secret skill, strength type, after activation, vitality, strength and defense increase, agility decreases. In the middle of data collection for circulation path of life energy, 43% recorded. Remaining information insufficient, unable to analyze. Looking at the screen in front of his eyes, Leyland felt some regret. I still can't understand how the life force of knights is activated. But if I have a knight-level guinea pig to dissect, then I might just be able to understand. As for the Blackrobe Knights who had activated their secret skills, not only did their muscle strengths increase, their defenses seemed to have increased as well. The giant bodyguard direwolves still needed to be avoided, but the knights used the giant sword to hack at the forehead of the normal direwolves despite being cut by their claws. But with the increase in giant bodyguard direwolves, a direwolf had finally managed to slip through a gap and charge into the crowd of acolytes. Ah! Save me! Daddy! Mummy! I don't want to die yet. The sound of various cries and screams resounded through the air and the campsite turned into utter chaos. In the end, they're just a bunch of 13 and 14-year-old kids. Leyland sighed. A woo-woo. As if by chain reaction, another giant direwolf broke through their defenses, landing within the area occupied by the Furs Alliance. Leyland! Come and kill it with me. George's neck was wrapped up in gauze. It wasn't known which noble family's young lady wrapped it. Not only was it thickly wrapped up, it was even knotted in a bow, the sight making Leyland want to laugh out loud. No need. Give me the crossbow. This? George removed the crossbow from his back and passed it to Leyland. I'm afraid there's no use. These mongrels have thick skin and flesh. If you can't hit their weak points, oh. God. Damn it. Chapter 12, Taking Action. Taking action. Calculation of wind speed and temperature in progress. Calculation of trajectory complete. Following the A.I chip's calculated trajectory, Leyland pulled the trigger of the crossbow. Whoosh! The powerful crossbow bolt flew out, and the strong recoil caused Leyland's arm to feel slightly numb. Pooh! The crossbow arrow entered through the left eye of the direwolf and exited out of its right eye. The direwolf howled twice, crumpling to the floor. The advantage I have with the A.I chip in this kind of high-accuracy work is really too great. A crossbow isn't like a bow, all you have to do is aim and pull the trigger. It's so convenient. Leyland compared the differences between him swinging around the crossblade before and using the crossbow. It looks like I'm more suited towards long-distance attacks. This is also much safer. It's just that I still have no idea how to activate the life force of knights. Could it be that experiencing a really tough battle is required? Leyland hadn't used a crossbow earlier. The first reason for this was to vent. The second was to make an attempt at activating the life force of knights. Unfortunately, he possessed the A.I chip as one of his cards and had never been forced into a desperate life or death situation. Naturally, he was unable to experience the feeling of the life force that was activated in a desperate situation. Leyland. Good job. George only responded now, and he patted Leyland on the shoulder. From today onwards, this crossbow is yours. Thanks then. Leyland smiled. Even if George hadn't said anything, he would still have tried to obtain the crossbow. Oh. Leyland. Leyland has killed direwolves, Lord Leyland. Lord Leyland. Quickly save us. At this point, more direwolves charged into the campsite, and students cried out towards Leyland. With the benefit of George's prior preparations, the losses on their side had been the least. With George and Leyland, these two experts who were preparatory knights, it was considered the safest place apart from the area around the white robes. Who? Auron sucked in huge breaths as he used a sword to block a direwolf that was leaping forward. A huge force was transmitted over, causing the crossblade in his hands to fly away. I am the successor of my house. I still haven't enjoyed a lot of things. How could I die here? Auron roared. Of his surrounding comrades, 2 had already died. Among the remaining people, if they weren't dead, then they had already escaped. At this moment, shouts of Lord Leyland could be heard, causing his eyes to shine. That's right. The First Alliance still has strength, and Leyland was so impressive just now. He can definitely save me. Auron didn't hesitate anymore and began to run in that direction. Leyland! Lord Leyland! Save me! Well. Leyland readied the crossbow, hearing the sound and taking a look. It's Auron after all. The current Auron looked embarrassing. Not only had the crossblade been dropped, his whole body carried wounds and he was being closely pursued by a direwolf. It's a pity. You've looked for the wrong person. Did you really think I would be so magnanimous? Leyland's mouth formed a grin. With the white-robed magi here, I don't dare to take my chances and secretly kill someone. But if it's only not being able to save them in time, no one will have a reason to find trouble over that. Leyland looked at Auron, showing a brilliant smile. He'll save me. Definitely. Auron saw Leyland smile, and his heart relaxed. He continuously encouraged himself, increasing his running speed. Oh. No. At that moment, Auron despairingly saw Leyland shoot the crossbow, dealing with a direwolf on another side. How could you do this? Auron's mind went blank for a moment and he tripped on a rock, falling onto the ground. The direwolf behind him shot forward. Its teeth bit down and blood began to flow non-stop. Thanks. On the other side, the girl saved by Leyland ran to him to thank him. Thank you. No need for thanks. Leyland smiled. On the other side, Lilith looked at Leyland with her face red and lowered her head. There was a whistling sound, and George looked at Lilith, directing a "you understand" gaze towards Leyland. The situation is already like this, but your personality hasn't changed, George. Even if I fall into the abyss of death, you can't stop the yearning I have for beautiful romances. George used the tone of a martyr, speaking as if he was unafraid of death. You won't die, the white robes are about to make their move. Leyland rolled his eyes. Even though the field was in chaos, the giant direwolves seemed to have an amazing sixth sense. They had never bothered the 3 white-robed magi, forming a strange circle. And amidst the noise, Leyland could still use the 5 senses that were strengthened by the AI chip to catch the conversation between the white-robed magi. Perhaps they themselves had not even concealed it. Crow. Are we still not making our move? The acolytes have too many casualties, and that will lower our rating. A woman's voice sounded. Relax. Relax. I've been counting. Up until now, 10 have died so far. The limit hasn't been passed yet. A slightly cynical voice traveled over. It was a man's voice. But it's still reaching the limit, act quickly. I still need to determine the stability model for this technique. Damn it. The negative energy here is simply too high. It's simply impossible to complete the construction of the Tokerwari. Then I'll do it. The white-robed man who hadn't spoken before stood up. These mysterious magi. The mysterious people rumored to be able to manipulate the forces of nature. Leyland's eyes stared at the white-robed man. All of you stupid and lowly beasts, you actually dare to bother the rest of the venerated Lord Magi. Only death can be your eternal home. Mazurda, Karachi. With the chanting sounds of the white-robed man, Leyland's ears heard the Ada chip madly sounding out. Alert! Alert! Discovered radiation source. Discovered negative energy field. Suggestion for host to immediately evacuate far away. The bright red words were so obvious, but Leyland wasn't frightened into retreating at all. He only repeatedly recalled the chanting of the white-robed man. This doesn't seem to be the language used on the continent, but an ancient one instead. It seems like quite the tongue twister. Do magi use this kind of language to chant? And as the white-robed man stood up, the surrounding direwolves retreated, as if they had met some kind of natural enemy. Secondary energy fireball. After the chant was completed, a floating fireball appeared in the man's hand out of nowhere. According to the calculations of Leyland's chip, this fireball was at least 1,000 degrees and was actually causing the surrounding space to distort faintly. The fireball left a blazing trail and landed on the direwolf's heart. Boom! Not good. Quickly crouch down. Leyland shouted loudly. Unfortunately, it was already too late. It didn't matter whether it was the acolytes or the direwolves in the surroundings, everyone was sent toppling over. A loud explosion resounded, bringing with it a wave of heat. Puff! Pooey pooey! Leyland got up from the ground, hurriedly spitting out the soil and grass in his mouth. At this moment, he was covered in dirt, and looked like a person who had just crawled out of a muddy pit. According to the chip's calculations, that area should have been where the head of the direwolves was positioned. SSSSS, Leyland climbed onto the horse carriage. He looked in the direction of the area attacked by the Magus just now and couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. He could only see that where the fireball landed, there was now an additional pit of fire that was 3 meters in length and width, and 2 meters deep. As for the direwolves in that area, they had already become burnt charcoal. The direwolves whimpered, before quickly escaping. He has the body of a human, and is able to attack to this extent. This is the strength of a Magus? Leyland looked at the white-robed Magus, eyes burning with passion. The strength of a Magus. I must obtain it. Quickly. Clean up the battlefield. The white-robed man said, ignoring the fervent gazes of the surrounding acolytes. He returned to his original place, where the 2 other magi were. When he passed by Auron's corpse, he stopped. He took a small golden pouch from Auron's bosom and placed it in his own bosom. This seems to be the bag Auron used to store magic crystals. Leyland's pupils shrank. Evaluation. Boundary. Magic crystals. Leyland's mind raced. It looks like these magi received a task, which was why they helped escort us, acolytes. It seems there was a death count quota that would have lowered their evaluation and decreased their rewards if they had passed it. And it seems that I had slightly underestimated the value of magic crystals before. These white-robed magi let the acolytes die, most likely because they had planned to take away the magic crystals of the dead acolytes. Luckily, now that the dead acolytes have reached the danger limit already, we'll be safer from here on. After thinking it through clearly, Leyland's face turned ashen. This is the world of magi? Logical to the point of cold-bloodedness. Cold to the point of apathy. Everyone, quickly pack up so we can continue our journey. The smell of blood here will attract other predators. The black-robed knight Angelo took off the outer clothes that had been torn due to the activation of the secret skill. The sweat on his face flowed nonstop, and he was gasping for air, looking slightly weakened. Leyland's eyes flashed with light. it looks like a price needs to be paid to activate the secret skill for knights. Hey! Leyland, look! Just as Leyland was about to enter the carriage, George snuck over and surreptitiously pointed to the side. On another black-colored horse carriage, Visita was hugging her legs as she sat. Her shoulder had bloody marks on it, and she looked like she had just gone through a crying session. Auren has always been Visita's #1 flower guardian. Now that that group is almost completely dead, Visita's situation isn't looking very good. George said next to Leyland's ear, with an expression that implied that Leyland's chance had come. I've already lost interest in her. Anyway, we're in such danger, can't you control your lower half a little? Leyland didn't really know what to say. He pointed to George's collar, and on those clothes were marks from a girl's lipstick. He really didn't know when this beast had been able to fool around. My brother, it's only in this kind of dangerous moment that we preparatory knights can show our might. And girls will always show goodwill towards the man who saved them. This is the most basic of techniques. George took out something that was similar to a handkerchief from his bosom, smugly showing his harvest. Can you see? Just today, I've already won the goodwill of 3 ladies. Yeah. Leyland had nothing to say. When thinking of his playboy past, it seems that the previous Leyland always used force when he met a girl he liked, seriously. Alright, it's time to set off. Leyland saw the black-robed knights gather the acolyte corpses together. They took out several magic crystals and passed them to the white-robed magi, before hurriedly changing the topic. Chapter 13, Arrival. Arrival. The Great Plains of Death is indeed a place no ordinary person can cross. Leyland sat in the carriage as his body constantly jolted up and down. The tiny window opened as a golden ray of sunshine peeked in, giving the interior of the carriage a trace of liveliness. It had already been over 10 days since the attack of the Plains direwolves pack. During these 10 days, the traveling party encountered an increasing amount of danger as they ventured deeper into the plains. Only now did Leyland find out that the Plains direwolves were merely at the bottom of the food chain. There were still many more cunning and vicious predators above them. On the way, Leyland saw several animal colonies whose numbers were not inferior to that of the dire wolf pack from before. Besides the Plains direwolves, there were flocks of huge blackbirds that were several meters tall and even enormous monsters, dozens of meters long, which looked like saber-toothed tigers, except their bodies were like tiny mountains. Just their aura alone caused Leyland to feel suffocated. Fortunately, the deaths of the apprentices seemed to have reached the limit and the white-robed magi had started to act. Not only did they set up magical defensive arrays on the carriages, they also directly stepped forward to disperse the animal groups that attacked. Through these measures, a large number of casualties was prevented. The most dangerous time was when they confronted the monster that was dozens of meters long. Thankfully, that small mountain-like monster seemed to possess some intelligence and knew that the white-robed magi were not to be trifled with. It quickly left after a short confrontation and did not unleash any attacks, causing everyone in the traveling party to sigh in relief. It's time. Leyland took out his pocket watch and looked at the clock hand. It had already reached the 3 o'clock position. He stood up and opened the front door of the carriage. A moist breeze blew towards him, bringing a salty smell with it. It smelled very fresh and clean, and Leyland could not help but deeply breath in a few times before seating himself beside Angelo. Good afternoon. Sir Angelo. Good afternoon. Such a courteous noble gentleman. Angelo did not turn as he directly handed over the horsewhip and reins to Leyland. Good timing, I need to rest for a while. Leyland chuckled as he received the horsewhip and skillfully urged on the carriage. Angelo leaned to one side as he unclasped a bottle at his waist. When he opened it, a strong alcohol smell floated out, and as he lowered his head to take a gulp, his eyes narrowed in joy. We are about to reach our destination. Based on the fact that you've helped me drive the carriage for a month, I can answer 2 of your questions. Leyland was just enjoying the view on both sides when he heard Angelo's voice sound out. All right. Leyland lightly smiled. He had specially tried to get into Angelo's good books, and this was one of the reasons why he had done so. Then my first question is, what will there be at our destination? Some temporary tents set up by the various Magus academies. Over there, all of you can freely choose an academy to join based on your interests and also undergo an even more accurate aptitude test. Angelo looked a little impatient as he answered, "These things will be explained by the great Magi when we arrive. Don't waste your opportunity." An accurate aptitude test? Leyland was stunned. Soon after, he recalled that they had only managed to identify his talent in magic initially before being sent onto the carriage by the Viscount. As for how good his talent was in comparison to others, he did not have the slightest inkling. Temporary tents set up by the Magus academies? Looks like this is similar to the school recruitments of my previous world. I wonder what the requirements are. Leyland silently thought to himself. Alright then. My second question. In your heart, what is a Magus? Leyland asked his second question. A Magus? They control enormous power and pursue the truth, with an equivalent exchange as their doctrine. Brat, don't daydream of obtaining any free benefits from a Magus, or else the flames of desire will gush out from the abyss and punish your soul. Angelo's face twitched as if he had thought of an unfortunate event, while his voice became extremely low. Pursuit of truth, equivalent exchange? I like it. The corners of Leyland's mouth formed a smile. After answering, Angelo seemed to have lost all interest in talking. He ferociously chugged down 2 mouthfuls of the potent alcohol as he lowered his head and closed his eyes. 10 minutes later, the sounds of snoring could be heard. Leyland dully gazed at the scenery to his front. Although the plains were very beautiful, after a whole month of looking at the same things, he now felt like throwing up at the sight of it. This is... As the carriage continued to advance, the green in the distance became less and less. In place of it was a vast blue, and wave after wave of strong winds. We've finally arrived, the Death Beach. The sleeping Angelo opened his eyes and looked at Leyland. We've reached our destination. As they neared the sea, a small town-like place appeared at the end of his line of sight. Numerous tents of various shapes and sizes stood together, and they formed a huge camp. Surrounding them were dozens of carriages similar to the one Leyland was driving. And what numbered the most were acolytes of similar ages as them, around 13 to 14 years old, each and every one of them carrying looks of curiosity on their faces. Leyland did a rough estimate and counted that there were at least hundreds of them, filling up the entire camp. From time to time, some acolytes walked out from the tents, many different expressions adorning their faces. All right. Ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the intermediate stop of our traveling destination, the Death Beach. You will all decide on your future academy here, and then return back to your respective academies with your teachers to practice magic. The horse carriage halted, and 3 white robes came out and gathered the acolytes. Then the leader crow began speaking. Now, follow me into the campgrounds, and choose an academy. Remember, you may check on all the various academies, but once you have signed a contract to join one, you must not renege. Anyone who disobeys will be hung to death at the gate of the camp. Crow's frosty words made the acolytes' hearts turn cold. Ha ha! Crow! You guys are pretty late today. A voice sounded, and a fatty walked out from the campgrounds. He too was wearing a white robe, and he greeted, "Don't scare these adorable newbies. There were some difficulties along the way." Crow explained. All right. Newbies. Now follow me into the camp. Fatty spoke with Crow and the others for a while more, then turned his head and shouted to Leyland and the rest. You guys can call me Jevon, of the beautiful Enya Ivory Ring Tower. Trust me, if you are to choose an academy, the Enya Ivory Ring Tower is definitely your best choice. Jevon said as he brought the acolytes into the camp. Once they entered, various sounds traveled into their ears, reminding Leyland of the marketplaces in his previous world. As for Crow and the other 2 white robes, they seemed to have something else to do, and they soon left the group. The surroundings were bustling with activity, mostly due to acolytes just like them. Some of them had gathered in a circle, while there were others who were entering or exiting the tents. Jeban brought Leylin and the rest, a total of 40-odd people, into the middle of the campgrounds. Here was a large tent of pure white color, and there were still strange flower patterns on the outside of it. They seemed like both ornaments, and yet resembled writing as well. Leylin could not help but look at it closely. AI chip. Begin scan. Beep. Forming image. The AI chip sent the information, but in the constructed image, there was nothing on the white tent, as if the pattern had never existed before. How could this be? Leylin stared at the tent once again with disbelief. With every passing minute and second, the patterns on the tent seemed lifelike, constantly twisting itself. Hee hee. Ha ha. GG. Various noises traveled to Leylin's ears. The surrounding light seemed to distort itself, and Leylin looked at his own hands. At this point, his arms seemed to have been pulled into a long shape, which looked extremely slender. Leylin! Leylin! What's wrong with you? At this point, there was a pat on Leylin's shoulder. Leylin's whole body suddenly quivered, and he came to his senses. Looking at the surroundings, the acolytes were still listening to Fatty Jeban's speech, and everything seemed to revert back to its normal state. Could it be that it wasn't an illusion earlier? Leylin got scared. Chip reproduced the situation I was in earlier. Beep. A pale blue light display appeared, and the series of images earlier appeared continuously in front of Leylin's eyes. An anomaly in the cerebral vessel, an immediate inspection is proposed. An anomaly is found in the host's condition. Staying away is advised. The host body has returned to normal. Numerous lines of data kept emerging, which let Leylin know that it was not an illusion earlier. Phew, Magi, are they always this mysterious? Leylin wiped his cold sweat off, still carrying a lingering fear of the events earlier. Leylin! Your complexion is really bad. Could it be that you have fallen ill? George asked from the side. No matter who, their expressions won't be any better if they had experienced that earlier. Nothing, where did Jeban stop at? Leylin hurriedly digressed. Oh. We need to fill in a form, and take the aptitude test. And then it will be free time, and we can choose our academy autonomously. Because you guys have come a day late, you only have a day's worth of time left, and in this span of period, you must choose an academy where you will practice magic in, if not you will have to wait until next year. Jeban was still speaking loudly ahead of them. Now, all of you line up and take the form from me one by one, and then enter for the test. Jeban sat behind a white table, and took out a stack of forms and placed them down. The line moved forward quickly, and very soon it was Leylin's turn. Fill in your particulars in this form, and then enter the tent and follow the instructions of the person inside. Leylin took the form and realized that it was made of sheepskin paper. The particulars required were minimal, only a name, age and location born, as well as a few others. Picking up the goosefeather pen on the table, Leylin filled in the form very quickly. The faint, red-colored, inked flower patterns on the sheepskin seemed to be very beautiful. I never thought that this brat's handwriting from the mainland is still pretty good. After Leylin finished writing, he picked up the sheepskin paper and entered the white tent. Come over. An ancient voice sounded. It was very spacious inside the tent, and there was only a white-haired old lady sitting on a black chair and a crystal ball which rested on a table. Okay. Why would I suddenly think of those divination witches? Hello? Leylin greeted the witch. Bring the form here. Clearly, this witch was not having any of it, and her voice was still frosty cold. Leylin, huh? Place your hands on the crystal ball. Chapter 14, Aptitude Test. Aptitude Test. Leylin followed the witch's instructions and placed both of his hands on the crystal ball. Icy cold. Vibrations. A strange tactile feeling was transmitted from the tip of his fingers. Leyland's head hurt as if there was a glass rod stirring inside. Along with the start of his headache, the crystal ball in front of Leyland also emitted a faint glow. Very good. Don't let go. The witch stared attentively at the crystal ball. As the pain increased, the crystal ball in Leyland's hands also grew brighter. No. No more. Leyland clenched his teeth, and the pain that practically split his brain into two caused him to loosen his grip uncontrollably. Okay. So you are at this level? The witch nodded her head. She took out a goosefeather pen and scribbled on Leyland's form. We have categorized the aptitude of the acolytes into 5 grades, with the first grade as the worst and the 5th grade as the best. You are in the 3rd grade, a middle-ranked grade. The witch said as she turned a ring on her hand and made a strange mark on the sheepskin, which had been shining brightly with light. My examination here is over, you go on behind me. Next. Seeing a young girl with freckles entering the tent, Leyland took the sheepskin paper, stood up and gave his thanks, and then lifted the hanging curtain of the tent, heading to the next procedure in line. The area was still as spacious as the one earlier, and in the middle, there was a white-bearded old geezer. From the layout of this tent, there should only be 2 tests. It is really simple. Leyland thought, as he sat in front of the old geezer and handed the form over to him. 3rd grade? Not too bad. The white-bearded old geezer stroked his chin. All right. Now to test for elemental affinity. The old geezer knocked on the tabletop and it split open, and a black basin rose from the center. This water basin was not smooth. It seemed to be made of stone, and there was a kind of liquid metal flowing inside that resembled mercury. Carefully look into the water. The old geezer's voice sounded, seemingly carrying an authoritative tone. Leyland could not help but to divert all his attention towards the center of the water basin. With his constant focus, the mercury in the middle swirled continuously and turned into a whirlpool, as if a mouth had opened at the bottom. Now, tell me, what do you see? Leyland's eyes were a little glazed over, shadows, and a black-colored whirlpool. And there are red spots near the outer circumference. Anything else? There are also green specks of light in the surrounding area. Is there a lot of green? Not at all. Very little. Okay. The old geezer snapped his fingers, and Leyland suddenly came back to his senses. What happened to me? Your test is already over. In the aspect of elemental affinities, you have the highest affinity with the dark and shadow elements, after that is the fire element, and you also have a smidgen of affinity with the plant element. As the old geezer spoke, he rapidly filled in the form and added his handprint. Let me give you some advice. Magi are able to use every kind of energy. But only by following the path you have the highest affinity with, can you progress the furthest. The old geezer handed the form back to Leyland. All right. Your test is over. Walk out from the back entrance and start choosing your academy. Leyland bowed, and then left the tent. As he lifted the canopy at the back, a ray of sunlight came shining down. Adai chip, reproduce the state I was in earlier. An unknown interference has caused the host to enter a state of hypnosis. As expected. Leyland's face darkened, and then he exhaled helplessly. Thankfully, the other party does not have any bad intentions, if not. Deep in his heart, his thirst for power only grew more intense. Hey! Leyland! George's voice rang beside his ears. You finished your aptitude test too? George's voice traveled over. Yeah. Leyland nodded his head and waved the sheepskin paper form in his hands. I have completed it too, he. I, this young master, am a genius with a 4th grade aptitude. George laughed loudly, wearing an excessively smug expression. I am not too familiar with the grading of acolytes, could you explain it in detail for me? Leyland asked. George's family was much greater than Viscount Farlier's family, and he was able to know more secrets regarding the Magi. Of course. This is all common knowledge. No matter which academy you enter, there will be people who will tell you. George said. The aptitudes of the acolytes are ranked according to the chance of being promoted to a proper Magus, and they are categorized into 5 grades. And the 5th grade is the highest, with a 90% chance of becoming a Magus. The 4th grade is slightly inferior, but there is still a 50% chance. I, this young master, am a genius at this level. Ha, my father will definitely be elated. George digressed, he was clearly too excited. And the rest? Hurry and say it. Leyland punched George's shoulder and finally brought George back on track. Oh. Earlier I mentioned up to the 4th grade. What's below it is the 3rd grade, where there is a 10% chance of becoming a Magus. As for the 2nd grade, there is only a 2 to 3% chance, and the 1st grade is the worst, with only a 1% or even 0.1% chance. Anyway, there is only a chance for 3rd grade and above. As for the 1st and 2nd grade, basically, they can only be an acolyte their whole life. So that is the case. It seems like my grade is middle ranked. There should be no academy that will reject me, nor would they regard me as important. Leyland analyzed his current situation. How about elemental affinity? Leyland continued asking. Elemental affinity is the future path of a Magus. You know, some Magi can manipulate lightning, some Magi can manipulate fire, and some others can even manipulate frost. These are all paths of choice. Although a Magus is able to use any type of elemental spell, in theory, the ones with the highest affinity will not only let the casting speed be faster but also contain more power. If a fire element Magus wanted to cast a water-based spell, not only would he consume more spiritual energy, but the might of the spell would also weaken greatly. There could be a water-based pool summoning that ends up as only a water ball. All in all, the elemental affinity will determine the path of a Magus, and the aptitude will determine how far a Magus can walk on that path. George concluded. The last sentence makes perfect sense, but it doesn't seem to be yours. Leyland repeated the words of the last sentence. He. You found out. These are the words of a traveling Magus. I saw them in my father's study room. George said embarrassedly, as he scratched his head. Oh right. I finally managed to inquire as to why the black-robed knights were so cold and distant. George seemed to have remembered something and was itching to share the news. The strength of a Magus, even if he is only an acolyte, is not something a knight can withstand, so don't you think that the black robe's performance when we journeyed was a little strange? There is indeed something strange about it. Leyland nodded his head and asked with a conjecture, could it be that they have some background? No. George shook his head. My dear brother, you are guessing in the completely wrong direction. These black-robed knights are actually one of the experiments of a Magus. An experiment. Leyland's eyes widened. In his world, conducting a live experiment had always been a taboo for science, and even if there were any, they were done in secrecy. But here, they had actually done it so openly and above board. In the process of the experiment, this batch of experiment samples had already sustained an overdose of radiation and would not live more than several years. That was why they were used as disposables, to escort acolytes like us. This was the reason? Leyland thought of Angelo's pale face and silently nodded his head. Earlier, the AI chip had scanned and detected traces of radiation, but the radiation discovered on the white-robed Magi were 100 times more concentrated, so Leyland naturally thought that there was no effect. For us Magi, we will be acolytes at least, which knight would not want to prostrate themselves and hope that we pick them to serve us in the future? The only ones who will not take us seriously are those who will not live for longer than a few days. George said with some regrets. His face was indignant. It seems like, as an heir to a large noble family, he was displeased with the rude manners of the black robes from before. I heard that for the guys from the West, not only had they been treated like young masters by the knights along the journey, they had even slept with some of them. George's dissatisfaction only lasted a moment, before it turned into a vulgar expression. Slept with some of them? Leyland was a little more awake. There are also female knights? Of course, although female knights are generally quite muscular, a few have practiced some unique techniques so they still look pretty good. Also, a female knight's stamina is rather good and can withstand all kinds of treatment. Especially during intercourse, her pair of toned thighs wrapping around you, that feeling is too wonderful for words. George's current character was that of a lecherous swine. Leyland recalled his memories. The brat of the past was also a playboy, but obviously, he could not compete with George, who was from such a large noble family, so he had indeed not touched a pretty female knight before. There were several female knights under the Viscount, but they all had bulging muscles, which made Leyland feel revolted. Shaking his head, he did not wish to discuss the contents of this matter with George. I understand now. Let's go and choose our academy. My father has already chosen for me. I'll be attending the Enya Ivory Ring Tower. My family has a relationship with one of the senior magi inside. Why don't you come with me too? George gave an invitation. Leyland was a little tempted, but seeing the ring on his neck, he still hesitated. Earlier, that Magus never said which academy the ring could help me get into. What if it turns into a restriction instead? No. I wish to walk and look around more. Leyland declined politely. All right then, I am going to carry out the procedures. You can come to the area for the Enya Ivory Ring Tower to look for me. George waved his hands and squeezed into the crowd. Where should I go? I don't care anymore, let's check out the academies first. Leyland strolled aimlessly around the camp and saw all sorts of interesting tents with strange shapes and sizes. Some were like a giant mushroom, or a small fan-shaped door opened in the middle, and some might very well have used some sort of strange horned devil skull, where the acolytes can walk into the tent through the devil's ferocious mouth as though they were stepping into a haunted house. And at the front of all these different buildings were marked with words. It is the language of the mainland, that's still fine. Leyland took a look, saw some of the academy names, and memorized them: Enya Ivory Ring Tower, Mercifera Academy, Wetland Gardens. Chapter 15, Acolytes. Acolytes. Under the various academy names, there were details such as specialization areas, and famous magi, for the acolytes to consider. All these are for us to choose an academy according to our elemental affinities. Leyland nodded his head. My elemental affinity with the shadow and dark elements is the highest, fire is secondary, and lastly the plant element is the most negligible unless I want to stay as an acolyte my whole life. And Leyland took down the Magus ring that had been hanging around his neck. I chip. Scan the patterns on the ring, and compare them with images of the academies I passed by before. Beep. Mission initializing, beginning to scan. Scan complete, comparing with database, comparison completed. Similarity level, Abyssal Bone Forest Academy 67.3%, Mercifera Academy 54.4%, Sage Gotham's Hut 23.1%. So these three academies have the highest probabilities? Leyland stroked his chin. From the various introductions of the academies, I remember that Mercifera Academy specializes in the fire and plant elements, as well as the creation of magic artifacts. Sage Gotham's Hut is not known for famous shadow and dark element magi either. It seems like the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy is the best choice? They're famous for their specialization in the dark element, and is also a pioneer in the research of souls. But this Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Why does the name sound like a cult from the previous world? It seems like a shadow and dark element affinity user like me can never get close to the light. After thinking for a while, Leyland still decided to take a look no matter what. At the very least, one cannot hinder their progress based on a name alone. I remember the recruiting area for the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy acolytes. It seems to be on the east side of the camp. Leyland walked for about 10 minutes and finally reached a tent that was constructed with numerous white bones. The words on top were arranged to form, "The Abyssal Bone Forest Academy welcomes you." These big words were all written in red and dripping blood, which scared many of the surrounding acolytes away, and seeing this made Leyland rather speechless. Why would they construct such a scary-looking scene? To frighten people? They could have at least done it after signing the contract, otherwise, all the acolytes will be scared away. Leyland shook his head and walked into the tent of white bones. As he entered, a cold aura that reeked of blood engulfed Leyland and made his hair stand on ends. After waiting for long, finally, one comes. Where are you? Who is speaking? Leyland received a shock. Excuse me. You are stepping on my hand. The voice traveling from beneath Leyland's feet, which made him jump in fright. Only then did he realize that his shoes were stepping on a withered palm. Leyland hurriedly jumped away. Sorry, sir. No worries, but could you move your feet? They are stepping on my right leg now. Leyland then realized that the ground inside the tent was uneven and there were many dried bones littered about, and earlier he had unsuspectingly stepped on some. As Leyland moved backwards, the few dried bones of hands and legs began to assemble into a skeletal figure. Taking a closer look, there was a faint layer of skin on top of this skeleton which had covered the bones, and on the skull where the eyes were, 2 green light flickered faintly, which was extremely terrifying. I'm sorry. Sir. Leyland gulped and hurriedly apologized. No matter. The white bony teeth clacked and produced a human voice. Let me introduce myself. I am a professor of the shadow and dark elements. You can call me Darat. My most respected Sir Darat, hello. Leyland bowed once again. You coming here, does that mean you wish to enter the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy? The bony white Darat conjured a black robe from nowhere and concealed its body within it, which soothed Leyland's nerves a little. Before that, I wish to see the rules set by the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. All right. Darat took out a dusty sheet of sheepskin paper from behind and handed it over to Leyland. According to the ancient agreement, after choosing our Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, you are receiving the right to partake in the basic lessons of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, a set of elementary meditation techniques, 5 years of residence, lodging, and food free of charge. We also allow you to use magic crystals as remuneration, to exchange for knowledge from the professors. Darat spoke non-stop while Leyland read rapidly and compared with the information constantly presented by the AI chip. He discovered that what Darat said was the exact same as the information on the sheepskin paper. In terms of basic hospitality, it was pretty similar amongst the various academies. The feedback from the AI chip also indicated that although it could not successfully scan the person in front of him, Darat had unintentionally released a fluctuating radiation which implied that Darat's strength was above the 3 white robes of the traveling party, and this startled Leyland. I have understood the basic terms now. May I know what kind of payment is needed to enter the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy? 13 magic crystals or an item identical in value. Darat said. I will use this item to exchange. Leyland made up his mind and withdrew the Magus ring hung around his neck. You seem to have an interesting toy. The green flame in Darat's eyes flashed. The bony white hand took the ring and placed it in its palm, and then took out an item similar to a magnifying glass and inspected it. It is indeed rather interesting. I haven't seen these patterns in a long time. A low-grade magic artifact. It looks like it was created in our Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, and there is a carved inscription of a hastening spell formation, but it is broken. It's worth 15 magic crystals. Now, newbie, are you willing to mortgage this ring for your school fees? Once you have decided, sign the ancient contract of our Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Darat said, with an accentuated tone. I accept. Leyland's resolute voice sounded. Good. I hereby declare that the contract is formed. Darat said, hand over your form to me. After receiving Leyland's form, Darat laughed. shadow and dark element affinity, no wonder you chose our academy. In this Death Beach, we are the most outstanding. Since you forked out a greater amount than the fees required, I hereby announce that you have been accepted and won't need an entry test. Take this card. Go back and rest. Tomorrow we will proceed with our journey back to the school. Darat took out something that resembled a metal card. Leyland received it and saw that a number 9 was written on it. It is over just like this? Don't we have to sign a contract or something? Leyland asked casually. Ha ha, never once was there someone who dared to deceive a Magus. Darat sniggered, and it gave Leyland the chills. Then I will leave first, sir. Leyland bowed and walked out of the tent. He went to the area behind the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy tent. Behind the recruitment area of these academies, there were rows of wooden huts erected, and in the middle, youths of both genders were walking in and out of them. They seemed to be there as the temporary residence for acolytes. Hey! Nice to meet you, are you new here? Creak! The wooden door that was numbered 6 opened and an acolyte with red hair and blue eyes walked out from it and greeted Leyland. Hi! I am Leyland. Leyland smiled. Ha ha! I am Beirut. As for my family background, it isn't very important since it cannot be used on another continent. Beirut seemed to be very amiable. Come. Let me introduce you. Beirut headed towards the various fan-shaped huts. Fellows. We have a new companion. Several acolytes streamed out from the wooden doors and gathered together. Leyland counted a total of 7 or 8 people. Good afternoon. I am Calaware of the Lance Empire, a 4th grade acolyte. A boy who seemed to have an air of leadership did a self-introduction. You seem to be pretty late. Calaware said. We met with some troubles along the way, in the Great Plains of Death. Leyland said ambiguously, not wanting to say much. The Great Plains of Death? It is indeed very dangerous. Calaware looked at the acolytes behind him. Let me introduce them. This is Beirut, whom you have met earlier. This is Hancock, a 3rd grade acolyte. A largely built Caucasian guy scratched his head in embarrassment, looking simple and honest. This is Rainer, a 4th grade acolyte. He was a small boy with a skinny build, but there was a tinge of pride in his eyes. This is Giricha, a 2nd grade acolyte. And over there are Nissa and Dodoria, both 1st grade acolytes. Although Calaware had restrained himself, Leyland could still detect signs of disdain in his words. 1st grade acolyte, 2nd grade acolyte, they could basically only be an acolyte their whole lives, so one couldn't blame him for shunning them. How are you? Giricha forced a smile in greeting. As for Nissa and Dodelier, they were both little girls, and some baby fat were still on their cheeks. At this point, they glanced downwards. Who is that? Leyland pursed his lips. Beside their small circle was a boy dressed in black, his face pale. Standing at the side, he did not seem to fit in with the rest and looked rather arrogant. He is Jaden. Our genius of this semester, a 5th grade acolyte. Becoming a Magus is only a matter of time. Calaware's expression turned sour, and he seemed to have some bitterness in his words. Whoa, a 5th grade acolyte. He has a 90% chance of becoming a Magus. No wonder he is so arrogant. Leyland thought, inhaling a breath of cold air, and couldn't help but to give Jaden a few more glances. Humph. As if noticing the crowd looking at him, Jaden silently harumphed and entered his own wooden hut. This wooden hut obviously had a larger surface area, and the adornments were more exquisite. As a 5th grade acolyte, his treatment will be the best. Who knows, there might be some professors looking to take him under their wings early. Calaware's face soured even more. Leyland realized that this group of acolytes was split into a few cliques. The 3rd grade acolytes and 4th grade acolytes were superior to the lower grade acolytes but rather inferior to Jaden, the 5th grade acolyte. As for the lowest grade acolytes like Gyuricha, they all stuck together pitifully and formed a clique. And then there was Jaden, who was segregated away from these two groups. Hello, everyone. I am Leyland, and my aptitude is 3rd grade. Leyland said. Welcome. Kalawir revealed a smile on his face, while Gyuricha and the two girls seemed to have their self-esteem lower as they greeted him and returned back into their huts. Chapter 16, Chernobyl Islands. Chernobyl Islands. Don't bother with them, their highest potential will only be that of a 3rd grade acolyte. Rainer said with disdain. Yeah. That's right, to acolytes, aptitudes are more important. Leyland agreed. Although this group of youths was pretty silent during the forming of their cliques, he naturally did the thing that would benefit him the most. Amongst the acolytes, Jaden had the capability to be independent, but Leyland did not have such a good aptitude, so he could only join a group. Also, by comparing, naturally it was the group with Kalawirs as the head with a better future. Welcome. Welcome. With your participation, our group is now more robust. There will definitely be a day where I will make that person regret. Kalawir said while clenching his teeth. Afterwards, a few of them arranged to meet after dinner, and they went back to their respective huts. Beirut, what did you mean earlier when you said it was a different continent? Leyland looked for the most amiable, Beirut, and asked him as he was concerned about what Beirut had said earlier. Oh. This, you know. Actually, the continent we're on is rather small. To the outside world, it is known as the Chernobyl Islands. Island? Leyland gaped. According to his journey in the past half a year, he could almost be certain that this continent was as huge as the Eurasian continent he was in from the previous world. But it was only an island here? Oh. Sorry. Geography is my weak subject, and it has often made my home tutor shudder in rage. Leyland explained. Truth be told, the Farlier family is only a noble family, and its heritage was pretty short. It couldn't be compared to the nobles of those huge families, so not knowing was not a rare thing. Ha ha. Hearing Leyland speak, Beirut laughed jovially. Me too. I have made 5 etiquette tutors leave in rage. In the end, my father offered a monthly salary, but still no one wanted to teach me. This was something my father had specially told me right before I left. Let us continue on the previous topic. We are in the Chernobyl Islands, and the outside world has coined another name for it, the Barren Islands. Barren? Leyland was a little skeptical. There are still quite a few people here and plenty of kingdoms. Could it be that it is referring to the lack of certain resources? That's right. In the Chernobyl Islands, due to the environment here, or some external factors, the land here is unable to produce any of the materials a Magus needs. Apart from the earnest acolytes and magi in seclusion, there are absolutely no other traces of magi here on this continent. So that is the case. Leyland nodded his head, and although there were myths of magi back in his homeland, only the founder of the Farlier family has seen a Magus. From this, one can see the rarity of magi. And so, we need to go to the other side of the seas before we can truly find a continent. I heard that not only are there various kinds of resources that magi need, but there are countless traces of secrets and remnants of experimental labs. On the whole, the continent has various academies and organizations that trade and exchange the information of magic. On that continent, magi are not a legend. Although they are still uncommon, even a regular human may be able to see one. Only there can we advance in the progress of our acolyte abilities. Beirut's eyes gave off obvious signs of yearning. So that is the case. What is the name of that continent then? Leyland asked. I don't know. Beirut shook his head. That continent is too huge. There was never a unified name for it. As for us, we're going to the south of the continent, and it is known as the narrow coastal regions of the south. Just the south coastal regions alone is several times bigger than the Chernobyl Islands that we're on. See. Leyland sucked in a breath of cold air. So huge? This world is indeed very vast. The higher one stands, the further one can see. This is a phrase from a bard that I like very much. Beirut concluded. Thank you for your explanation. I think I need some time to digest the information. Leyland bade his farewells and returned to his own hut. There was a metal plaque on the yellow wooden door where a 9 was written, and it looked to be rather rusty. Pushing the door open, an odor of rot and rust invaded his nose. Leyland uncontrollably sneezed twice. It looks like this is just a gathering point, so the accommodations are rather simple. Besides a bed and chair in the wooden hut, there was practically nothing else. Leyland found a cloth, wiped down the chair, and then sat on it. Asterisk creak creak asterisk the wooden chair creaked continuously, which made Leyland worry that it would be crushed into pieces in the next moment. Lucky it is just for a night. In this condition, it would be better to clean up a little first. Leyland patted the dust off his body and walked out of the wooden hut. He had made plans to meet with George and the others, and since he had already chosen his academy now, he should tell them so that they could properly write to each other in the future. For the batch of acolytes that Leyland was in, they were considered one of the later groups to reach the camp. After Leyland's batch had chosen their schools, the various tents of the academies seemed to have fewer people visiting them, and it looked to be much quieter. Inia Ivory Ring Tower, it's here. Leyland walked to the back of the student quarters and blocked the path of a familiar girl from the same traveling party. Hi Lisa, do you know where George is? Lisa was a red-haired girl who had matured early. One could already see the fine curves on her body. Leyland. Lisa blushed, as she had a good impression of Leyland, who had helped several acolytes along the journey a number of times. George is in room 13, I'll call him for you. Lisa picked up her skirt, and rapidly ran off. Whiffing the perfume that was lingering in the air, Leyland's heart trembled. Leyland! This lecherous thought was very soon broken by a joyous voice. George had obviously taken a bath and changed his clothes. He had also shaved his mustache and gave off a very refreshing look. Have you finished choosing your academy? George said loudly, as he patted Leyland's shoulder. Yes, I did, the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Leyland replied. Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. George touched his chin. I heard from my female seniors that it seems to be famous for its shadow and dark element magic. I hope you won't piss in your pants because of a skeleton during the night. Female seniors? Leyland shook his head and had even more admiration for George's abilities for seducing women. Those who are able to participate in the aptitude test are all of the nobility, and it just so happens that I met a distant cousin, an elder female cousin. George laughed smugly as if having earned something. As for the skeletons and whatnot, I think we'll see them not only at night but even in broad daylight. Leyland laughed bitterly, as he had signed an acolyte contract with a skeleton not too long ago. No matter what, as long as you know the location it's fine. Let's keep in contact in the future. George said seriously, a big change from his smug expression earlier. Let's keep in contact. Leyland nodded. Oh yeah. Do you know where Bisita went to? George asked suddenly. Bisita? Leyland shook his head. After the previous attack of the wolves, the vibrant and beautiful girl had been much more silent, but at least she had endured and safely here arrived. Yeah. I heard from other companions that her aptitude wasn't that great, only that of a second-grade acolyte, so she entered the Wetland Gardens Academy. I know now. Thanks. Leyland was not too interested in the affairs of this girl. Although she was the one the previous Leyland really admired, to him, a girl of 13 or 14 years of age was only a child. And the previous encounters were just a child's mischief. How is it? Do you feel a little wasteful because you were unable to get her in your hands? George once again changed back to having a lewd expression. Scram! After another 1 to 2 hours, the sky had already darkened. Leyland was in the camp of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy and enjoyed the dinner provided by the academy with the other acolytes. This time, the dinner was extremely sumptuous, and because they were leaving tomorrow, they were generous with the portions. Various fruit juices and wine, fragrant barbecue chicken, fish sauce, truffles, fruits, and salads had all satisfied the belly of Leyland, who had not eaten much ever since he appeared in the grasslands. The acolytes were eating and drinking within several groups, and Leyland's eyes looked towards the corner and found Professor Durat and Jaden standing at a corner. Jaden also spoke a few words to him occasionally. Having a 5th grade acolyte in this semester, we are really lucky. Beirut tore a huge strip of chicken thigh off the barbecue and gave it a huge bite. Ever since Jaden arrived, Professor Durat and him have spoken on a few occasions. I wonder what they are talking about? For acolytes, the aptitude will greatly determine the progress of a Magus. What Professor Durat is doing is rather normal. Beirut, eat your barbecue chicken. Calaware's voice turned cold, and only after seeing Beirut drink the fruit juice and lowering his head did he turn his gaze back on the barbecue. Although the aptitude is important for a Magus, it isn't everything. Only the accumulation and comprehension of information is the true motivator and key to the rise of the Magi's powers. A 3rd grade acolyte added. Although it was the truth, the atmosphere in the group darkened as they saw Jaden and the professor chatting away. The group silently ate their delicacies, seemingly having lost their appetites. Ha ha. Eureka, hurry, what happened? What happened next? On the other side, the lower aptitude acolytes sat in a circle with Eureka was in the middle, narrating a risky adventure. He had eloquence and was humorous in his speech. Nissa and Dodoria held their tummies and laughed coquettishly as if they were 2 happy skylarks. Compared to them, this side was pretty silent. The group looked at each other and craned their necks, listening intently. However, only Calaware retained his prideful expression. Seeing that even the 4th grade acolyte Rainer could not bear to go over and listen and seemed afraid of losing face, Leyland laughed silently. After all, they are just a bunch of kids. After dinner time was over, the group bade their goodbyes and went back to their respective huts. After today's simple cleaning, Leyland's hut was barely accommodative. At least there was not as much dust as before. Leyland lay on his bed without removing his clothes, and he stared blankly at the ceiling as if he was lost in thought. I finally entered an academy. It is also time for the cultivation of Magi to open its doors for me. Chapter 17, Dirigible. Dirigible. Asterisk clang clang asterisk. An alarm sounded, produced by the ringing of a copper plate, waking Leyland up from his deep slumber. He opened his eyes. A hint of sunlight shone through the window, landing on Leyland's shoes. It's already morning? Leyland got up, hastily washed up, and went outside. Good morning. Good morning. Leyland. Beirut had 2 dark circles around his eyes and kept yawning. The conditions here are the worst. There are actually fleas and fungi on my blanket, my God. I cannot remain here for a moment longer. Voices of complaints sounded from time to time. These acolytes were all of the noble birth and their daily accommodations had not been lacking, so naturally they were suffering now. Today, everyone was lacking sleep and had dark circles around their eyes. Although Leyland could not sleep at the start, he had managed to fall asleep later in the night. Right now his vigor was greater than the others, and he still had an inclination to walk around. The whole campground seemed to be bustling with activity. There were many who were taking down the tents, and the floors were littered with rubbish. As Leyland silently walked around, many thoughts crossed his mind. Every year at this time, there will be batches of acolytes risking their lives to come here and walk on the path of a Magus. And right now, this is just my starting point. Gather around. Gather around. Everyone gather according to your academy, and the respective professors will take charge. Do not wander off. A white-bearded geezer shouted in the center of the campgrounds. His voice, however, was extremely piercing to the ears, as he used some kind of magic to make it resound throughout the camp. This has a much higher pitch than a trumpet from the previous world. Leyland rubbed his ears, which felt like they had been trampled on, and hurriedly went towards the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy gathering area. Hey! Leyland, you're back? Callaware was looking for you earlier. Beirut greeted him. During his short time here, Leyland had only managed to match the various faces with their names, but he had the best relationship with Beirut. My apologies. I strayed a little far and had forgotten to keep track of time. Did Callaware need something? Leyland revealed an apologetic expression. It's nothing. Durat asked him to make a head count, so you'll just have to tell him later. Right now he is being smug about it. Beirut shook his head. All right. How are we going to leave, by ship? Leyland looked over at the distant blue seas with boundless horizons, but there were no traces of any ships. Not only there are no ships, from a geographical point of view, we are not in a suitable location for a port. Leyland was filled with suspicion. I guess so? However, it might take another half a year to get to another continent. Beirut scratched his head. Transportation in the ancient times is a little too behind in technology, needing around 1 year just to travel to school. Time cannot be wasted just like that, it needs to be used efficiently. Leyland touched the 3 magic crystals that he had snatched from Auron, which was in a leather pouch hung around his waist, seemingly deep in thoughts. Taking a boat? What naive thinking! A frosty voice traveled over, bringing ridicule along with it. Jaden? Leyland looked at the approaching black-robed student. We are close to the Death Seas, any random fish in it is able to kill a knight. Not to mention enormous beasts, and even ancient creatures, they all loathe the ships of humans and often bring storms and waves to them. So we would just be courting death if we were to take a ship. A fish with the ability to kill a knight? Leyland widened his eyes. Right now he was still a preparatory knight, and if what Jaden said was true, he would die if he were to fall into the sea. Leyland delved into his subconsciousness and retrieved his body statistics. Leyland Farlier. Strength, 1.9, Agility, 1.9, Vitality, 1. 9 Status, Healthy. In the Great Plains of Death, Leyland had analyzed the wolf's flesh and had also belatedly discovered that their eyeballs contained a special component that complemented the knight's breathing techniques, so he had collected many of those eyeballs. And with the contribution from these direwolves, Leyland had now reached the limits of a preparatory knight. According to the analysis of the AI chip, when the stats have all reached 2, they have twice the strength of an average adult and is also at the bottleneck of a preparatory knight. Only by igniting their internal life energy can they get over this bottleneck. Clenching his fist tightly, a strong force was controlled within his palms. Right now, if I were to hold a crossblade, I have the confidence to fend off against a squad of common soldiers. But even a knight whose strength is above mine cannot defeat a mere fish in the Death Seas? Leyland was a little skeptical of it. It could be that Jaden has exaggerated things, but the Death Seas containing dangers that even apply to Magi is a fact. AI chip. Is it possible to scan the seas nearby? Beep. The radiation surrounding the host body is excessive. Unable to scan due to an interference of an unknown force field. The AI chip replied. Radiation? Unknown force field? Leyland looked at Durat, who wasn't too far away, and had some understanding. In this continent, the Magi population is scarce and there isn't much interference from radiation, so the AI chip is able to scan up to a 20-li radius. But acolytes and Magi professors are present in this camp, which is why the interference is too strong, and hence, the AI chip has limitations with its scanning abilities. Right now, what is the furthest distance you can scan? Leyland's face darkened. Beep. Precise scanning range, within 300 meters radius from the host's body. Vague scanning range, within 1,000 meters. The AI chip intoned. Leyland exhaled loudly, not too bad. This distance is enough to warn me of dangers. However, after reaching the other continent and the academy, this scanning range will most likely shorten once again. To increase scanning range, please raise the level of the AI chip. A message was sent from the AI chip. I can still level up the AI chip? Leyland was ecstatic. Raise level. Beep. The energy required is lacking, please replenish. The robotic voice sounded, and brought Leyland down from heaven into hell. Damn! The AI chip has already disappeared from my original body, so how can I retrieve it to replenish energy? Then again, even if I manage to, where am I going to find the energy? Leyland held his head and recovered after a while. Forget it, since its level is able to rise, I can just find a way in the future. As for now, its current functions are enough for me. What did Jaden say to you guys earlier? A voice sounded and brought the absent-minded Leyland back to reality. When Leyland recovered, he discovered that Jaden had left without him knowing, and Callaware was now beside him. Him? He just spoke about setting off. I reckon he was bored. After all, not speaking to anyone all day is rather stifling. Beirut surmised. Yeah, that's true. Callaware nodded his head and then looked at Leyland. We're about to set off, don't go anywhere now. If you were to board the wrong ship, it would be rather troublesome. Ship? Leyland looked at the surface of the sea and still didn't see any signs of a ship. Ha ha. Callaware laughed loudly, who said it had to come from the water. Look. Following the direction that Callaware pointed to, Leyland and Beirut raised their heads and gaped. On the horizon, 3 massive white ships were slowly floating towards them. As the ship approached, a massive shadow covered the whole camp, and it seemed as though darkness had descended upon the earth. Oh! Look! My God! How beautiful! The other people in the camp had also discovered the abnormalities, and many raised their heads, exclaiming in awe and shock. How is it? This is one of the Magus mode of transport, a dirigible, one we will be riding these soon. Callaware said rather smugly. All these were just told to him by Professor Durat, so what is there to be gloating about? Jaden reappeared out of nowhere and said blandly. Damn it! Callaware stamped his feet. The 3 dirigibles constantly got closer and slowly lowered themselves onto the ground outside the camp, under the various cheers of the masses. They are rather similar to the blimps from my previous world, and each one has a very large aerostat gas bag on top of it. I wonder if they are filled with hydrogen gas? Leyland had some experience from his previous world, so he recovered from his astonishment faster than others, and pondered over the construction of the dirigibles. The pure white dirigibles landed on the ground and let out thunderous growling noises. The doors of the dirigibles then opened, and a few white-robed magi walked out from them. There were also some movements within the camp. A few old geezers also walked out and exchanged words with them. All right. Everyone bring all of your belongings and follow me. Don't wander off on your own. Durat had a black cloak on, and the silhouette of his body was concealed within it. He began to gather the students. The acolytes of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy all scrambled and ran back to their little wooden huts to fetch their belongings. Leyland brought very few things with him. His belongings only consisted of a water sack, a leather bag, a crossblade hung from his waist, and a crossbow slung over his back. The acolytes fervently left the campgrounds under the guidance of the professors of their respective academies, and they gathered into individual groups based on their academy. All right. Listen to me. Pay attention to the names mentioned next. Enya Ivory Ring Tower, Wetland Gardens Academy. All of you will board the dirigible on the right, numbered 332. Don't miss it. Professors, please take note of the number, and acolytes, follow your professors. As for Mercifera Academy, Karita Academy, your dirigible is in the center, numbered 955. The voice continued. Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, Sage Gotham's hut. Yours will be the one on the left, number 455, don't mix it up now. As Leyland finally heard Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, he could not help but to glance at the dirigible on the left. As he approached it, he realized that the dirigible was simply too enormous. The aerostat gas bag at the top seemed like a gigantic rugby ball, casting its shadow on the ground. Acolytes of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, follow me. Green flames flickered in Durrat's eye sockets, and behind him were two figures, which seemed to be his servants or subordinates. Leyland walked in the center of the group and glanced around. Under his keen observation, he noticed a few familiar faces from his traveling party. They also noticed him and smiled at him in response, also speaking to some fellows beside them. They all had excitement written across their faces. At the far right, George waved vigorously when it was his turn to board the dirigible, and entered the dirigible. From today onwards, the acolytes will all go their separate ways. A hint of sadness surfaced in Leyland's heart, but it was suppressed very quickly. One type of aerostat or lighter-than-air aircraft that can navigate through the air under its own power. Chapter 18, Conflict. Conflict. Very soon it was Abyssal Bone Forest Academy's turn, and Durrat led the way, stepping through the door first. The acolytes hurriedly followed. When Leyland put more force in his legs, there was a sturdy reverberation coming from the floor beneath his shoes, as if he was stepping on a limestone floor. What a strange material. It looks like wood, but it's sturdier. Is it some kind of alloy? Leyland looked at the grayish, patterned floor and couldn't help but think about it. We're here. This section of the corridor, from number 13 to 32, is the area designated for our Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. You all can allocate on the rooms on your own. Remember, my number is 14. Look for me if you need something. After he finished talking, Durrat turned, and his black cloak fluttered as he entered his room with the two servants. All right. Now let me designate the rooms. Callaware stood out and said, HNG. Jaden harumphed and casually picked a room, number 18, and walked inside. Callaware's face turned red, and then white. He clenched his fist several times, only to put it down. Good. Jaden chose room 18. Next, Beirut, you will be in room 15, Raynor, you're in room 16. Jaden left, and the remaining acolytes, Beirut, Raynor, and Leyland, were in the same clique as Callaware. As for Eureka and his group, they did not dare to object at all. Leyland was allocated room 20. He didn't say anything and hurried into his cabin. The room was rather small, it was just a partition. There was enough space for a bed, but hardly any room to stand at all. This reminded Leyland of the beds on the trains in his previous world, which were also as cramped, with barely enough room to stretch his limbs. Having a bed is considered good. I was just sleeping in my seat when traveling in the Great Plains of Death. Leyland comforted himself. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the dirigible. I am your captain, Kirkwolcroft Lebar. I wish you all a pleasant journey ahead. There are a few announcements of note. Apart from the professors, the rest are not allowed to walk on the decks unless you wish to go flying down from the skies. The cafeteria is in Hall 1, and Hall 2 is where the washrooms are. As for Hall 3, it's a lounge, everyone is welcome to go there. A low-pitched male voice rang throughout the room. Leyland looked around and noticed the sound was coming from a yellow bronze pipe, but did not know if it was an air duct or megaphone. We're taking off. Leyland felt weightless for a moment, and the ship swayed. He hurriedly scrambled towards a window. This window was only the size of a soccer ball and was very thick, so it was hard to see what was outside. Following the dirigible's ascent, the ground became smaller and smaller, and gradually, the camp in Leyland's view turned into a black dot. Leyland placed his crossblade and crossbow aside and laid on the bed. I heard Professor Durrat say that the journey will last for roughly a month. What a long period of time. Half a year has already passed since I left my family, but we still have not reached the academy yet. Absent-mindedly, Leyland shut his eyes. Ding, ding dong. A melodious note rang, waking Leyland from his sleep. Leyland climbed out of bed and looked out the window, and was greeted by darkness. It is already evening. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Right now, the cafeteria is providing dinner. Today's menu is foie gras with truffles, roast chicken, white bread, squirrel meat. This time, the pleasant voice was that of a female's. Leyland rubbed his stomach and hurriedly stood up. He straightened his clothes and ran towards the cafeteria. The corridor was rather dim and there was a small lamp every few steps, which produced a yellowish glow. The surrounding wooden cabin doors opened, and acolytes came streaming out from them. Right now, Hall 1 was already packed with acolytes, but Leyland did not see any of the professors there. He wondered if there was a special room for them. On the ceiling of the hall was a very large white-colored rock, which emanated a bright white light, just like a miniature sun. The cafeteria was filled with long tables and white chairs, and it looked a little like a university canteen. Hey! Leyland, here! In a corner, Beirut beckoned to him, sitting with a few other acolytes from the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. I'm here. Leyland collected a silver-colored tray and cutlery, and after deliberating, he picked up a slice of white bread, a fried chicken drumstick, fruit salad, and a bottle of apple cider, and sat beside Beirut. You guys sure are early. Leyland greeted them. It's you who's late, could it be that you overslept? Beirut said teasingly. Leyland sat down, and gulped down half a bottle of apple cider. Yeah, I did oversleep a little. Looking around the surroundings again, are we also traveling with these acolytes? At this moment, besides the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy acolytes, the hall was also filled with acolytes from other academies. These boys and girls sat together according to their respective academies and seemed distant towards one another. That's right, we are on the same dirigible with Sage Gotham's hut and a few other academies. As for Enya Ivory Ring Tower, they are headed in a completely different direction from us, so we could only go our separate ways. Raynor explained. So it's like this. Leyland said with a tinge of regret. George and the others have all boarded the dirigible on the right, and it looks like the distance from Abyssal Bone Forest Academy is rather far. I think there'll be some problem with communication next time. After eating dinner, the masses returned to their own rooms to rest. Every day, apart from eating meals and sleeping, there did not seem to be anything else to do. This boredom lasted a whole 15 days. One evening, the groups did not wish to go back into that tiny cabin room after eating dinner, so they sat around the table and started to chat. Beirut, what's wrong with you? Leyland looked at Beirut, who seemed to be in slight discomfort, and asked. In these 10 days, Beirut, who was the reincarnation of a chatterbox, had spoken of topics ranging from his family tree to how a dish in the capital was created, as if he was speaking fondly to a lover. Leyland and the rest had already adapted, from being annoyed at his words to getting used to them, and now it was the only joy on this boring journey. Yeah. I still want to listen to your past relationships. Raynor began to jeer. I have finished saying everything. Beirut rolled his eyes. I cannot think of what to talk about anymore. I'm so bored. Beirut lamented. Endure it, it's only another half a month away. It was quite a distance from your home to the campground, so how did you spend your time all that while? Leyland encouraged him, albeit a little curious. My house is located in the Porter Kingdom, which is on the edge of the Great Plains of Death. So we reached the campgrounds after walking for half a month. Beirut said helplessly, as he rolled his eyes again. No wonder. Leyland shook his head. Jaden, this is something that I saw first, what do you want? A silver tray clattered on the floor, letting out a crisp noise. Leyland turned around and saw Callaware growling, his hair slightly standing up like a furious lion. On the other side, Jaden poked a golden barbecued chicken drumstick with his fork. It belongs to whoever takes it first. Not only did the crowd not stop them, but they all appeared to be waiting to see a good show. On this tiresome journey, Callaware and Jaden felt that the other party was unpleasant to their eyes, especially when Jaden tried to take in 2 henchmen. They had restrained themselves in the earlier conflicts due to fear, as the Magi were around. However, things seemed to be out of control now. Leyland furrowed his brows. "It's you who forced me to do this." Callaware roared, and the muscles in his body tensed. It seemed like he had added a layer of muscle on his body. As a noble, he had naturally trained with the techniques of a knight. Also, he seemed to have already ignited his internal life energy, thus becoming a proper knight. I chip. Scan target. Beep. Callaware, strength, 2.5, agility, 2.7, vitality, 3.0, status, currently using a secret technique, examination of the secret technique, after circulating, strength increases, agility increases. Today, I will let you know that you must lower your head in obedience before a prideful lion. Callaware shouted, and moved his legs. An afterimage remained, as he dashed towards Jaden. Alert! Alert! Radiation detected. Status, recommend distancing from the source. The AI chip's voice sounded in Leyland's ears. Radiation source? Could it be that a Magus has taken action? Ha ha! I will let you know today, who exactly is the number 1 amongst the freshmen. Jaden laughed loudly and took out a green badge from within his chest pocket. Pilis Duwasha. Creature of the green. Hear my calls of summoning, and come out to the mortal world. Jaden chanted in a strange voice. What he used was a very rare language, but surprisingly, Leyland had actually understood every word of it. With the incantation, a layer of light emerged from the green badge and a few brownish vines appeared from the ground and elongated, like a confused snake that was dancing wildly. Asterisk chi chi, asterisk. The vines danced as they protected Jaden from the front, and as one vine was sent forward, it tripped Callaware down to the ground. The layers of vines continued to coil around him, and Callaware was soon wrapped in it completely, with only his face exposed. A magic artifact. The surrounding acolytes cried in surprise. To be able to use a magic artifact, one must at least be a level 1 acolyte. He has already been promoted to a level 1 acolyte? The crowd clamored, and they looked at Jaden with gazes of respect. This only caused Callaware's face to redden even further. How is this? As long as you swear to obey me, I will release you. Jaden walked to where Callaware was. Nah, never. The pride of Golden Lion family will never be dishonored by my hands. Callaware veins popped as if they were going to bleed anytime. If it's like this, then I have no choice. Jaden shrugged his shoulders and the vines continued to tighten, and few cracking noises even came from within. It seemed like a few of Callaware's bones had been broken. The surrounding acolytes could not watch on any longer and were about to persuade Jaden. Bang! The dirigible swayed, and the light dimmed. A few of the acolytes fell onto the floor. What happened? Did we meet with some intense turbulence? Leyland's eyes flashed. Who? The windows cracked open, and violent gusts of wind came rushing in. Accompanied by the sound of the wind, there were also countless blue electric currents scattering in all directions. Looking at these, Leyland's pupils shrank to the size of a needle. Thunderstorm? Where are the Magi on the dirigible? You insignificant vermins, you actually dared to trespass the domain of the mighty Pendra. A voice reverberated, accompanied by a violent thunderstorm. Chapter 19, Arriving at the Academy. Arriving at the Academy. It's a matured giant storm sprite. Damn it. How could we meet with this kind of things on this path? Didn't we clear it before? Where are the Magi of the various academies? We need their help. A few flustered voices sounded. Let us first activate the large-scale defense spell formation. If not, those acolytes will surely die. After some incantations, all the walls on the dirigible were enveloped by a layer of milky white light. All cracks in the dirigible flashed with a green light as vines climbed up and firmly blocked any openings. Hoo-hoo! Leyland's face turned red as he panted heavily. When the giant storm sprite spoke earlier, the acolytes had all felt an ice-cold force pressing down on them. Immense, boundless, and raw malice. Leyland found it difficult to breathe. Fortunately, after the defense spell formation was activated, Leyland felt much better as the pressure lifted. Otherwise, most of the acolytes in the hall might just die from suffocation moments later. Human beings, you must pay the price for your folly, the giant storm sprite howled. As the sound waves traveled through the defense spell formation, the milky white light vibrated. Mighty being of nature, please appease your fury. We have a letter here. A familiar voice rang beside Leyland's ears. It was the dirigible captain. This is the letter of agreement that we had with His Majesty, the Storm King Sprite, which grants us passage through this area. Kirkwall said with a voice full of confidence. Letter of agreement? The giant storm sprite's voice contained suspicion, which he followed up with a furious roar. Pendra is free. The agreement does not bind me to it. Keep roaring. Rage on. Damak and Buthra. With the incantation spoken, the thunderstorm outside became 10 times more violent than before. Damn! It is actually a wanderer. I have hit the jackpot. Kirkwall's voice sounded once again, but it did not carry the usual confidence and was infused with exasperation instead. Everyone attacked together. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. Many bright-colored lights flashed continuously outside the window, clashing with the lightning. The dirigible gradually started to sway. Leyland's face turned slightly pale. He could only pray for the Magi to use their might and chase the darn giant storm sprite away, otherwise he would not even be able to escape since he was stuck high up in the sky. Bang! There was another rumble, and the dirigible recovered its stability. Has it left? It is only a giant storm sprite that has just matured. It is only comparable to half of an elemental Magus at most. There are 9 of us here, so it running away is natural. The voices of the Magi discussions sounded from outside. It obviously did not take a lot of effort for them, which eased the minds of the acolytes. As expected, when the acolytes heard those words, they all shouted and cheered loudly. Woo! To our great Magi! Damn it! I thought I would fall and be smashed into minced meat. Ha ha! Look at that coward, he actually peed in his pants. The acolytes all mocked an unlucky acolyte and vented the fear that they had held in their hearts. Leyland's eyes scanned the surroundings. When the giant storm sprite spoke earlier, Jaden had already released the vines binding Callaware, and right now it seemed like Callaware had escaped. However, although Jaden's face was rather pale, he stood his ground and maintained the pose of a victor. The AI chip did not detect that Jaden was carrying a magic artifact earlier. It seems like it was only acquired recently, and the only means of that is through Darat. It seems like after obtaining the magic artifact, Jaden has been leading Callaware into picking a fight with him impatiently. If not for this incident, it is very likely that he would have succeeded. Leyland thought to himself. Because of the interruption from the giant storm sprite, the fight between Jaden and Callaware remained unsettled as it drew its curtains. From then on, Callaware tried his best to avoid appearing in the same place as Jaden. It seemed like he was afraid of his opponent's magic artifact. This fight had greatly influenced Leyland's thoughts. Callaware has already ignited his internal life energy, and got through the bottleneck and became a full-fledged knight. However, in front of an acolyte with a magic artifact, he is still as weak as a lamb. It seems like the strength of Magi greatly surpassed that of knights. Originally, I thought I must ignite my internal life energy. But after this, if I haven't ignited it before reaching the school, then I'll give up on it. I definitely have to pour all my attention and energy into my studies to become a Magus. Leyland made up his mind. The time slowly passed, and the dirigible finally reached another continent. In addition to the incident with the giant storm sprite, the dirigible had several encounters with other flying creatures. This led Leyland to realize that not only was the Death Seas difficult to navigate through, it was the same in the skies. Fortunately, Kirkwall's letter of agreement was still rather effective in front of the various large creatures and no conflicts were started. During this period, the dirigible alighted several times and sent several professors and acolytes off. The dirigible slowly became more vacant. Another dozen days passed unknowingly. Bang. The dirigible landed and the whole interior shuddered. We have arrived at the Abyssal Bone Moor. Attention to all acolytes of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Please bring your belongings and leave the dirigible in an orderly fashion. A voice rang through the cabins. We've finally arrived? Leyland packed his belongings and quickly left the tiny space he had been holed up in during the past month. Jaden, Callaware, please take attendance. Durrott held a black staff, with a large green jewel embedded in its tip. All right. Jaden and Callaware nodded their heads and started accounting for the attendance. Leyland glanced at Callaware. Ever since the incident in the dining hall, this youth had turned much quieter and often holed himself in his own room. Looking at his face now, he seemed to be gloomier than before. On the contrary, Jaden was extremely lively, and according to some rumors, he had already been accepted by Durrott as an apprentice. Apprentices were different from other acolytes as their status were higher, and they could even freely obtain a lot of advanced knowledge from their professor. A dozen or so people walked out of the dirigible. So this is our academy? It seems to be a little desolate. Leyland looked at the surroundings, and it seemed rather desolate. There were a few small trails with obvious traces of others using it before. There was a wooden sign in the middle of a crossroad, riddled with several holes. There were directions written in black, showing the various locations. The Land of Shadows and Death, Bone Abyssal Moor. The words twisted, and Leyland felt his scalp gone numb. He. Follow me. Durrott stretched his body leisurely, and his white bones creaked and crunched as if they were going to fall apart at any moment. Pay heed. Although our academy's acolytes do a scheduled cleansing, there are still some living creatures, and polluted and evil beings roaming in this area. So if you were to stray off, I think we would be able to pay respects to your deceased body soon afterwards. Durrott snickered, and the acolytes' faces all changed. They followed behind Durrott closely, for fear of losing him. The group gradually traversed across the Abyssal Bone Moor. What is that? Leyland walked in the middle of the group, and suddenly something black flashed in front of him. It seemed to be a blue creature with a horn. AI. Ship. Begin scan. Task initializing, begin scan. The AI chip's robotic voice sounded. An unknown creature of high energy. Estimated strength, 3 to 4, agility, 4 to 5, vitality, about 5, assessment, extremely dangerous. SS. Whatever it is, it's much stronger than the direwolves and may have some strange tricks up its sleeves. A knight would only die if they encounter one. Leyland hurriedly squeezed forward. In this land where danger lurked, it seemed like the black-robed skeleton, Professor Durrott, was his only insurance. It seems like our little acolytes have finally understood the dangers. The green flames in Durrott's sockets flickered as he said indifferently. The group proceeded forward, and very soon the barren earth lessened and more forestry could be seen around them. Very soon, Leyland entered a black-colored forest. He did not know if it was an illusion, but Leyland felt as if the sun in the sky had dimmed after entering the forest, and there was a layer of white mist in the surroundings giving off a chilly feeling. Warning! Warning! A high-energy being is approaching. Position, in the air. The AI chip's warning sounded. Leyland hurriedly looked down and crouched. Cack! A piercing sound rang. A black raven with red eyes swooped down and passed by Leyland's position, its sharp claws headed towards the face of a female acolyte. Boom! A ball of greenish liquid struck at the raven directly, and the raven caught as it fell onto the floor. A white smoke arose, giving off a corroding effect. The female acolyte remained rooted to the ground and suddenly cried loudly. Only seconds later, the raven on the floor disappeared without a corpse and there was only a huge impression left in the corroded earth. It seems like these red-eyed ravens increased in numbers yet again. I think I will need to distribute more missions after we return, and let the acolytes cleanse this area. What are you all looking at? Let's go! Durrat's voice sounded at the front and the crying female acolyte rubbed her eyes and gritted her teeth as she walked forward. Leylin was startled, and hurriedly followed. After another hour of journeying, the group arrived in the center of the abyssal bone forest. Leylin saw a spacious area in front of him. And what was projected before their eyes was a large graveyard. In the hearts of the abyssal bone forest, a large graveyard sat there unknowingly. This graveyard was extremely huge and was marbled in black and white, seeming luxurious. Only, it seemed to have been forsaken for some time. Many of the graves had weeds growing on them, and some even had vines. Occasionally, the ravens caw on top of them, giving off a terrifying vibe. Welcome to your home of shadow and death, abyssal bone forest. Durrat snickered, but no matter how Leylin saw it, Durrat seemed to be taking joy in their unfortunate plight. Chapter 20, The Selection of Mentors. Selection of Mentors. The Abyssal Bone Forest Academy has a satirical sense of humor. They actually have their academy under a graveyard. Leylin shook his head, but he felt rather comfortable. The pores on his body were all open and absorbed the air of the surroundings here. AI chip. What is the situation now? Beep. Task establishing. Acquiring sample of the environment, analysis in progress. There is a significant increase in a type of energy particle here which faintly resonates with the host's consciousness. They are conjectured to be shadow and dark energy particles. The AI chip's voice traveled over. No wonder. There is an increase in the energy particles here, which obviously benefits shadow and dark element magi. It is like the novels from my previous world, where one must occupy an area that is filled with spirit energy when they practice the cultivation techniques of immortals. Leylin gained a slight understanding of the Academy's choices. Password. At this moment, Durrat had already brought the group to the centermost area in the graveyard, where there was a huge grave. Black marble stones were piled up one by one, making it resemble a huge black castle. Beside the marble door, there were two stone statues. On the left, there was a two-headed dog with spikes growing on its body. On the right, there was an earthworm with a pair of wings and razor-sharp fangs protruding out, exuding a cruel aura. These two statues were lifelike. They had black jewels for eyes and looked as if they were alive. When Durrat walked in front of the statues, the earthworm on the left side spoke in a parched voice. With each opening and closing of the mouth, dust from the stone continuously fell down onto the floor. Enough! Jumel, don't you recognize me? Durrat had a look of annoyance on his face. Right after Durrat spoke, the earthworm and huge dog both guffawed. Their voices brought about a huge wind, which flipped the robes of the acolytes behind. Durrat! Although we are pretty familiar with each other, rules are rules. Both of the statues seemed to have come alive. The huge dog licked its paws, and let out a female voice. Or, would you like to play with us? The earthworm lifted its claw and made a human-like gesture, beckoning with the claw, then come. I feel itchy all over my body. Alright. Alright. Let me think. Durrat rolled his eyes. Oh. Damn it. I should really take the head of the pig who set up this defensive spell formation and shove it up their ass. Durrat suddenly bellowed. Hurry and say it. What is the password? The huge dog roared and there were sparks coming out from its mouth. The secret password is, I hate smelly bones. Durrat spoke softly. Leyland's mouth twisted, and only by using a strong willpower did he manage to suppress his laughter. Although Durrat wore a skull, Leyland was extremely certain that he was currently sulking. Ha ha! The password is correct. The earthworm and huge dog laughed loudly and let them pass. I bet the overseer keeping watch with the crystal ball is laughing to death right now. The huge dog snickered, then returned to his original stone platform and changed into its former statue state. Poochie! An acolyte finally found it hard to bear and let out a noise. HNG. Green flames suddenly ignited within Durrat's sockets. It seems like we must educate the new acolytes on how to respect their professors. Pa, Durrat snapped his fingers. Ah! What is this? Don't come over here, don't come over. The acolyte who laughed out loud earlier retreated several steps and fell onto the floor, wailing loudly. Rousey! What is it? An acolyte beside him walked forward. No, don't come over. Rousey screamed, and his face gradually twisted. Seeing this scene, the nearby acolytes all felt a chill down their spines. Magi are equal among themselves, so they can afford to play jokes on each other. However, acolytes must always maintain their humility. Suddenly, Leyland understood the code of conduct in the Magi world. Only with equal strength, one will have the status to speak to another. Jaden and Callaware also seemed to be deep in thought. Carry him up and let us go in. Durrat pointed at Rousey, who was still screaming. Both of his servants walked over and carried Rousey, one on each side. Both of them are at least Grand Knights. Seeing how the two servants subdued Rousey so easily, Leyland's eyes flashed. After opening the door to the grave, they all appeared in front of a stone staircase that spiraled downwards. The flight of stairs was spiraled and descended all the way into the depths of the darkness until they could not be seen anymore. Durrat used his staff and knocked on the floor. Dong dong. Blue flames started to light up one by one, illuminating the ground within. Apart from the color, it's similar to an ancient castle from the medieval times. Leyland exclaimed, and tread down the stairs of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Leyland did not know how long exactly he walked for under the illumination of the blue flames, but it was definitely over 20 minutes. So huge! The area of this underground building is so much larger than the area of the graveyard on top, and it is not even by several times. It almost resembles an underground kingdom already. Leyland calculated in silence. Our Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was constructed in the Gregorian year 324, and it has been almost 1,000 years since then. As for our academy founder, it is Merlin Phalek Drywilk. Durrat led at the forefront, and occasionally gave them a few sentences of explanation. The door which you all had entered from earlier is the main door. And besides that, there are still many exits inside the academy. As long as you have become a proper Magus, you can apply and choose an uninhabited, empty grave for your own personal passage. Durrat explained. But Leyland's lip never stopped twitching. The purpose for us to advance as a Magus is so we can obtain a grave? How delightful. However, ever since the unlucky guy was used as an example earlier, Leyland only dared to rant in his heart and didn't say it aloud. Our Abyssal Bone Forest Academy is divided into several large areas: the dormitories, classrooms, laboratories, gardening areas, trading post, mission area, and such. As for their exact locations, someone will bring you for an induction later. For now, all of you must follow me to register at the administration area, and then we'll commence the selection of your professors. Durrat came to the front of a slightly larger room, and pointed at the words on the steel door. This is the administration area. However, I believe none of you will be willing to come here again in the future. Seeing the symbols on the door, which seemed like both words and patterns at times, Leyland finally acknowledged that none of the characters were anything like what the Brat One had encountered in the past. Oh. I've forgotten that you guys don't know the ancient Byron language. Durrat tapped his head. No worries. This is one of the basics of incantation, you guys will learn it in the future. Darat, huh? Enter. An aged voice sounded from within, and the steel doors moved automatically. A steel hand opened the bolts on the door and even beckoned them in. Leyland followed Darat inside and realized that this room was extremely large. An old man with white beard and red eyebrows was seated at the wide, black office desk. He was scribbling something with a feather pen, and beside him was a stack of parchment. Behind him, there were countless bookshelves of over 10 meters tall, and parchment and even crystal balls were disorderly arranged on them. It looked just like a library. "You're late." The old man put down the quill pen in his hand, and his wrinkled face smiled gently. "We met with some trouble along the way, a wandering giant storm sprite, so the dirigible was a little damaged, and hence the delay in time," Darat explained. The old man said, "That's really unfortunate." And then he looked at the acolytes at the back and his bright eyes shone brilliantly. He scanned through the acolytes, before finally landing on Jaden. "It seems like you are well rewarded this trip." "Of course." Darat pointed, "Jaden, come over here." Pulling Jaden to his side, "I have made a contract with him already. He is now my personal apprentice." "Hurry. Settle the procedures for him." Darat took a stack of forms from a heavy black pouch and handed it over to the old man. "Amen. 5th grade acolyte, not too bad." The old man took out an object resembling a pair of glasses with gold threads around its rim and hung it on his nose. "Definitely. Melda, that scum, he actually pushed such a troublesome thing to me, huh? Now I want to see him angry." Darat gloated loudly. "So then, Jaden, are you willing to become the personal apprentice of Darat?" the old man asked. "I accept." Jaden looked at Darat and agreed in a low voice. "Good." The old man took a sheet of parchment and wrote something on it, then handed Jaden a black sack too. "This is yours, hold it well." "Are the procedures done?" "I have taught him those meditation techniques, and right now I have to rush back to my experiments. It was difficult enough to find some inspiration along the way, but I did not have any ingredients on hand. Do you know how much I was suffering?" Darat let out a shrill voice and pulled Jaden along, leaving the room quickly. "All right. Mr. Darat's task is completed. What's next are the things that you guys should be mindful of." The old man knocked on the desk and drew the attention of the acolytes back to him, and then said in a satisfied manner, "Since all of you have already handed in the fees and achieved the criteria for the contract, you are all acolytes of our Abyssal Bone Forest Academy now. Right now, all of you will begin with the selection of your professors. There are 2 methods to choose a professor. The first is to choose by placing your name inside the crystal ball and my treasure will pick a professor for you. This method is absolutely free of charge." "Excuse me? What is your treasure?" an acolyte asked cowardly. "Oh." The old man laughed, and suddenly a black python appeared on the table. "This is my magical pet. Spotty. It does not recognize any of you, so I think it's the fairest for it to choose. Any other questions?" "No, no more." Seeing the large python, the acolyte quickly retreated backwards. There is also another method, which is for the acolytes to choose their own professors. Here with me is a list containing short introductions of various professors and their requirements, all for your choosing. Of course, if you choose this method, you will need a magic crystal as payment. It doesn't matter which method you chose, but once you have decided on your professor, you can never change again. The old man said, "Next up, I will call your names, and you will come forward and tell me your choice." 1. The brat refers to the previous host of Leyland's body. Chapter 21, Croft. Croft. After the old man finished speaking, the acolytes were a little flustered. "What now? How should we choose?" Beirut asked worriedly. "Paying is definitely better than not paying. This is common sense. You should still have excess magic crystals, don't you?" Leyland asked puzzledly. But I only have one magic crystal left. My family sacrificed 1,000 troops to get merely 2 magic crystals. Beirut was a little reluctant. Leyland was startled too, as he could not help but feel his pockets. The value of magic crystals is higher than I expected. When I extorted some from Auron earlier, I really lucked out. That's not right. The Chernobyl Islands is also known to Magi as the Barren Islands. Magic crystals are already scarce, so the value of magic crystals being much higher here may be due to that. A matter like this can only be decided by yourself, Leyland said to Beirut. All right. First up, Rainer, the old man said. Which are you choosing? I don't have any magic crystals left. Can I first buy on credit? I am a 4th grade acolyte. Rainer blushed. Not a bad aptitude. A pity, however, rules are rules. The old man shook his head. As he pointed at a crystal ball on the table, Rainer's name appeared within, along with many other unfamiliar names, flickering as they appeared. When the black python Spotty spat out a letter and dabbed on the crystal ball, the words finally stopped flickering. Rainer. Your mentor is Gaffrin. Take this. A set of acolyte robes and an identity badge. A crystal ball which contains an elementary meditation technique. And your room number and keys are there too. The old man threw the black sack containing the items to Rainer and then snapped his fingers. Bang! A black ball suddenly appeared in the room and floated in midair. Follow this shadow slave, it will bring you to where your mentor is. The old man made a gesture to send him off, and Rainer helplessly followed the black ball out. Next. Rousey. The one who laughed at Durant earlier, Rousey, was called. Although his complexion had recovered a little, there was still cold sweat on his face. Oh. What do I see? A nightmare hex. What a pitiful fellow. You're going to suffer for the next month. Could you remove this hex? Rousey's voice quivered. Definitely. 100 magic crystals. No credit allowed. The old man agreed crisply. Rousey shook his head and took a magic crystal from his robes. I want to choose my own mentor. N. The old man accepted the magic crystal and handed a compendium, which looked like a dictionary, to Rousey. The mentors who are willing to accept apprentices are all there. Take your time and pick. Bang! An hourglass appeared on the table, the sand falling slowly. I forgot to mention earlier, a magic crystal only allows for 1 turn of the hourglass. If you exceed it, you have to pay another magic crystal. The old man grinned. Rousey swallowed his saliva, and looking at the sand grains falling non-stop, he flipped through the pages in a hurry. This hourglass seems as though it lasts only 5 minutes worth of time. It is not even enough to skim through. Leyland's pupils shrank. Time's up. In accordance with the voice, the compendium closed automatically and made a loud snapping sound. How is it? Have you chosen? Or do you wish to have another look? The old man asked. I have decided. I choose Mentor Vivian. Rousey sucked in a deep breath. Take your belongings and follow the slave. The old man threw a black sack, identical to the one from before, to Rousey and summoned another shadow slave. Rousey bowed humbly and followed the floating slave out the large doors. Next up, Callaware. The old man continued calling, and Leyland scrutinized the acolytes who went up. Callaware seemed well off, as he paid 3 magic crystals and looked through the compendium before making a choice. As for Beirut, he did not pay the 1 magic crystal in the end. His mentor was chosen randomly, and he did not know if the results were good or bad. Next. Leyland. The old man called Leyland's name. Leyland inhaled deeply and walked to the front. I'll choose on my own. Leyland handed a magic crystal to the old man. You know the rules. The old man snapped, the hourglass flipped over, and time started elapsing. The compendium was rather heavy, and the materials seemed to be of high quality. Leyland hurriedly flipped through the pages, and continuously skimmed through the information on the parchment. It is the language of the Chernobyl Islands. It seems like it has been specially prepared for us acolytes of this area. I chip. Record and extract the information. Mentor Lester, Department of Souls, specializes in transformation, neurology, and composition of radiation. Able to provide information on 3 topics free of charge. Requirements: the acolyte must assist in an experiment every month, and cannot be declined for any reason. Mentor Darat, Department of Shadow, specializes in anatomy, conversion of energy, and necromancy. Requirements: acolytes must pay 1 magic crystal per month, and at the same time, cooperate with experiments. Mentor Croft, Department of Potioneering, specializes in medicine, herbalism, and neutralization of energy. Able to provide information on 1 topic free of charge. Requirements: acolytes must always help with the cleaning of the experimental lab, preparation and handling of various herbs, and at the same time, assist the Magus in carrying out herbal concoctions, on the basis that they cause no harm to the acolytes. Mentor Estelle, Department of Curses, specializes in curses, dissecting of human anatomy, and soul studies. Able to provide information on 5 topics free of charge. The category is chosen by the acolytes, and can guide acolytes in their studies at any given time. Requirements: cooperate with 1 experiment. Only 1. The pages flipped, and let out a rustling noise. By the time the last grain of sand fell, Leyland had managed to flip to the last page. Your memory isn't bad, which is useful for your studies in the future. How is it? Who will you choose? The old man smiled and asked. Leyland closed his eyes. AI chip. How is the collation of data? Beep. Data is in order, information on 53 mentors collated. In process of discarding the enticing conditions. Leyland's complexion turned bitter. The information in the brackets for Mentor Croft earlier made me rather mindful. It seems like the experiments of Magi are dangerous, and can actually jeopardize the safety of the acolytes. Croft is only doing experiments on herbal concoctions, but what of the others, like the shadow and necromancy experiments? No wonder the requirements given are so easy to meet, not needing to give payment for information. It was, in fact, so they could lure students who would cooperate for experimental testing. Although they might not have any adverse effects, it's all over once they do. I chip. Carry out the filtering process, with the conditions, to match with my current circumstances. Beep. The blue light flashed, and the light blue screen in front of Leyland flickered. More than half of the mentor's information was omitted, leaving only a miserable few choices, including Darat's. Mentor Darat, Department of Shadow, specializes in anatomy, conversion of energy, and necromancy. Requirements: acolytes must give 1 magic crystal each month, and at the same time, cooperate with experiments. Mentor Croft, Department of Potioneering, specializes in medicine, herbalism, and neutralization of energy. Able to provide information on 1 topic free of charge. Requirements: acolytes must always help with the cleaning of the experimental lab, preparation and handling of various herbs, and at the same time, assist the Magus in carrying out herbal concoctions, on the basis that they cause no harm to the acolytes. It seems like Darat's temper isn't too bad amongst the mentors. If not, he wouldn't have gone to fetch the new batch of acolytes. Leyland thought inwardly, a pity that my magic crystals are not enough, and he has Jaden already. I'm afraid there will not be much attention given to me. Also, the Shadow Department mentors all require acolytes to cooperate with their experiments and cannot ensure the safety of acolytes. This is such a fraud. Leyland helpless omitted the mentors of the Shadow Department. What's left is only this alchemy mentor. With the extreme and unique advantages that I have with my AI chip, I can definitely make use of alchemy to earn money and buy knowledge related to the dark element. To others, Leyland had merely closed his eyes and made his choice right after opening them. I choose Mentor Croft. Alchemy? The old man was a little surprised. You wish to become an alchemist? The effort and resources invested are extremely horrifying. Do you want to change? I think Darat suits you well. Thank you, sir. Leyland earnestly bowed. I have a hobby for alchemy, and have also acquired some knowledge in this field beforehand. The mortal world's perception of alchemy is totally different from that of the world of magi. The old man shook his head. Then, seeing Leyland's resolute gaze, he couldn't help but exclaim. Since you have already decided, so be it. After speaking, the old man took a quill pen and scribbled on the parchment paper. Here are your belongings, follow the shadow slave to where Croft is. The old man handed a sack over to Leyland. Leyland bowed deeply and even nodded to the remaining acolytes, before leaving through the large door. The black-colored ball floated in front and occasionally spun in a circle. Its speed was not too fast, and with Leyland's body of a peak preparatory knight, he easily followed along. From time to time, there were acolytes passing, but they did not look at Leyland in astonishment. Leyland followed the shadow slave and passed through several corridors, 2 large halls, and a garden. It then stopped in front of an area designed for experiment labs. The shadow slave turned translucent and immediately passed through the door, leaving Leyland outside. Leyland was speechless, yet he did not dare knock on the door. Therefore, he just waited outside patiently. After a moment, there came a middle-aged man's voice. Leyland, huh? Enter. Yes. Leyland pushed open the doors of the experimental lab. A sweet and spicy aroma filled the laboratory room, mingling with the odor of poisonous fumes and liquids, which made Leyland furrow his brows. A huge table took up the space of almost half the lab, and placed on it were various test tubes, flasks, and beakers, as well as some other apparatus that Leyland could not identify. This made Leyland recall his previous life. In front of the laboratory table, there stood a white-haired, middle-aged man who wore white robes. His collar was embroidered with golden patterns, and his eyes emitted a golden light, like 2 golden gems. I'm Croft, and I've heard the details from the shadow slave. So then, Leyland, are you willing to become my apprentice? The middle-aged man put down the test tube in his hands and said solemnly. Chapter 22, Meditation Technique. Meditation Technique. I am willing. Leyland hurriedly answered. That's good. Since these are the arrangements made by the school, I'll accept you as my disciple. The middle-aged man stroked his beard. Although the environment here is quite ordinary, it's enough to let you undergo the initiation. Croft swept his eyes over the examination room. At least it's very quiet here and we won't be disturbed. What initiation? Leyland had some doubts. The initiation of a Magus. Croft replied. Now tell me, Leyland, what is a Magus to you? A mysterious person with the ability to call forth thunder and storms, manipulate flames and other forces of nature. Leyland said the definition he knew of in Chernobyl Islands. However, it's a little off. Croft commented. A Magus is actually the title we give to people with power in ancient times. These magi all learn the principles and how to control and manipulate the energy within. They are never ending in their pursuit of knowledge and truth. Croft explained the definition of magi to Leyland. So it is to say, the title of Magus is actually not limited to only humans. Leyland had a better understanding now. Indeed. Other kinds of demi-humans, and even other intelligent beings have magi existing among their kind, for example, a Magus of the sea tribes, or even a dragon Magus. Croft said, all right. Now let us begin the rites. Don't be afraid, it's very simple. Clap, the floor around Croft softened, and transformed into a spell formation of sorts, and a strange energy came spreading from within. The surroundings turned dark, with only the flame lit in the center of the formation. Right now, give your hand to me. Leyland stretched his hand out and a larger palm firmly clasped it. Abiding by the rites of ancient times, I will now guide you, Leyland Farlier, onto the path of a Magus. Recite after me. I swear. I will forever be in pursuit of the truth. Croft used an unfamiliar language, but Leyland understood it completely, and his mouth could not help but produce the same sounds. I swear. I will forever be in pursuit of the truth. As it was a voice of a 13 or 14-year-old youth, there was still a little immaturity in the voice. Without the permission of my mentor, I swear that I will not reveal any of the information my mentor passes on to me. Croft continued to recite and Leyland followed suit. The two voices very soon eerily turned into one. In the hearts of the formation, the flame suddenly grew brighter and blazed strongly. Congratulations on formally becoming an acolyte. After the rites, Croft congratulated Leyland. Leyland looked down at both of his hands. After the mysterious rites, it seemed like he saw the world in a different light, yet at the same time, he couldn't pinpoint the difference. An anomaly has been discovered in the brainwaves of the host. The AI chip's voice sounded. It seems like there is a change in spiritual force, but I don't have any further information regarding this field, so I can only supplement it in the future. Leyland said helplessly. The meditation technique in the crystal ball has already been given to you, right? Take a look at it when you go back. You can already absorb the information in it now. Tomorrow, come here at 6 in the morning. You can leave now, but remember. Don't wander around. Croft warned. I'll do as you bid. Mentor. Leyland bowed, and then walked out of the experimental lab. Luckily I passed them earlier, otherwise, I wouldn't even know where the dormitories are located. When he was following the shadow slave earlier, Leyland had already let the AI chip start mapping the area. Now, there was a small part that was completed, and he knew the places that he had walked past before. The areas with magi are rather dangerous, and Leyland did not wish to suffer from any collateral damage from them. After reaching the dorms, Leyland took the key out from the sack issued by the old man. It was a heavy, black copper key, and it was labeled 783. Right now, it was rather cold and vacant in the dorms. Leyland walked through the empty corridors, and his hair stood on end as he listened to the echo of his footsteps. Following the room numbers, he found his room. It's here. Leyland placed the key into the keyhole, and the heavy metal produced a click. As the large door opened, the dark room automatically produced a flame. They actually used the principles of Magi to invent a similar sound activation system? Leyland placed his belongings down and inspected the place in which he was going to live for some years. The dormitory was a little small and was divided into 3 partitions, a bedroom, living room and washroom. They were actually self-contained living quarters, and there was even a new blanket placed on the bed. It looked prim and proper. The environment isn't bad. Leyland sat on the bed and took out the things that were given by the academy. A set of acolyte robes. The AI chip has detected that there are several spells cast on it, and the defense is even comparable to some of the leather armor around Great Stuff. Leyland efficiently changed into the robes and pinned the acolyte badge to his chest. This look was exactly the same as the gray-robed acolytes he had seen earlier today. What Leyland did next was to pack his things and do a cleaning of the room. When he went out, the doors of the dorm beside him opened, and a brown-haired acolyte walked out. Hello. Are you a new acolyte? I am Bill. Hello. I am Leyland, and I have just arrived today. Leyland answered, and he just happened to have some questions. Excuse me, how do I get to the dining hall? Hearing Leyland's voice, Bill's expression appeared as if he had expected it. Right now it's pretty late, and I'm about to go there too. Let's go together? I couldn't ask for more. Leyland smiled gently and closed his door. The dining hall is on level 3, underground, and everything there is free. Of course, you can fork out money and let them make a dish that you want to eat. Bill led the way as he explained. I am from the Poolfield Kingdom, and you? Chernobyl Islands. Heavens! So far. You have definitely suffered along the way, huh? Bill was obviously a chatterbox, and Leyland managed to probe some information out from him. Bill was the same as him, a new acolyte, and only arrived 5 days earlier than Leyland did. As for the whole of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, the professors numbered close to 100, while the acolytes numbered over 1,000. Oh right. Who is your mentor? Bill asked. Croft, an alchemy professor. Leyland replied. Alchemy? You're good. Bill was seemingly startled. Is it difficult to learn alchemy? Leyland was a little worried now. Not only is it difficult, the study of alchemy requires a huge amount of resources and ingredients. People who don't come from a good family background will rarely choose this. However, alchemists tend to make a lot of money after they have been certified. Bill gave Leyland a regretful look. You must have been randomly assigned a mentor during the selection, and then duped by that python Spotty. Oh really? Leyland rubbed his nose. Alright. We're here at the dining hall now, take whatever you want to eat. The dining hall was extremely extravagant, and the food was more delicious than what he had on the dirigible. Everyone who sat here was also an acolyte, and there were no signs of a Magus. After dinner, Leyland bid farewell to Bill and then returned to his room. He sat on his bed, with the crystal ball clasped in his hands. I can finally start practicing as a Magus. Leyland stroked the crystal ball, his eyes gradually turned hazy, and his nostrils flared. A data interface has been discovered, start transmitting, or not? The AI chip's voice sounded. Begin. At Leyland's command, an acute pain entered his brain, as if someone filled it with lead. This is... Leyland grabbed his head, and discovered that many images and words appeared in his brain along with the pain, and the first line was, elementary meditation technique. This information appeared out of nowhere and was firmly imprinted in Leyland's mind. After some time, Leyland finally recovered from the pain, but he was still feeling groggy. AI. Chip, defragment the data for the elementary meditation technique. Beep. Task established, beginning defragmentation. A blue interface started to flicker in front of Leyland's eyes. Beep. The data has been defragmented. 21.3% of miscellaneous information has been removed. Begin to transmit? Transmit. Leyland ordered. With the continuous transmission from the AI chip, Leyland began to gain an understanding of the elementary meditation technique for acolytes. Elementary meditation techniques are, as their name implies, special meditation techniques given to acolytes, and are the most basic of techniques. After many years of modification, they have already reached a nearly perfect stage, and the content of the elementary meditation techniques from the various academies did not differ by much. To be specific, they are similar to the visualization techniques from his previous world. An acolyte draws mind runes inside their mind to increase their spiritual force, and as they draw more mind runes, their spiritual force grows stronger. Every magi liked to record all the precise details and processes down. In regards to acolytes, they have divided the practice into 3 levels: Level 1 acolyte, Level 2 acolyte, and Level 3 acolyte. As for the division between levels, it is seen through the progression of the elementary meditation technique. When one has the ability to meditate with 8 runes, they have passed the criteria for a Level 1 acolyte. Being able to meditate with 24 runes is the sign of a Level 2 acolyte. As for Level 3 acolytes, there seem to be other conditions needed. As for the meditation progress, it is closely related to a Magus aptitude. In regards to meditation practice, the superiority of a 5th grade acolyte is extremely obvious. They can become a Level 1 acolyte in only 5 to 6 days. No wonder Jaden, who was a regular human before boarding the dirigible, was able to use a magic artifact in just half a month's time. As for a 4th grade acolyte, the time needed to become a level 1 acolyte is approximately 15 to 20 days. Third grade acolytes will need a month's time, second grade acolytes will need half a year, and first grade acolytes will need several years. This difficulty in progressing will only increase when ascending to level 2 acolyte and level 3 acolyte, hence is it understandable for professors to favor acolytes with high aptitudes. After all, maybe one can receive the remuneration of a proper magus in a dozen years, with just a little more effort put in now. An independent file has been created for the meditation technique data, analyze or not. The AI chip prompted with a window. Begin analyzing. In the process of analyzing. Progress, 0.11%, the AI chip showed the current state. This crystal ball seems to input the information directly into the acolyte's brains, but the method is a little too crude and it does not care if you remember it completely or not. But the AI chip is able to defragment and store it directly in the memory bank, and is even able to aid by analyzing the process. Leyland indifferently compared the differences between the two. Chapter 23, Within the Academy Compounds. Within the Academy Compounds. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The hands of the bronze clock in the room swiveled around once more, as another hour passed. The first mind rune has been analyzed, start transmitting, or not? The AI chip prompted. Has it finally been analyzed? Begin transmission. In this period of time, Leyland had also been studying the blueprints of the meditation technique, but it was to no avail. The mind rune appeared as a 3D image and the patterns inside were extremely complicated, with no room for errors. To display this image in book form, not only would the author need to have outstanding training in the fine arts, but the reader's comprehension skills would also be put to the test. Leyland estimated that regular acolytes would need to spend a good number of days to even begin to understand a single mind rune, before starting to construct them in their brains. However, with the AI chip, it was done in a matter of hours. This pace may very well be comparable to a 4th or 5th grade acolyte. Leyland estimated. After the AI chip's transmission, Leyland had already completely comprehended the structure of the first mind rune. It was in the shape of an A, without the horizontal line in the middle, and was filled with patterns and helixes, making one dizzy the more they looked at it. To begin the meditation, I must first have peace of mind and imagine a serene lake. Leyland slowly closed his eyes. In the dimly lit room, the youth sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, as if he was in a slumber. After an unknown period of time, there were a few spots of lights flickering in the youth's surroundings. They entered the body of the youth, and very soon they disappeared. Leyland's eyelids fluttered, and he opened his eyes. So tiring. It seems like the meditation technique and a night's breathing technique is the same, there is a time limit. AI chip. Check my body's status. Beep. Scanning the host's body. The host's brain cells have been stimulated, and all of the cells in the body have increased in activity as a whole. Beep. The host's vitality has increased by 0.05. Oh. Meditation techniques, there's no doubt that they are cultivation techniques for magi. I can feel that the key purpose of this meditation technique is to increase the spiritual force, and the increase in vitality is only an added benefit. The spiritual force affects my stats. After practicing the meditation technique, my vitality has actually started to exceed my previous limit. Leyland's expression was complex, and there was an indescribable joy in his heart. According to the introduction and the data, sleeping right after meditation will provide the most optimal effects. Leyland stripped his outer robes, laid on the bed, and then entered into a deep sleep. Beep beep. The alarm is ringing. The AI chip's voice rang and brought Leyland out from his sleep. It is already the time that I set my alarm for, time really passes quickly. Leyland stretched lazily and saw that the clock showed the time as 5:30. I'd better hurry up and tidy up. I still need to see Mentor Croft. Leyland washed up quickly, went to the dining hall and gobbled down a bread for his breakfast, and then rushed to the experiment lab from yesterday. Good morning, sir. Leyland greeted. He noticed a female acolyte beside the white-haired Croft. She had fine curves and looked beautiful, and seemed to be another apprentice of the professor. HM? You attempted the meditation technique? Croft furrowed his brows. How did it feel? My head ached, and I felt a little dizzy. This is a common aftereffect of the transmission from the memory crystal ball. You just need to get more rest during this period. Croft said. Come, let me introduce you. This is Bicky, my other apprentice. This is Leyland, the new acolyte from yesterday. Hi. Bicky bowed, giving a virtuous greeting. Hello. Leyland placed his right arm on his chest and displayed the elegance of a noble. Bicky is your senior. Besides her, you also have another senior called Merlin. His potioneering skills are excellent. Croft said to Leyland. Merlin has been called a once-in-a-century genius of potioneering, and is regarded as the most likely successor of our mentor. Bicky added. Ha ha. Indeed. Merlin has shown outstanding talent in potioneering. If there is anything you don't understand, you may seek his help. Once he mentioned Merlin, Croft's face revealed a smile, and he seemed extremely satisfied with that student of his. So Leyland, are you familiar with my rules? I have seen them when going through the professor requirements during the selection of mentors. Leyland nodded. Okay. From now on, you have to come here every day and help with the cleaning up, but you may go listen to the free lessons during breaks. As for the benefit of being under me, which is receiving information on a topic, you can choose and ask me after learning the basics. Croft said. Thank you, sir. Leyland hurriedly bowed. Right now, he had no inkling whatsoever about the Magus world, so even if Croft wanted him to choose, he would not know which was best. It was only right to choose at a later time when he could reap the most benefits. Right now, I will give both of you half a day's break. Let Bicky accompany and show you around the academy. Bicky, tell him about the few restrictions. Yes. Leyland and Bicky nodded their heads and left the laboratory. This is the residence of the professors. Acolytes usually aren't allowed to enter. This is the trading post, where acolytes can make transactions with others. And here, we have the mission area. The different missions and levels will be written on this stone wall. Acolytes can complete these missions and obtain contribution points and magic crystals. Vicky's voice was extremely pleasing to the ears, and she was beautiful too. Her personality was also lively. Leyland's mood improved a lot by spending time with her. The two of them strolled through the academy. It was mostly Bicky leading Leyland around, as she spoke of a few places and restrictions along the way. Unknowingly, the two of them walked into a garden. Fail, well done. Good, once more. The sound of voices caught Leyland's attention. In the middle of the garden, a group of acolytes were standing around a large, sturdily built youth and chatting continuously. In the center of the crowd was a youth with a bright silver hair, with dark green eyes, and he seemed to have some sort of strange charisma. That is Senior Fail. He's a genius. He became a level 2 acolyte just half a year after entering the academy. Vicky's eyes were widened, and her face shone radiantly as she muttered. This expression? It seems like Bicky has a good impression of this Fail. Leyland rubbed his nose. Bicky. Bicky. Ah, what is it? Only after Leyland called out to her several times did Bicky avert her gaze. At this moment, her face was a little flushed. Oh. I wanted to ask, why are there so many plants here underground? Leyland sniffed a red flower. The flower had a strong fragrance. There are huge patches of sunlight moss on the roof of the gardens, and these mosses can emit a light similar to sunrays, hence plants can also grow underground in here. Bicky explained. Oh. Leyland nodded his head and wondered if he should come here more often in the future to bask in the sunlight, since being exposed to more sunlight was not bad for a person after all. Seeing Becky's reluctance to leave, Leyland purposely pretended to have a strong interest in the garden, until Fail and the others left. Becky would only glance at Fail secretly, although she did not muster any courage to walk up to greet him even after such a long while. This made Leyland roll his eyes, as Becky's attitude towards romance can be considered rare in this academy. The academic area will often post the following day's class schedule, and there are many free and public lessons to choose from. As a newbie, you cannot afford to miss these. After leaving the garden, Becky brought Leyland to the academic area, and pointed to a large wooden board. In front of it were many other acolytes who were taking down notes. Free public lessons? That means there are lessons which one must pay for? Leyland asked. That's right. There are lessons which have fees, and many advanced topics charge 1 magic crystal for 10 lessons. Although they are much better than public lessons, they are still somewhat inferior to the knowledge given by our own mentors. Becky smiled a little bitterly. I'm afraid the only advantage is them being less expensive. Leyland nodded. On one side, there was a professor teaching dozens of students, while the other was an individual lesson. The advantages between the two are definitely different. However, he had the AI chip, so his learning capability was outstanding. He was confident that he would do well even in a large class. With this method, I can definitely save some magic crystals. Leyland stroked his chin. He only had 2 magic crystals left. Earlier, when he was in the mission area, he saw that the missions that awarded magic crystals generally had more troublesome tasks and required one to be a level 1 acolyte at least. Right now, Leyland did not meet the requirements. As for the cleaning tasks, they are all done by those spell slaves, and the rest are all snatched by others. There is simply no place for me. Leyland was a little frustrated. Magic crystals were the currency among magi and were also the most common way to obtain greater knowledge in the academy. Without magic crystals, his studies would be hindered. I had better attend those public classes first and advance to a level 1 acolyte. After that, I'll consider taking up missions to earn some magic crystals. Leyland sighed. AI chip, how is the mapping of the academy? Beep. 66.7% has been mapped. The AI chip replied. In front of Leyland was a blue image. Each layer of the buildings was displayed and divided into multiple parts, and it looked like a beehive. Some areas even had names attached, with Becky's explanation for them on the side. The areas that could be entered freely were marked in green, while the dangerous areas were in yellow. As for the areas that even Becky did not dare enter, the AI chip indicated them in red, representing extreme danger. For those red-colored danger zones, Leyland decided to walk around them. He even decided not to ask about them before becoming a level 3 acolyte. The mapping has been recorded. Leyland nodded his head and said farewell to Becky. Becky, thank you for accompanying me for a day. I remember most of the important areas of the academy now. That's great. Becky played with the little white flower in her hands. If there are any things that you don't understand, you can ask me. Of course. Leyland gave a small smile. After bidding farewell to Becky, Leyland ate his dinner and went back into his room. He began to practice the meditation technique. A Magus's meditation is a continuous journey. Only with daily devotion and perseverance can one achieve enough spiritual force to become a being that can control mysterious powers. The AI chip is only useful for analyzing the meditation technique. As for the creation of the mind runes, it was completely dependent on my own spiritual force, and it also relied a little on my comprehension and aptitude. In these areas, the AI chip was not much help. After meditating, Leyland felt his spiritual force increase by another tiny sliver, and then he entered into a deep slumber. Chapter 24, Level 1 Acolyte. Level 1 Acolyte. A level 1 acolyte is actually someone with a stronger spiritual force than an average person's. At the same time, he is able to move energy particles and store them inside their body and is a newbie at conceptualizing the creation of magic power. Only a level 2 acolyte will be able to access a magic spell's formula and cast the spell in its complete form. But once their body creates magic power, their stats can be strengthened through constant radiation as their body resists the poisoning from the external radiation. Leyland made his judgment on the levels separating the acolytes based on the data on the meditation technique. AI chip. Retrieve all the data I have gathered today, and begin analyzing. This is what Leyland had been doing all this time. He would do his best to collect data from other people without drawing their attention, and store the data in folders. He created a folder with the data regarding spiritual force and how to transform them, a lesson which Leyland learnt yesterday. The information required was too much, and the process may be measured in years. Beep. Analysis completed. Result: the entire surroundings of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy is contaminated with traces of radiation. The biggest sources of contamination are magi, and a few experimental setups and materials. The host is suggested to stay away from these sources, or to increase the resistance of the body. As I expected. There are no regular human beings in the whole of this academy because of the environmental effects that the magi and acolytes bring about. As for these effects, only a Magus can resist against it. A regular human would most likely have a lifespan of a few years in this environment. Leyland's face darkened, and conjured up the images of a few people, including Bicky and Croft. According to the readings of the radiation emitted by them, a Magus is actually a moving source of radiation. Each one of them is like a minuscule nuclear reactor, or could they have made use of the radiation to advance? Leyland furrowed his brows. No matter what, I must hurry up and become a level 1 acolyte. The longer I take, the greater the damage my body will receive. Leyland was resolved. In the next 2 weeks, Leyland would report to where Croft was every day, assist in the cleaning of the experiment lab, and sort out a few insignificant experiment resources. In this period, he had seen Croft's genius apprentice Merlin, who was also his senior. Merlin was extremely tall and had a very taciturn personality. He constantly pored over his experiments. Besides Croft, his interactions with Bicky and Leyland were minimal. This could be one factor attributing to his success in potioneering.